Chapter number 1 of Books and Reading by Noah Porter, 1811 to 1892. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by DRomeo. Chapter 1, Introductory. Were a South Sea Islander to be suddenly taken up from his savage home and set down in one of the great cities of Europe, among the many strange objects which he would see, one of the most incomprehensible would be a public library. A cathedral he would at once understand. Its vast area would suggest a counterpart in the enclosure which from his childhood onward he had known and feared as a place of worship. Its clustered pillars and lofty arches would bring to mind a well-remembered grove of old and stately trees, quote, with sounding walks between, unquote, the dreaded dwelling of some cruel deity, or the fit arena for some, quote, abhorred rite, unquote. The altar, the priests, the reverent worshippers would speak to his mind their own meaning. A military parade he might comprehend, without an interpreter's aid. The measured tread of gathered legions would indeed differ not a little from the wild rush of his own barbarous clan, the inspiring call of trumpet and horn, of fife and drum, blending with all those nameless instruments which make the music of war so splendid and so spirit-stirring, would be unlike the horrid, dissonant noises with which the savage sounds out his bloody errand. But the object and purpose of the show would be seen at a glance, and would wake up all the warrior in his bosom. A festive gathering of lords and ladies, gay, would be quite an intelligible affair, and the more closely he should look into the particulars of the transaction, the more numerous, it is possible, might be the points of resemblance between the barbaric and the fashionable assembly. A gallery of paintings, adorned with the proudest trophies of genius, might not be altogether without meaning, for though the savage would look upon the creations of Raphael or Titian with somewhat such an eye as that with which Caliban looked upon Miranda, yet the uses of such a collection, which the price of his own kingdom could net buy, would not be entirely beyond his comprehension. But a public library would be too much for him. It would prove a mystery quite beyond his reach. Its design and its utility would be alike incomprehensible. The front of the edifice within which the library was placed might indeed command his admiration, and within the lofty arches, the lengthened aisles, and the labyrinthine succession of apartments might attract and bewilder him. The books even, rising one above another in splendid lines, and dressed in gilts and purple and green, might seem to his savage eye a pretty sight, though they would please the eye just as well if carved and colored upon the solid wall, or if, as has been the fancy of certain owners of libraries, the volumes had been wrought from solid wood, fit books for the wooden heads that own them. The mystery of the library to the savage would be the books in it, what they were for, and why they were thought worthy to be lodged in a building so imposing and watched with such jealous care. If he should linger among the apartments for reading, and watch the movements of the inmates, his wonder would be likely to increase. His eye might rest upon Dr. Dryasdust, the antiquarian, as with anxious look and bustling air he rushes into one closet after another, takes volume after volume from its dusty retreat, looks into each as the conjuring priest at home looks into a tree or a stone to see the spirit within, and after copying from each in strange characters, stuffs the manuscript into his pocket, and walks off as proudly as though, like the self-same priest, he had caught and bagged the spirit in some fetish, amulet, or medicine bag. The man of science sits for hours unconscious of the presence of the wondering savage, and seems more and more bewildered as he gazes upon a single page. The savage watches the poet reading a favorite author, and marvels at the mysterious influence that dilates his eye and kindles his cheek, and sends madness through his frame. He is astonished at the reader of fiction, looking upon what seems to him a vacant page, and yet seem to see, in its enchanted lines, a world of spirits, living, moving, talking, walking, loving, hating, fighting, dying. Should he seek an explanation of the enigma, the explanation would rather deepen than solve the mystery. Here is a volume, his interpreter might say, by the aid of whose characters the shipmaster can guide his vessel to your island home as easily as you can follow a forest path. From this volume you can learn the story of that famous white captain who first landed upon your shores in the days of your great-grandfather and was there killed and buried. And mystery above mystery, in this little book, which gives an account of the discovery of your country by the white man, will be found the sufficient reason why His Majesty, our King, has a right to burn your towns, to shoot down your people, to take possession of your land, and bring you hither as a captive, all by authority of discovery, and of a title deed from one king or other potential who never saw the country which he gave away. This lesson concerning the nature and value of books would probably be quite enough for once, and would send the poor barbarian away, well satisfied that a book was indeed a very wonderful thing, and that a collection of books well deserved to be deposited in a dwelling so adorned and so secure. Were our savage to remain longer among his civilized brethren, and gradually to master the mysteries of their social state, his estimate of the influence of books would be likely to gather strength. To say nothing of their past influence in bringing a nation up to a point at which he could only wonder and be silent, their present power to determine the character and destiny of a single individual's might startle and surprise him. A few pages in a single volume fall, as it were by chance, under the eye of a boy in his leisure hours. They fascinate and fix his attention, they charm and hold his mind, and the result is that the boy becomes a sailor and is wedded to the sea for his life. No force, no influence can undo the work begun by those few pages. No love of father or mother, no temptation of money or honor, no fear of suffering or disgrace is an overmatch for the enchantment conjured up and sustained by that exciting volume. A single book has made the boy a seaman for life, perhaps a pirate, wretched in his life and death. Another book meets the eye of another youth and wakes in his bosom holy aspirations, which all his life after burn on in the useless flames of a painful asceticism, or in a kindly love to God and man. Another youth in an unhappy hour meets still another volume, and it makes him a hater of his fellow man and a blasphemer of his God. One book makes one man a believer in goodness and love and truth. Another book makes another man a denier or doubter of those sacred verities. These thoughts may serve to introduce our subject, to suggest its importance. Books and reading are the theme, or rather the themes, on which it is proposed to offer a series of free and familiar thoughts, principally of a practical nature. The importance of the subject is not only great, but it is constantly increasing. Books as an element of influence are becoming more and more important, and reading is the employment of a widening circle. Books of all sorts are now brought within the reach of most persons who desire to read them. The time has gone by when the mass of the community were restricted to a score or two of volumes. The Bible, one or two works of devotion, 2 or 3 standard histories, and a half-dozen novels. Many intelligent men can recollect the time when all the books on which they could lay their hands were few, and were read and reread till they were dry as a remainder biscuit, or as empty as a thrice-threshed sheaf. There are ladies now living who were well educated for their time, to whom the loan or the gift of a new book was an important event in their history, making a winter memorable, and now their daughters or granddaughters dispatch a novel or a poem before dinner. All the known books for children, 2 generations ago, were some half a score, whereas at present new juveniles are prepared by the hundred. A year and the library of a child 10 years old is very often more numerous and costly than was that of many a substantial and intelligent household. The minds of tens of thousands are stimulated and occupied with books, from 3 years old onward through youth and manhood. We read when we sit, when we lie down, and when we ride, sometimes when we eat and when we walk. When we travel, we encounter a moving library on every railway car and a fixed library at every railway station. Books are prepared for railway reading, and railway library is the title of more than one series of books in America, England, France, and Germany. We read when we are well and when we are ill, when we are busy and when we are idle, and some even die with a book in hand. There is little use for the caution nowadays, quote, "Beware of the man of one book," unquote. If it be true, as it may be, that single books make an impression less marked and decisive than formerly, so that a bad or inferior book may do less harm than it once did, it is also true that bad books and inferior books are far more common than they once were. Their poison is also more subtle and less easily detected, for as the taste of readers becomes omnivorous, it becomes less discriminating. Besides the readiness with which good men and men sturdy in their principles too read books which they despise and abhor, has introduced a freedom of practice on this subject at which other generations would have stood aghast. In many cases, too, if the principles are not corrupted by reading, the taste is vitiated. Or if nothing worse happens, delicacy of appreciation suffers from the amount of intellectual food which is forced upon us, and the satisfaction is far less keen and exquisite than was enjoyed by readers of a few books of superior merit. The numbers of persons who ask the questions, "What book shall I read, and how shall I read them?" is very great. Those who are beginning to feel an interest in books and reading, and who long for friendly direction, ask these questions more frequently than they receive wise and satisfactory answers. Intelligent young men who have finished their education at school, clerks, apprentices, farmers, teachers who are moved by a wise and sincere desire for self-culture and self-improvement, ask the same questions of themselves and others. If they go into a bookstore, they are bewildered by the number and variety of the books from which they are to select, and their chance selection is as likely, to say the least, to be bad as good. It will rarely happen that it is the best which could be made. The bookseller can tell them what books are popular and have a run, but this recommendation is of a doubtful character. They may have access to a well-selected library, but still, they are at fault, not knowing how or what to choose for their immediate and individual wants. Students also who are in a course of education at school or college, or who, having finished their course, would mark out for themselves a generous plan of private reading, are often greatly at a loss for the best answers to the questions which they would ask. Their time is limited, and they pertinaciously inquire, "What books ought I to read first of all, and what next, in order?" And what way can a student form and direct a taste for the highest kind of literature? How far can he trust, and ought he to follow his fancy? How far he thwart and oppose his tastes, and seek to form it anew? Are there any fixed principles of criticism by which the best books may be known, and a taste for them formed and fixed? Young ladies, too, who are sooner released from the confinement of school life and the drudgery of imposed studies, who often fix the taste and prescribe the fashion for the reading of the village or the circle in which they move, often sadly suffer for the want of a little direction. Their sensibility is fresh, their fancy is wakeful, their taste is easily molded. If guided aright, they might attain to a cultivated acquaintance with those imaginative writers who would inspire the purest and tenderest emotions and enrich the fancy with the noblest images, who would elevate their tastes and confirm good noble principles. For the want of such direction, it often happens that such young ladies breathe themselves down into an utter waste and frivolity of thought, feeling, and purpose. The trashy literature in which they delight becomes the cheap and vapid representative of their empty minds, their heartless affections, and their frivolous characters. Besides the classes already named, there are heads of families who wish to form libraries, smaller or greater, which may instruct and amuse both themselves and their households, but who often choose books that defeat the very aims which they propose to accomplish, and react with more or less evil upon their children. What books shall they buy, and how shall they judge of books? Above all, how shall they train themselves and others to the best use of the books which they possess and read? We would in these papers meet this variety of wants. Not completely, to attempt which would be idle, but in a part so far as our limits will allow. To give a complete catalogue of the best books, even in a few departments of literature, would be quite impossible. Such a catalogue would be dry reading at best, as dry as a volume of statistics or a report of the census, and of far less interest and authority, for no man on such a subject would blindly yield himself to the direction of any single mind. A partial catalogue with a critique upon each author would be little better. All that can be accomplished is to furnish thoughts and principles which may awaken the mind to wise activity, and illustrate them by examples from books and authors. We would show that the books which we read, even carelessly, exert an influence upon us which is far more potent than we are apt to think, and we ought to select our books, above all our favorite books, with a more jealous care than we choose our friends and intimates. We would also show that reading is more than the amusement of an hour and the gratification of a capricious fancy, that it is an employment which may leave behind the most powerful impress for good or which may reduce the soul to utter barrenness and waste, and even scathe it as with devouring fire. We would treat also of the different kinds of books and the methods of reading appropriate to each. We hope also to give some direction to the taste, and this without the dry and formal precepts of the schools, or the captious and positive dogmatism of the professed critic. The taste as applied to books and reading, like the eye for color and form, may be educated, or rather it may be taught how to educate itself. We would aid in this effort at self-culture. Especially would we indicate what are the methods and ways of reading imaginative literature which may cause it to yield pure and exquisite delight, to add power to the intellect, and to impart a grace and finish to the character and life. We are not insensible to the perils which are incident to our attempt. Not a few have undertaken to answer the questions which we have proposed, and have succeeded very indifferently. Many a young man has asked his respected teacher or trusted adviser, quote, "What and how shall I read?" unquote, and but put off with the tiresome platitudes and solemn commonplaces for an answer, coupled with the titles of half a score of works, which every person is supposed to be acquainted with, and which are deemed eminently judicious and safe reading. The manuals usually known as, quote, "courses of reading," unquote, though useful to a certain extent, usually lack the germinant force of fundamental principles in respect to the object of reading and the estimate of authors. The list of books which Dr. Johnson recommended to a clerical friend is a good example of most of the catalogues which are hastily prepared, even by eminent critics. Quote, "Universal History, Ancient," Roland's Ancient History, Puffendorf's Introduction to History, Vertat's History of the Knights of Malta, Vertat's Revolutions of Portugal, Vertat's Revolutions of Sweden, Carte's History of England, Present State of England, Geographical Grammar, Prideaux's Connection, Nelson's Fasts and Festivals, Duty of Man, Gentleman's Religion, Clarendon's History, Watt's Improvement of the Mind, Watt's Logic, Nature Displayed, Louth's English Grammar, Blackwall on the Classics, Sherlock's Sermons, Burnet's Life of Hale, Dupin's History of the Church, Shuckford's Connections, Law's Serious Call, Walton's Complete Angler, Sandy's Travels, Spratt's History of the Royal Society, England's Gazetteer, Goldsmith's Roman History, some commentaries on the Bible, unquote. This list seems to include works of three different classes: books of standard authority and permanent value, books which had happened to please Dr. Johnson's permanent or temporary humor, books which had happened to occur to his mind when he was writing out the catalogue for his young friend. The most exciting and satisfactory comments on books and reading are not usually found in formal treatises, but in such incidental remarks as those which are recorded by Boswell of Dr. Johnson, or are met with in Montaigne's rambling and free-spoken essay, quote, "of books," unquote, or in the essay of Bacon on, quote, "studies," unquote, in Locke's thoughts concerning reading and study, or in Charles Lamb's detached thoughts on books and reading, or in Hazlitt's many incisive essays and Coleridge's wonderfully stimulating criticisms, or in 2 or 3 good thoughts from Carlyle's address at Edinburgh, misnamed, quote, "on the choice of books," unquote, or the essay of R.W. Emerson on books, in the volume entitled Society and Solitude, which is characteristic of the author even to his remarks about Jesus and the Bibles of the world. All manuals entitled Courses of Reading must be exposed to the objection noticed by the elder Disraeli that they necessarily fall behind the times the moment they come up to them. A course of reading that should be complete in 1 month must begin to be defective the next. Courses of reading from an elder advisor or friend to a pupil or protege, even if they are hastily prepared, serve a good purpose as pictures of the times. They cast more or less light upon the culture and knowledge which prevailed when they were written. A very distinguished clergyman of New England furnishes the following list of books for a young pastor in 1792. Quote, "In divinity, you will not wonder if I recommend President Edwards' writings in general, Dr. Bellamy's and Dr. Hopkins, President Davies' sermons, Robert Walker's sermons, Howe's do Addison's Evidences, Beatty's Evidences of Christianity, Leland's view of deistical writers, Berry Street's sermons in History, Prideaux's Connection, Roland's Ancient History, Goldsmith's Roman History, do. History of England or Ryder's History of England, which is more prolix and particular, Robertson's History of North America, do History of Charles V, Hutchinson's History of Massachusetts, Ramsay's History of the War, Guthrie's and Morse's Geography, Jophus's History of the Jews, Watts on the Mind, Locke on the Human Understanding, Spectator, Guardian, Tatler, Rambler, Pamela, Clarissa, Grandison, Telemachus, Don Quixote, Anderson's Voyage, Cook's Voyages, Milton, Young's Night Thoughts, Vicassimus, Knox's Essays, Do on Education, Buchan's Family Physician, Tissot on Health. These may be sufficient, but additions may be easily made. The great danger will be of getting useless and hurtful books, especially novels and romances, which generally corrupt, especially young minds, beside the loss of the purchased money and the time spent in the reading of them." Unquote. Another paper of a later date was prepared by a clergyman of some reputation for literature, for a young lady whose mind the writer sought to direct, and is very likely whose heart and hand he sought to win. It is as follows: List of books for a young lady's library. Can's Small Bible with marginal references, Horne's Paraphrase on the Psalms, Mrs. Hannah Moore's Strictures on Female Education, Mrs. Chapone's Letters to her Niece, Grove on the Sacrament, Mason on Self-Knowledge, Doddridge's Rise and Progress, etc., Newton on the Prophecies, Guide to Domestic Happiness and the Refuge, Cowper's Works 2 volumes, Young's Night Thoughts, Elegant Extracts in Poetry, Rosales, Prince of Abyssinia, The Rambler, Thomas's Seasons, Dwight's Conquest of Canaan, Washington's Life, Trumbull's History of Connecticut. This list of books might be enlarged, and perhaps upon recollection some alteration might be made, but these are well calculated to mend the heart, to direct the imagination and thoughts to proper objects, and to give command over them upon good principles. To read profitably, we should always, then, have some object in view, more than merely to pass away time, by letting words run off our tongue or through our minds. Order and system in any business, and certainly in cultivating the mind, is really necessary, if we would be benefited by the study. It is by having a few books well chosen and attentively and perseveringly read that we fix in our mind useful principles. Books are multiplied without number, and it becomes perplexing to run from one to another, and none are well understood when we read in this manner. The Bible should always stand first in our esteem, and be read first daily. It affords every species of reading, history, biography, poetry, etc., and shows the heart in its true character. If anything would discourage us from prosecuting the plan of writing upon books and reading, it would be the perusal of this paper of well-meant truisms and well-worn commonplaces. It does not follow, however, because advice upon any subject is especially liable to degenerate into meaningless generalities, that advice should never be given, nor because it is comparatively easy to discourse safely with uplifted eyebrows about the books we read and the companions we choose, that such counsel should never be given at all. The much-needed pilot boat must run the risk of being itself stranded upon dangerous flats and beguiling shallows, if it would preserve the vessel from being engulfed in the deeper seas and the more terrible breakers. There are not a few readers who reject all guidance and restraint, some from inclination, and some from a theory that counsel and selection interfere with the freedom of individual taste and the spontaneity of individual genius. Their motto in general is, quote, "Of all the sorts of vice that prevail, advice is the most vexatious," unquote. So far as reading is concerned, it is, quote, "In brief, sir, study what you most affect," unquote. One person, they insist, cannot advise for another because one cannot put himself in the place of another. Quote, "Read what speaks to your heart and mind. Let your own feelings be your guide, and leave critics and advisers to their stupid analyses and narrow or prejudiced judgments. Read that you may enjoy, not that you may judge, that you may gather impulse and inspiration, not that you may understand the reasons or explore the sources of the instruction, and enjoyment with you unconsciously derive from the books in which you most delight," unquote. There is truth and force in this position, we grant. No man can read with profit that which he cannot learn to read with pleasure. If I do not myself find in a book something which I myself am looking for, or am ready to receive, then the book is no book for me whatever, however much it may be for another man. But to assert that one cannot help another to select and to judge of books is, in principle, to renounce all instruction and dependence on those who are older and wiser than we. To be consistent, it would turn every man into a hermit or a savage. Such a position is sometimes silly self-conceit, sometimes simple pride, sometimes it is a voluptuous animalism that would find in literature both stimulus and excuse for sensual indulgence. The wise advisor would respect the taste of each reader, and would even bid him both gratify and follow them, but he can do something to aid in discerning what they are, and why, and how far they are to be allowed, or, if need be, restrained. Inspiration, genius, individual tastes, elective affinities do not necessarily exclude self-knowledge, self-criticism, or self-control. If the genius of a man lies in the development of the individual person that he is, his manhood lies in finding out by self-study what he is and what he may become, and in wisely using the means that are fitted to form and protect his individuality. Others are especially jealous of the use of any moral standard in the critical judgments of books or in the advice which is furnished concerning methods of reading. Such persons would be instinctively repelled from the papers which we propose to write, as they may have already inferred that we intend to use ethical considerations very freely and perhaps severely. Again, this they will inwardly protest in thoughts like these. What has literature to do with morality? Poetry and fiction, essays and the drama, history and biography, everything in short which we usually call literature, aim to present man and his experiences as they are, and as they ought to be. It is the aim and end of all these to describe and not to judge, to paint to the life and not to praise or condemn. The reader, not the writer, may judge if he will and as he will, but in order to be able to judge, one must see all sides of human nature and human life, and these must be portrayed with energy and truth as they are. He must survive every manifestation of the human soul, the evil as well as the good, the passionate as truly as the self-controlled, the censor who brings the laws of duty to measure and regulate our reading, who judges of books as he judges of men, interferes with the freedom that gives all its life to literature and most of the zest and value to reading. There is some truth in all this, or rather there is truth which is perverted into this caricature and error. What the truth is and how far it may be carried without perversion and danger we will show as we proceed. For the present we observe that no mistake can be more serious than to suppose the law of conscience and the rules of duty have nothing to do with the production and enjoyment of literature, as many modern libertines in the field of imaginative writing would have us believe. Ethical ideals are produced by the same creative imagination which furnishes the poet and the novelist their materials and their power. Ethical truth is but another name for imagination, holding, quote, the mirror up to nature, unquote, i.e., to nature in man or human nature. Nature in man invariably prescribes ethical standards, and to these the imagination responds when she sets forth fiction as fact, poetry as truth, and history as reality and its highest import and loftiest significance. Not only is this true, but much more than this can be shown most satisfactorily. If the lessons of these facts teach anything, they teach that literature must respect ethical truth, if it is to teach its highest achievements, or attain the place in the admiration and love of the human race which we call fame. The literature which does not respect ethical truth ordinarily survives as literature but a single generation. The writer who gives himself to any of the untruths which are known as superficial, sensual, satanic, godless, or unchristian, ordinarily gains for himself either a brief notoriety or an unenviable immortality. He is either lost or damned to fame. Of all the shams that pass current, with those who write or with those who read, that is the flimsiest which hopes to outrage or cheat the human conscience. While then, on the one hand, we contend for a somewhat liberal construction of the ethical and religious code as applied to the production and use of literary works, we insist that certain rules on this subject can be easily ascertained and should be uncompromisingly enforced. But we are earnestly affirm that neither ethical truth nor even religious earnestness does of itself qualify a writer to produce or require the reader to read a work which has no other ground on which to enforce its claims to attention and respect. It is not enough to say of a book, this is a good or goodish, that it is Christian or safe, in order to justify its having been written or printed. There prevails not a little cant and hollowness, if not gross imposition and downright dishonesty, in the use of the phrases, quote, Christian literature, unquote, and, quote, safe or wholesome reading, unquote, as we may have occasion to illustrate at some length. We wish it to be understood that we do not write for scholars or litterateurs, but for readers of English, not for bibliographers or bibliomaniacs to whom literature and reading are a profession, a trade, or a passion, but for those earnest readers to whom books and reading are instruction and amusement, rest and refreshment, inspiration and relaxation. Our papers will be familiar and free, not affected or constrained. Usefulness is their aim and object, and this aim will control the selection and illustration of the topics, which may suggest themselves as we proceed. But enough of this premising. We promise nothing, and yet we would attempt something. What we propose, if accomplished, will make these papers useful rather than exciting. They will be the minister of pleasure in their remote results rather than by immediate excitement. While then, as all well-mannered writers do, we ask the attention of the reader, we trust it will be given with a clear understanding of the character of what we propose to offer him, and with no extravagant expectations concerning its interest or its worth. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. What is a book? And what is it to read? It may appear very much like trifling to ask these questions. Nothing is more familiar and nothing seems better understood. We may, however, find it useful to define, somewhat formally, what a book is and what it is to read a book. Children, as we know, are very generally taught that whatever is printed is to be regarded with deference. The fiction is useful if not necessary, first, to prevent them from tearing books, and next, to train them to listen to the wisdom of books with a teachable spirit. In consequence, they learn very easily to esteem all books as alike oracles of wisdom and truth. Mr. H. Crabb Robinson tells us that when a child, he was corrected for misspelling a word on the authority of his spelling book. On being told that the word was wrongly printed, he says, "I was quite confounded. I believed as firmly in the infallibility of print as any good Catholic can in the infallibility of his church. I knew that naughty boys would tell stories, but how a book could contain a falsehood was quite incomprehensible." Diary, Chapter 2. Not a few men live and die with a similar impression, and never cease to esteem a book as in some way endowed with a mysterious authority by the very fact that it is a book. This opinion is well expressed in the lines, "'Tis pleasant, sure, to see one's name in print. A book's a book, although there's nothing in it." Following this tradition, there are very intelligent men who would never think of spending 15 minutes in listening to stupidity or commonplace from a man's lips, who make it their duty and imagine it useful solemnly to read, to weigh, and consider any amount of dullness which an accredited author chooses to print, especially if it is done on expensive white paper and with a fair and wide margin. Men who will detect and spurn a lie, if it is spoken, will read lies by the hundred, if they are only printed, and when they read two books which contradict each other flatly in respect to statements of fact, will wonder how it can be possible that both should be worthy of credit, and yet, as they are books, they must of course be true, though they cannot see how. Very grave and Christian citizens, the stiff asserters of law and order, will read arguments that tend to the destruction of the family with its sacred confidence and endearments, which would overturn every tribunal, unlock every prison, and make murder and arson as common as a change of the wind, and admire the profoundness of their wisdom. Nay, let it not be spoken above a whisper. Modest and virtuous ladies, who would blush at an innocent remark if it happens to be unfortunate or equivocal in its language, will read sentences, nay, pages, that are equivocal neither in language nor in sentiment, and pronounce them enchanting and delightful. Let it be observed and remembered that a book is always written by a man, and that it is never by any magic or mystery any better than its author makes it to be. This author may be a wise man or a fool. He may be an honest man or a knave. He may be a man of the best intentions, but slightly, or more than slightly, elevated with a little too good a conceit o' himself. He may have something to say which it is worth the while should be said, and yet not know how to say it. But whatever he is, or knows, and has the power to communicate, that will he write down in his book, whether he thereby writes himself down as sage, or writes himself down after the earnest desire of Justice Dogberry. When we set ourselves to read a book, what do? We place ourselves in communication with a living man. We go back with him to the time when he penned the volume. We think over the thoughts which he then thought. We sympathize with the feelings which he experienced. We behold the wondrous creations which his eye, in fine frenzy rolling, saw enter his door and live and move about him, the men and women, or the spirits of heaven and hell, to which he gave being in his mind then, and which he recreates in our minds now. The theme may be God and man's concerns with God, and we sympathize, it may be, with the inspired psalmist, as he utters the language of bitter repentance, of exulting hope, of unshaken fortitude, or earnest supplication. We follow the thoughts of the eloquent apostle, who discourses so sublimely of the loftiest themes, or we listen, in the attitude of love or of worship, to the words of him who spake as never man spake. Or perhaps Barrow pours out before us a redundantly flowing stream of thoughts, weighty for sense and copious in diction. Or Baxter speaks to our hearts in fiery directness. Or Taylor amazes us by his mellifluent speech and his never-ending imagery. Or South astonishes us by his wit while he instructs us with his wisdom. Or we confer with Bacon, who drops like pearls those pregnant observations that come home to men's business and bosoms. Or, after taking us by a rapid survey over what had already been accomplished in the field of science, leads us to a height from which his prophetic eye can discern fields yet undiscovered. Spenser conducts us by devious but beguiling wanderings through the long pilgrimage of Una and the milk-white lamb, till the fairy queen and fairy land become real to our thoughts and familiar to our memory. Shakespeare lets loose upon us a host of beings, the most wonderful that were ever created by a human fancy, or that can be gazed upon by the mind's eye of the recreating reader. Milton opens before us the gates of heaven, and we are dazzled at the magnificence of the scene, overwhelmed by the splendid array of the angelic host, or confounded by the glimpses which we catch of the infinite glories of the uncreated and eternal, or, on a sudden open fly, with impetuous recoil and jarring sound, the infernal doors, and the archangel ruin stands before us, with his compeers, sublime in intellect, degraded by sin, scarred and seared by suffering, yet proud and unsubdued in their relentless wills. Scott, the magician of the North, marshals before us, with breathless haste, those marvelous creations of his genius, which are as familiar as household words. Dickens and Thackeray, George Eliot, and Mrs. Oliphant, with many others, send us almost weekly regular installments from their brain and bid us review with them the creations which they produce for our pleasure. The journalist or reviewer takes us into his closet and discourses to us with wisdom or wildness, in soberness or extravagance, of the interests that concern the common weal, or the themes which are uppermost for the hour or the week. To read an author is, however, more than to hold communion with a mind in its ordinary state, or by the usual method of hearing the conversation of a person, even in his happiest mood. For by the act of writing, the mind is ordinarily raised to its highest energy, both of thought and feeling. It condenses, as it were, and intensifies itself. Whatever is good into what is doubly good, whatever is bad into what is doubly bad. It is deliberate. It does not proceed in haste. If a fact is to be stated, it may be examined with care and its truth established. If an opinion is to be expressed, it may be looked at from every side and in all its relations. What is spoken cannot be recalled, but what is written can be revised. The mind in its calmer mood can qualify and withdraw what it penned in fervid haste. New thoughts may modify its first conclusions, new energy may be concentrated into some sinewy epithet, and new fervor may be expressed in a winged word. It follows from this that a book does not merely represent its author, but it represents the best part of him, or, it may be, the worst. It gives the picture of his inner self in forms enlarged and ideally improved. The colors are more intense and more finely contrasted than in the reality of his ordinary experience. Hence, reading a man's book is often worth far more than listening to his conversation. Hence, too, a good book is of more value to the world than a good man, for it is the best part of a good man, the good without the evil. Thus, when a wise man dies, while his spirit is living on in one immortal life, he may be also living another immortality on earth, occupying perhaps a wider sphere than when he was in the body, his thoughts quickening the thoughts of others, as if he were present to speak them, his feelings inspiring the noblest feelings of others, and his principles prompting to worthy deeds after his own last action is done. It was by more than a figure that Milton wrote in his Areopagitica, "For books are not absolutely dead things, but do contain a progeny of life in them as active as that soul whose progeny they are. Nay, they do preserve, as in a vial, the purest efficacy and extraction of that living intellect that bred them. As good almost kill a man as kill a good book. Who kills a man kills a reasonable creature, God's image. But he who destroys a good book kills reason itself, kills the image of God, as it were, in the eye." The thought will doubtless occur that this suggestion towards answering the questions, what is a book and what is it to read, applies to certain classes of books, but not to all. There are many books, it may be said, which might as well have been written by an automaton as a man, books from which we can by no means gather what kind of a man produced them, books which have little or no flavor of the personality of their author. We grant this of a few books, but the number is smaller than we should at first suspect, and it is literally true of no book whatever that its character and value are not greatly determined by the intellect and culture, the honor and honesty of the man who made it. The traces of personality are also oftener to be discerned than we imagine. Not only does the man make the book in more respects than we are wont to believe, but he can be known and detected in his book and through his book more frequently than many readers notice. A dictionary seems to be removed the farthest from any savor or aspect of human personality, and yet in any copious dictionary, it is not difficult to discover the feelings and even the prejudices of its author. Those of Dr. Johnson are sufficiently manifest in respect to excisemen, pensioners, and his neighbors beyond the Tweed by his definitions of excise, pension, and oats. Excise he defines as a hateful tax levied on commodities and adjudged not by the common judges of property, but wretches hired by those to whom excise is paid. Pension, he says, is an allowance made to anyone without an equivalent. In England, it is generally understood to mean pay given to a state hireling for treason to his country. Pensioner is defined to be a slave of state hired by stipend to obey his master. Oats he describes as a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. The private opinions of Noah Webster look out very plainly through the judicial gravity with which he lays down the law concerning scores of words, as, for example, when he defines dandy thus: In modern usage, a male of the human species who dresses himself like a doll and who carries his character on his back. Every history purports to be an impartial record of facts, and a faithful transcript of the great truths which may be inferred from them. The historian, at the first thought, might be set down as nothing more nor less than an impersonal chronicler of actual events and facts. And yet, who reads a history, even the most concise or rigidly impartial, who may not also read in the record of his facts the record of the author's partialities, and in his philosophy a transcript of individual prejudices as well as of universal principles? The pithy Tacitus, by a pungent epithet and antithetic phrase, does not more effectually damn some hero in crime to everlasting fame than he impresses you with a distinct and abiding image of his own strong and fervid character. Gibbon and Hume, Lingard and Macaulay, Bancroft and Hildreth, Arnold and Froude, have not simply written out the story of the countries which have been their themes, but have also more or less distinctly recorded an abiding memorial of their own characters and principles, if indeed they have not now and then given to the world a distinct expression of their own prejudices and passions. The poet, the dramatist, and the novelist may personate as many characters as they will, and put into the mouths of their fictitious personages the words most appropriate to the character of each, words seemingly very far removed from their own sentiments and feelings. But yet, when it chances that their own private opinions have to be spoken or their individual feelings expressed, it will be done with an energy of words and intensity of expression which betrays them as the author's own. Dante and Milton, Goethe and Schiller, Byron and Bulwer introduce upon their shifting stage an immense variety of characters, and speak or sing through each of them the thoughts and emotions that belong to each. Their own genius lies in the power to forget themselves completely in their characters, or rather to transform themselves into the heroes whom they personate. But now and then occurs a sentence which is weighty with a double meaning, because the author speaks his own cherished opinions through his hero. Or a strain will recur so often and in a character so peculiar that we recognize it as the sad refrain of the poet's own sorrow. Herein is seen the man, and hereby does the individual man assert his right over the impersonal genius. Scott and Shakespeare are the least personal and subjective, the most completely objective and dramatic of all modern writers. Scott was large-hearted and many-sided enough ordinarily to lose himself in his characters, but now and then the reader can detect the humane Scotch sheriff, as well as the romantic and prejudiced Tory, in characters and sayings in which neither would confess himself to be present. Shakespeare is rightly called the myriad-minded, and it may be hard to discern the man Shakespeare through the countless and strange variety of personages into which he so successfully transforms himself. But the man will speak out in the sonnets, which have been thought by many to have been written in order to satisfy even Shakespeare's longing at times to write in his own character and to give utterance to his own individuality. There are serious and solemn passages in his dramas in which no imitated voice is uttered, in which it is no masked histrionist who speaks, but Shakespeare's self utters sentiments and emotions that he could not repress. It is almost idle to observe that neither Dickens nor Thackeray, Trollope nor George Eliot, can always hide themselves in the motley of men whom their fancy has created. Coleridge and Southey, Wordsworth and Tennyson usually sing their own songs, and from a loving, or it may be, a saddened heart. We may truly utter the seeming paradox that while it is the proof and triumph of genius to be able to overcome and overrule the individual man, yet where the genius is not rooted in and does not grow out of the intense affections and the earnest character of the writer's own individuality, he shows the art of a dexterous histrionist rather than the earnestness of a great nature. As for those authors who write to amuse the public, the perpetrators of humor of all sorts, and the producers of every variety of bagatelle to suit the reading market, it is not easy for the man to hide his individuality behind the mask which he assumes, however grotesque and comical that mask may be. The features of the man will always shine through the mask, if indeed there be a man beneath it. For very great is the difference whether it be a clown or a man which is behind, whether we see, through the disguise, the look half vacant and half villainous of which the venal and frivolous bohemian can never rid himself, with all his tact and art, or the broad swimming eyes of love, with which Hood always looked out through his fun, or the sad earnestness into which Lamb relaxed so soon as he had stammered out his joke or his pun. It is scarcely needful to add that essayists and critics, the authors of moral, political, and religious tracts and books, are supposed, of course, to write their own opinions, which, though they be also the opinions of large masses of men, will be shaded by the color and hue of the minds from which they come, and be warmed with the feelings which glow in the hearts of all thoughtful and eloquent souls. Let it not be thought for a moment that the assertions that a book is written by a man and is just what its author makes it to be, and that to read a book is to converse with a living man, are barren truisms. We believe them to be fertile in important suggestions, and that, if held fast in the mind, they will serve as a clue to guide us safely and wisely through the labyrinth of books, which may mislead and bewilder as well as amuse and ennoble. We invite the reader's attention to the suggestions which may be derived from them. These thoughts may suggest the principles which we need to guide us as we judge of books and read them, and may help us distinguish the books which are books from those which are only things in books' clothing, as well as teach us how to make the best use of those which are books indeed. End of Chapter 2. Read by Marissa D. Six, Clearwater, Florida, July 13th, 2024.
Chapter number 3 of Books and Reading. How to Read by Cole Porter. Attention is reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by DRomeo. Let us then take our clue in hand and follow it out, feeling our way along in the suggestions and applications to which it will naturally conduct us. It is thought a great feat for a child to learn to read. The process is not a trivial one, which is accomplished every day and is going on in our nurseries and schoolhouses, by which the infant learns to distinguish letters, to spell them into words, to look through written characters, to interpret words into thoughts and feelings, and do all these so readily that the skill seems literally to have, quote, come by nature, unquote. It is indeed a great feat, as we see plainly when a full-grown man or woman attempts it for the first time, and as we mark the slow and painful steps by which such persons must halt and stumble for years in order to master the mechanical part of the process. It is very rightly thought to be a most important step that is gained when either the child or the man has finished this apprenticeship, and to make a great difference with him to have overcome these obstacles. But why is it so important? What makes the difference so great? Who asks, what is all this for, and how may a man best use the power which is thus gained? It is not enough to say that it enables a person to transact business, to read his own accounts and letters from other people, to know what is going on at New York or Washington, to pore over newspapers, to gape over a few tales of blood and murder, or now and then to extract a thought from a good book on Sunday. If this were all, it were indeed worth all the cost. As the experience and the common sense of the world shows, the transactions and intercourse of civilized life depend on this acquisition, and the unconscious discipline of civilized man that comes from the process, even in the limited and careless uses to which it is applied, reward the painstaking 1,000-fold. But suppose the question were asked more distinctly and more frequently. How may the power thus attained be used to the best advantage, and what are the uses to which it may be applied? Shall we say or think that the instrument is too common to admit of improvement? Then would one method of plowing be as good as another, and one plow would be as good as another, when all the world knows that from good plows and good plowing, to say nothing of the best looms and best weaving, come the wealth and luxury and civilization of millions of men. If the applications to which a common instrument may be turned are of no consequence whatever, then are potatoes as good as wheat because both are products of the plow, and the coarsest serge is as desirable as broadcloth from Leeds or silk from Lyons? But all this is too obvious to need an argument or illustration. Yet it is well to bestow a thought on truths so simple, for sometimes we are surprised by their extensive reach and even their tremendous import. Surely if a man should form and use principles in regard to any subject, he should form and use them in respect to what and how he reads and for what ends. If life is not all a holiday or a daydream, then reading should be pursued in an earnest and reflecting spirit. For he that opens a book does by this very act begin to converse with a man, good, bad, or indifferent, as the case may be, with a man perhaps in his very best or worst phase or condition. If then you would scorn to take lessons or receive influences from an ignoramus, a knave, or a known deceiver, and seducer of the good, why not scorn to come nearer to any such man by reading what is the image, the expression, nay, perhaps the essence or embodiment of himself? If when you are admitted to the society of a wise or amusing man, who gives instruction or entertainment in a winning and graceful manner, you think it important to be wakeful in his society, and to catch and weigh every word, why should you not feel the same necessity when he speaks to you through the written page? And yet, how many neglect the whole matter of what books they or their children read, or suffer it to take its chance, or evil, or for good? Very good persons who would be slow to provide unwholesome or poisonous food, or to associate with mean or dangerous men, do not these things by the books with which they and their families come into close and frequent contact. They and their children read such books as come in their way, or are talked about, or are cheap or attractive. Or if they are careful in choosing books, they have little care as to the way in which they read them. This is not as it should be. It may involve a fearful and lasting wrong. If a man has but little time to read, he has no right to allow these golden hours of his life to be wasted and worse than wasted. If he reads a great deal, he has no right to allow influences, which are silently but most powerfully affecting his whole character, to be what the chance or the mood of the hour decides them, to bring disease or health, life or death, to that which makes him a man. These influences might be most helpful and exhilarating, that might do much to make him a better, more cheerful and self-relying man, and yet his time, it may be, is dawdled away in reading he knows not what, or in reading a good book in such a way that he knows not what he has read, any more than one can tell what he has said after being jaded by an evening party, or wasted by a round of morning calls. Reading ought not to be aimless, even though its aim be to while away an hour. And reading when allowed for the merest relaxation is not exempt from the guidance of principles, and if need be, the restraints of conscience. As to habits of reading and the attitude with which we are accustomed to present ourselves before our book and its author, there are of so great importance that our success or failure in the use of books is determined by them. We are not so stupid or pedantic as to desire to form the reading of two persons after the same model, or to lay down formal rules for the mechanical adjustment and direction of the mental processes. But we earnestly desire to awaken each person to the dignity of forming his own rules for reading, and of making his converse with books to contribute to and to grow from a character that is individual because it is formed by reflection. The first rule which we prescribe is, read with attention. This is the rule that takes precedence of all others. It stands instead of a score of minor directions. Indeed, it comprehends them all and is the golden rule. To gain the power and habit of attention is the great difficulty to be overcome by young readers when they begin. The one reason why reading is so dull to multitudes of active and eager minds is that they have not acquired the habit of attending to books. The eye may be fastened upon the page, and the mind may follow the lines, and yet the mind not be half awake to the thoughts of the author, or the best half of its energies may be abroad on some wandering errand. The one evil that comes from omnivorous and indiscriminate reading is that the attention is wearied and overborne by the multitude of the objects that pass before it. And the miserable habit is formed and strengthened of seeing to follow the author when he is half comprehended, of vacantly gazing upon the page that serves just to occupy and excite the fancy without leaving distinct and lasting impressions. It was said of Edmund Burke, who was a great reader and a great thinker also, that he read every book as if he were never to see it a second time, and thus made it his own, a possession for life. Were his example imitated, much time would be saved, that is spent in recalling things half remembered, and taking up the stitches of lost thoughts. A greater loss than that of time would be avoided, the loss of the dignity and power which are possessed by him who keeps his mind tense, active, and wakeful. It is very common to give the rule thus, quote, "Whatever is worth reading at all is worth reading well," unquote. If by well is intended with the utmost stretch of attention, it is not literally true, for there are books which serve for pastime and amusement, books which can be run through when we are more or less fagged or ill, and cannot and ought not to put forth our utmost energies of body and mind. Then there are books which we may look through, as a merchant runs over advertisements in a newspaper, taking up the thoughts that interest and concern us, especially, as the magnet takes and holds the iron filings that are scattered through a handful of sand. But if every part of a book be equally worthy our regard, as the writings of Arnold, Grote, Marivelle, Gibbon, Burke, Webster, Milton, Shakespeare, or Scott, then should the entire energy of attention be aroused during the time of reading. The page should be read as if it were never to be seen a second time. The mental eye should be fixed as if there were no other object to think of. The memory should grasp the facts, i.e. the dates, incidents, etc., like a vice. The impressions should be distinctly and sharply received. The feelings should glow intensely at all that is worthy, and burn with indignation at everything which is bad. For the want of this habit thoroughly matured and made permanent, time is wasted. Negligent habits are formed, the powers of the mind are systematically weakened by the very exercise which should give them strength, and reading, which ought to arouse and strengthen the intellect, produces, with many no deeper and more abiding impression than the shifting pictures of a magic lantern, or the fantastic groupings of the kaleidoscope. First a bewildering show, then confusion and vacancy. There is nowadays a special danger from the inattention. So many books are written which are good enough in their way, and yet all the food for easy, i.e. lazy reading, and they are so cheap withal. So much excitement prevails in respect to them, that an active mind is in danger of knowing many things superficially and nothing well, of being driven through one volume after another with such breathless haste as to receive few clear impressions and no lasting influences. Passive reading is the evil habit against which most readers need to be guarded, and to overcome which, when formed, requires the most manful and persevering efforts. The habit is the natural result of a profusion of books and the indolence of our natures and our times, which desires to receive thoughts, or more exactly pictures, many of which are thin, hazy, and evanescent, rather than vigorously to react against them by an effort that thinks them over and makes them one's own. It is the intellectual dyspepsia, which is induced by a plethora of intellectual diet, if that may be called intellectual, which is the weak dilution of thought. Almost better not read at all than to read in such a way. Certainly it is better to be forced to steal a half hour from sleep after a day of bodily toil, or depend for your reading on an hour at a midday nooning when your fellow laborers are asleep. If you but fix your whole mind on what you read, than to dawdle away weeks and months in turning over the leaves of hundreds of volumes in search of something new, which is feebly conceived, as lazily dismissed, and is stupidly forgotten. Better read one history, one poem, or one novel, well, if it takes a year to dispatch it at stolen intervals of time, than lazily to consume 12 hours of the day in a process which wastes the time, and what is worst, wastes the intellect, the fancy, and the living soul. How is this attention to be controlled? How can this miserable passiveness be prevented or overcome? Rules in great number have been prescribed. All sorts of directions have been devised. An ingenious author has advised that each sentence should be read through at a single breath, the breath being retained until the sentence is finished. Some advise to read with pen in hand, others to make a formal analysis of every volume, others to repeat to ourselves or to recite to others the substance of each page and chapter. These and other devices are all of service in their way, and some of them we will consider in their appropriate place. But their chief value turns upon this, that they induce an interest or require an interest, either direct or indirect, in the subject matter which is read. Whatever awakens the interest will be certain to fix and hold the attention. The hired lad in the country who steals an hour from sleep or rest, that he may get on a few pages in the odd volume of Plutarch or Rollin, which, having fallen in his way, have begun to unfold before his astonished gaze, the till then unknown history of the ancient world, the errand boy of the city, who stands trembling at the bookstall, lest the surly proprietor should cut short his borrowed pleasure from the page which he devours. These need no artificial devices to teach them to hold the mind to the book, or to retain its contents. The great secret of their attention is to be found in the fresh interest with which they lay hold of the thoughts of the pictured page, and this remains ever the great secret of the habit of successful reading, even to the mind that has been disciplined, to the most amazing feats of application. There are no arts of attention, no arts of memory, which can be compared with this natural and certain condition of success. Daniel Webster was one of the most earnest and intelligent of readers all his life long. His favorite authors were read and reread with a passionate fondness. His critical conversations upon the standard poets and essayists and orators of the English tongue are still remembered and quoted by those who were present to hear when the mood and opportunity of discourse were upon him. In one of the last evenings of his life, he beguiled the weariness of his attendants by reciting a poem from Cowper. How he came to be so successful and so intelligent a reader is explained in his autobiography. Whatever he read so often and so earnestly that he learned to repeat it. Quote, "We had so few books," unquote, he says, quote, "that to read them once or twice was nothing. We thought they were all to be got by heart," unquote. A small circulating library had been established in the neighborhood by his father and other persons, and among the books which he obtained from it was The Spectator. Quote, "I could not understand why it was necessary that the author of The Spectator should take such great pains to prove that Chevy Chase was a good story. That was the last thing I doubted," unquote. He tells us, quote, "In those boyish days there were two things which I did dearly love, viz., reading and playing. Passions which did not cease to struggle one boy had was over," unquote. The man or boy who reads with attention, and thus quickened, cannot read amiss if what he reads is worth pursuing. Of his habits when a student, he says, quote, "Many other students read more than I did and knew more than I did, but so much as I read I made my own. When a half hour or an hour at most had elapsed, I closed my book and thought on what I had read. If there was anything peculiarly interesting or striking in the passage, I endeavored to recall it and lay it in my memory, and commonly could effect my object," unquote. Sir Edward Sugden explained to Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton the secret of his professional success in the following words. Quote, "I resolved, when beginning to read law, to make everything I acquired perfectly my own, and never to go to a second thing till I had entirely accomplished the first. Many of my competitors read as much in a day as I read in a week, but at the end of the 12 months my knowledge was as fresh as on the day it was acquired, while theirs had glided away from their recollection." Memoir of Sir T. F. Buxton, Chapter 24. He who would read with attention must learn to be interested in what he reads. He must feel wants or learn to create wants which must be supplied. If it be history that he would read with attention, he must feel deficiencies that will not let him rest till they are supplied. He must be moved by a desire that will command its object. Is it poetry or fiction? He must be excited by a restless appetite that longs to be amused with new pictures, or diverted by humorous scenes, or stirred by lofty ideals, or charmed by poetic melody, and that grows by what it feeds on. And the man must master, and not be mastered by, his increasing stock of knowledge, and his treasured products of the imagination. He must exercise great and still greater energy in judging and applying the acquisitions he has made, making them accompany his musings, feed his memory, animate his principles, and guide his life. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kymberli Welch. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. How to Read with Interest and Effect. We have seen that a book is the creation of a living man. and should be regarded and judged somewhat as a man himself is tried and estimated. A few books are indeed almost impersonal, and might have been written by one man as readily as by another. These are to be judged chiefly by their value, i.e., by what they contain. But most books express more or less of the personality of their authors, and in reading them, we come in contact with living men. Good books, besides the value of what they contain and impart, have a positive worth in their effect on the principles, feelings, and character. If this is true, then in reading, we are properly said to come into communication with a human being, who will either instruct and elevate, or mislead and degrade us. From these fundamental conceptions of books and reading, we have begun to derive our rules for the selection of the books which we read, and for our own behavior in using them. We have also seen that, for success in reading, we must read with attention, and to read with attention, we must read with an awakened and sustained interest. Though this interest, when awakened, must be regulated by the rules of prudence and duty, yet it often needs to be enkindled and sustained if we are to read with attention and profit. It becomes then a question of prime concern how we can so arouse, sustain, and direct our interest in the books which we read as to make our reading most effective for good. In answer to this somewhat comprehensive inquiry, we reply, 1. If we are at a loss what to read, or if we can think of nothing which we desire especially to read, it is well to ask ourselves what we care most to learn or to think of. No questions are more frequently pressed than these. What shall I read? What shall I read next? With what books shall I begin a course of reading? What do you think will interest me? Sometimes a person asks these questions of himself. More frequently, he addresses them to another. The best answers which can be given to them are suggested by other questions like these. What are you most interested to know? In what particulars does your ignorance most disturb or annoy you? With what class of facts and thoughts, principles, or emotions would it please you best to be conversant? If a person can answer these questions with any satisfaction to himself, he is in the way of knowing what books he ought to read first. For if he cannot without assistance find the book which he ought first to lay hold of, he can be more easily directed by another, when his advisor knows what he cares most to know, or what excites his keenest appetite. The great difficulty with the majority of readers is that their sense is, of any wants which books can supply, indefinite, or their desire to supply these wants is feeble. Or, if they are aware of their deficiencies in the general, they have neither the courage nor the patience to know them in the detail, and manfully to set about the work of removing them. To many persons, the wants which books alone can supply are themselves either created or brought to light by the use of books. Many a man needs first to read, and to read with interest, in order to have awakened in his soul a thirst for books and a taste for reading. There are, however, not a few who, through a sense of ignorance or shame when brought in contact with those better read than themselves, or through some other lucky, though perhaps rude, shock to their self-conceit and self-content, are suddenly fired with a desire for knowledge from books. Of history, they begin to have some inkling and feel the first desire to learn the story of their own township, their own family, their own nation, or their own race. Of eloquence, they have some idea, and they seek to be excited by written oratory. Poetry may have moved their ears with its rhythmic melody, or charmed their souls with its wizard imagery. The drama or the novel may have startled and enchanted them by its pictured pages. Or perhaps the person who asks, "What shall I read?" or "With what shall I begin?" may have read and studied for years in a mechanical routine and with a listless spirit, with scarcely an independent thought, with no plans of self-improvement, and few aspirations for self-culture. To all these classes, the advice is full of meaning. Read what will satisfy your wants and appease your desires, and you will comply with the first condition to reading with interest and profit. Hunger and thirst are better than manifold appliances and directions, in respect to other than the bodily wants, toward a good appetite and a healthy digestion. If a man has any self-knowledge or any power of self-direction, he is surely competent to ask himself, what is the subject or subjects in respect to which he stands most in need of knowledge or excitement from books? If he can answer this question, he has gone very far towards answering the question, what book or books can I read with satisfaction and profit? 2. It follows by a necessary inference that every man should aim, first of all, to read and master all the books which relate directly or indirectly to his profession or business in life. If a man is alive to any subject whatever, it is to his chosen occupation in life, and to whatever promises its easier working or more successful issue. If he dislikes his business, if he frets at and fights it, then God only can help him. On such a man, human counsel and human aid must be thrown away. Much more must books and reading, if they cannot bring him to acquiesce in his business or to change it. But if a man has something to do day by day in which he strives after the skill which leads to success, and if he can learn anything about it from books, he cannot but read such books as will instruct him, with an excited and prolonged interest. No novelist is held to the charmed page of fiction. No rhapsodist reads and rereads his favorite poet with the keen and excited attention with which a man thoroughly aroused by some difficulty in his occupation or his circumstances resorts to the treatise or the encyclopedia, the journal or the magazine, which promises to answer the question which he is anxiously pondering. Let a farmer have brooded over the unaccountable loss of his wheat or potato crop, or have anxiously inquired what will restore the blight which is beginning to attack his favorite peach or pear tree, and he devours the printed pages that prescribe a remedy or promise relief. If a mechanic is at fault in his work, and finds his machinery fails to do the service for which it is designed, he feels no lack of interest and suffers under no failure of attention while he is consulting the books which promise to instruct him. Let either learn that by extensive reading he can gain an insight into the secret of certain and progressive success, and he will read widely in relation to his business with an ever-increasing and intensified enthusiasm. The madness of the so-called book farmers and inventive enthusiasts illustrates the truth which we assert, that if a man would learn to read with interest and attention, he should first of all read much in respect to his calling in life. If he is a farmer, he should read books of agriculture. If a mechanic, books on machinery. If a banker, books on banking and finance. Whatever be his calling, he should make it the one subject upon which he will read, if he reads upon nothing else. In this way, he will elevate his calling from being a slavish and enslaving drudgery into a rational discipline, not only for immediate profit, but for manly cultivation. He will not only feed and cherish his body and enlarge his comforts and luxuries by his better instructed toil, but he will discipline his intellect and elevate his soul by the thinking and reasoning which his reading will require. He will waken into life that within himself which is higher than his occupation or profession, and that is his thinking and feeling self. He will find in himself that which is more than the farmer, the trader, or the mechanic, and that is the manhood that he has, and which he is bound to think of and care for. The wants and desires, the hopes and the aspirations which pertain to the man will be gradually awakened, and will connect him with the thoughts and feelings of other men as these are expressed in books, till it may be that books shall become one of the necessaries of his life, and reading, instead of being a listless and constrained employment, shall be his chosen occupation, his best society, his most delightful amusement, and perhaps his sweetest solace and comfort in dark and bitter hours. 3. In reading, we do well to propose to ourselves definite ends and purposes. The more distinctly we are aware of our own wants and desires in reading, the more definite and permanent will be our acquisitions. Hence, it is a good rule to ask ourselves frequently, why am I reading this book, essay, or poem? Or why am I reading it at the present time rather than any other? It may often be a satisfying answer that it is convenient, that the book happens to be at hand, or that we read to pass away the time. Such reasons are often very good, but they ought not always to satisfy us. Yet, the very habit of proposing these questions, however they may be answered, will involve the calling of ourselves to account for our reading, and the consideration of it in the light of wisdom and duty. The distinct consciousness of some object at present before us imparts a manifold greater interest to the contents of any volume. It imparts to the reader an appropriative power, a force of affinity, by which he insensibly and unconsciously attracts to himself all that has a near or even a remote relation to the end for which he reads. Anyone is conscious of this who reads a story with the purpose of repeating it to an absent friend, or an essay or a report with the design of using its facts or arguments in a debate, or a poem with the design of reviving its imagery and reciting its finest passages. Indeed, one never learns to read effectively until he learns to read in such a spirit, not always indeed for a definite end, yet always with a mind attent to appropriate and retain and turn to the uses of culture, if not to a more direct application. The private history of every self-educated man from Franklin onwards attests that they were all uniformly not only earnest but select in their reading, and that they selected their books with distinct reference to the purposes for which they used them. Indeed, the reason why self-trained men so often surpass men who are trained by others in the effectiveness and success of their reading is that they know for what they read and study, and have definite aims and wishes in all their dealings with books. The omnivorous and indiscriminate reader who is at the same time a listless and passive reader, however ardent is his curiosity, can never be a reader of the most effective sort. 4. Another good rule is suggested by the foregoing. Always have some solid reading in hand, i.e., some work or author which we carry forward from one day to another, or 1 hour of leisure to the next, with persistence till we have finished whatever we have undertaken. There are many great and successful readers who do not observe this rule, but it is a good rule notwithstanding. The writer once called upon one of the most extensive and persevering of modern travelers at an early hour of the day to attend him upon a walk to a distant village. It was after breakfast, and though he had but few minutes at command, he was sitting with book in hand, a book of history, which he was perusing day after day. He remarked, "This has been my habit for years in all my wanderings. It is the one habit which gives solidity to my intellectual activities and imparts tone to my life. It is only in this way that I can overcome and counteract the tendency to the dissipation of my powers and the distraction of my attention, as strange persons and strange scenes present themselves from day to day." To the rule already given, read with a definite aim, we could add the rule, make your aims to be definite, by continuously holding them rigidly to a single book at all times, except when relaxation requires you to cease to work and to live for amusement and play. Always have at least 1 iron in the fire, and kindle the fire at least once every day. 5. It is implied in the preceding that we should read upon definite subjects, and with a certain method and proportion in the choice of our books. If we have a single object to accomplish in our reading for the present, that object will of necessity direct the choice of what we read, and we shall arrange our reading with reference to this single end. This will be a nucleus around which our reading will, for the moment, naturally gather and arrange itself. If several subjects seem to us equally important and interesting, we should dispose of them in order, and give to each for the time our chief and perhaps our exclusive attention. That this is wise is so obvious as to not require illustration. One thing at a time is an accepted condition for all efficient activity, whether it is employed upon things or thoughts, upon men or books. If 5 or 10 separate topics have equal claim upon our interest and attention, we shall do to each the amplest justice if we make each in its turn the central subject of our reading. There is little danger of weariness or monotony from the workings of such a rule. Most single topics admit or require a considerable variety of books, each different from the other and each supplementing the other. Hence, it is one of the best of practices in prosecuting a course of reading to read every author who can cast any light upon the subject which we have in hand. For example, if we are reading the history of the Great Rebellion in England, we should read, if we can, not a single author only, as Clarendon, but a half dozen or a half score, each of whom writes from his own point of view, supplies what another omits, or corrects what he under or overstates. But besides the formal histories of the period, there are the various novels, the scenes and characters of which are placed in those times, such as Scott's Woodstock. There are also diaries, such as those by Evelyn, Pepys, and Burton, and there are memoirs, such as those of Colonel Hutchinson, while memoirs and diaries are imitated in scores of fictions. There are poems, such as those of Andrew Marvell, Milton, and Dryden. There are also shoals of political tracts and pamphlets, of handbills and caricatures. We name these various descriptions of works and classes of reading, not because we suppose all of them are accessible to those readers who live at a distance from large public libraries, or because we would advise everyone who may have access to such libraries to read all these books and classes of books as a matter of course, but because we would illustrate how great is the variety of books and reading matter that are grouped around a single topic and are embraced within a single period. Every person must judge for himself how long a time he can bestow upon any single subject, or how many and various are the books in respect to it, which it is wise to read. But of this everyone may be assured, that it is far easier, far more agreeable, and far more economical of time and energy to concentrate the attention upon a single subject at a time than to extend it to half a score, and that 6 books read in succession or together upon a single topic are far more interesting and profitable than twice as many which treat of topics remotely related. A lady well known to the writer, of the least possible scholarly pretensions or literary notoriety, spent 15 months of leisure, snatched by fragments from onerous family cares and brilliant social engagements, in reading the history of Greece as written by a great variety of authors, and as illustrated by many accessories of literature and art. Nor should it be argued that such rules as these, or the habits which they enjoin, are suitable for scholars only, or for people who have much leisure for reading. It should rather be urged that those who can read the fewest books and who have at command the scantiest time should aim to read with the greatest concentration and method, should occupy all of their divided energy with single centers of interest, and husband the few hours which they can command in reading whatever converges to a definite because, to a single impression. 6. Special efforts should be made to retain what is gathered from reading, if any such efforts are required. Some persons read with an interest so wakeful and responsive, and an attention so fixed and energetic as to need no appliances and no efforts in order to retain what they read. They look upon a page, and it is imprinted upon the memory. They follow the thoughts and trace the words and understand the sentences of their author, and these remain with them as permanent possessions. Images, descriptions, eloquent passages, well-sounding and rhythmic lines in poetry or prose can all be spontaneously and accurately reproduced. Or if words and illustrations are forgotten and lost, principles, truths, and impressions will remain and cannot be effaced. Every book which such persons read enters into the structure of their being. It is taken up and assimilated into the very substance of their living selves. Every paragraph in a newspaper, with every fact which it records or truth which it illustrates, is turned to some permanent account and remains as a lasting acquisition. But there are others who read only to lose and to forget. Facts and truths, words and thoughts are alike evanescent. We shall not attempt to explain here the nature of these differences. We are concerned only to devise the remedy. We insist that those who labor under these difficulties should use special appliances to avoid or overcome them. But that upon which we insist most of all is that what we read we should seek to make our own, only in the manner and after the measure of which we are capable. Each reader should follow the natural bent and aptitudes of his own individual nature. If we have not a good verbal memory, it is almost in vain that we seek to remember choice phrases and sentences, happy turns of expression, admirable bits of eloquent speech, or striking stanzas and lines of inspiring or moving poetry. We may read them again and again. We may admire them with increasing fervor. We may return to them with an ever-augmented interest, but we shall make little progress in remembering them so as to be able to recite them. If we have a feeble capacity for the retention of dates and facts as such, unless they interest our feelings or illustrate principles, the utmost painstaking will do little to help us retain facts when isolated or uninteresting, or numbers when they signify nothing but so many figures. We do not advise a man laboring under these inaptitudes to fight against nature, or to fall into a querulous, discouraged, or fretful quarrel with himself, because, as he says, he cannot remember what he reads. Nor when we enjoin upon him to use special efforts to remember, do we intend that he shall be more interested in his efforts to remember than he is interested in what he is to remember. We advise just the opposite, but we contend that when a man reads, he should put himself into the most intimate intercourse with his author, so that all his energies of apprehension, judgment, and feeling may be occupied with and aroused by what his author furnishes, whatever it may be. If repetition or review will aid him in this, as it often will, let him not disdain or neglect frequent reviews. If the use of the pen in brief or full notes, in catchwords or other symbols will aid him, let him not shrink from the drudgery of the pen and the commonplace book. If he is aided to discern and retain the logical connections of an argument or a discourse by drawing them out in a complete skeleton or analysis, let him prosecute the dissection without flinching. If a resurvey of the parts will give him a comprehensive view of the method of the whole, let him complete his analyses with the utmost care and arrange their products in a new and symmetrical order. But there is no charm or efficacy in such mechanism by itself. It is only valuable as a means to an end, and that end is to quicken the intellectual energies by arousing and holding the attention. It is by awakening and energizing the reason, by concentrating and arousing the feelings, that it can serve any very useful purpose. To remember what we read, we must make it our own. We must think with the author, rethinking his thoughts, following his facts, assenting to or rejecting his reasonings, and entering into the very spirit of his emotions and purposes. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by janicwedge. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Relations of the Reader to His Author. Chapter 5. The Relations of the Reader to His Author. The considerations presented already, as well as the fundamental conceptions of books and reading with which we set off in our search of rules and methods, enforce upon us the truth that effective reading depends most of all on the relations in which the reader finds himself, or into which he can bring himself with respect to his author. If these relations are those of incongruity or of repellency, they will be more or less fatal to all profitable reading. The fault may be in the reader, or the fault may be in the author, or it may lie partly with the one and partly with the other. But if the fault exists, it will go far to defeat the best results which might otherwise follow. Accordingly, your interest in and our attention to what we read, and therefore our success in reading, depend very largely on the authors whom we read. A book which is very suitable for one person may for this reason be entirely unfitted for another. The same book which is suitable at one time, or at a certain age, or with a certain degree of development or culture, may be entirely unsuitable to the same person in another mood, at another age, and after greater progress and culture. Thus, the consideration of the manner in which we should read, in a certain sense, depends upon what we read. The discussion of how we may read with effect depends largely upon what we read, and involves the consideration of the principles and rules by which we should select our authors. Upon this topic, we observe: 1. That in order to read with interest and attention, we should choose an author from whom we can gain something. We do not say from whom we can learn something, for we do not hold that it is the duty of all authors to teach something in the way of fact or argument in order to be useful or interesting. Many books serve to amuse and impress, as well as to inform and convince. Those authors are as useful who enforce and inspire as those who enlighten and instruct. The novel that leaves us with a glow of contentment and thankfulness, that inspires us with a warm resolve to struggle with an unequal lot, or to be contented and cheerful under adverse fortune, that confirms our faith in goodness and our trust in God, may be quite as useful as the treatise which enforces some new principle in finance, the history which clears up some disputed question of fact, or the argument which sets forever at rest some dispute upon a point of public policy, or even the sermon which proves or enforces some theological truth. A tale that fills an invalid with cheerful thoughts, or whiles away a weary hour with pleasant pictures, is as useful as the most formal demonstration of a questioned proposition. A poem that elevates the soul, excites the imagination, kindles the emotions, and rouses the aspirations, may be worth more to myriads of readers than scores of so-called books of fact and argument, or even of books of exhortation and edification. But with this enlarged conception of the kind and variety of profit which we may expect from an author, we are more completely justified in inquiring of every author who solicits our attention whether he has anything to give us. That is, whether we shall gain anything by reading his book. If he can neither teach us anything which we do not know, nor convince us of anything which we are in doubt, nor strengthen our faith in what we already receive, nor set old truths in new lights, nor warm our feelings into noble earnestness, nor entertain us with wholesome jokes, nor excite us to honest laughter, then he is not the man, and his is not the book for us. Whatever he and his book may be to others, they have no claims upon us, and we should be quite ready to show both the door. Stupid commonplace, pretentious twaddle, Weak sentimentalism, feeble reasoning, confused narrative, silly novels, ambitious poetry are not to be read except on compulsion, as in a desperately rainy day in a lonesome cabin when a last year's almanac or a thrice-conned newspaper have yielded up their last returns of nutriment and succulence. But in such a case, the storm must forbid a walk, and there should be not even an intelligent spaniel or a playful kitten to furnish society. A stupid or senseless book is thrice as stupefying as a stupid man. A vain, ignorant, and ambitious piece of writing has none of those redeeming features which a humane and charitable spirit will find in a vain, ignorant, and ambitious person. If, then, I am to read anything with interest, I must be introduced to an author who can do me some good. If his book can teach, or convince, or ennoble, or amuse me, then it may be reasonably expected that I should be aroused to an interested and wakeful attention. The conditio sine qua non of earnest interest in reading is to find something which is worth the reading. Said a youngster to a humorous old New England preacher, "I observe that your parishioners listen very attentively to your preaching. I uniformly aim to give them something which is worth attending to," was the curt reply. "The man whom I like to converse with above all others," said Daniel Webster, "is the man who can teach me something." If every reader would estimate, select, and use his books by this rule, there would be far less listless, lazy, and profitless reading than there is. What would befall large portions of many of our newspapers, and what use could possibly be applied to much of the time which many of their readers dawdle away over them, it is no concern of ours to determine. 2. It follows that we should read with a certain degree of deference and docility to our author. If we do an author the honor to confer with him through his book for the supposed pleasure or advantage which his society will afford us, we ought to observe toward him the courtesies of polite intercourse. By the act of reading him, we profess a respect for the thoughts and feelings which he expresses through the printed page, and we ought to maintain toward him that attitude of deference and courtesy which consistency requires. If we do not weigh his arguments with candor and accept his facts with confidence, if we do not yield our feelings to his control by that pliant sympathy which is requisite for the enjoyment of his enthusiasm, his wit, or his eloquence, if instead of this deferential temper we are captious, critical, and hard to be convinced or moved, we had better dismiss the author from our presence by closing his book. It is far more civil to our author and more profitable to ourselves to dispose of him with a courteous bow than it is to detain him with a discontented air and a captious temper. It were better to be content with our own thinking than to treat the thoughts of another so unjustly and ill-naturedly. We had better even act after the rule quoted by Charles Lamb: to mind the inside of a book is to entertain oneself with the forced product of another man's brain. Now, I think a man of quality and breeding may be much amused with the natural sprouts of his own. As a general rule, we had better not read an author from whom we cannot derive some important benefit, and with whom we cannot sympathize, at least in some particulars. There may be special reasons for breaking this rule. Those who read for investigation, for criticism, or for refutation are often obliged to deviate from it. But such exceptions justify and enforce the rule. In a general way, for all those who read chiefly to enrich their minds, to confirm their faith, to enlarge their knowledge, and to elevate and kindle their aspirations. Mrs. Browning has said, and doubtless from her own experience, we get no good by being ungracious even to a book, and calculating profits, so much help by so much reading. It is rather when we gloriously forget ourselves and plunge soul forward headlong into a book's profound, impassioned for its beauty and salt of earth. 'Tis then we get the right good from a book. Number 3, we add another rule to correct any excess or abuse in the application of the foregoing, viz., we should read with an independent judgment and a critical spirit. It does not follow, because we should treat an author with confidence and respect, that we are to accept all his opinions and may not revise his conclusions and arguments by our own. Indeed, we shall best evince our respect for his thoughts by subjecting them to our own revision. But it by no means follows, because we rejudge his argument and opinions, that we are not instructed by both. Milton, in the Paradise Regained, in connection with some important truth, puts a singular argument into the mouth of the great teacher, who reads incessantly, and to his reading brings not a spirit and judgment equal or superior, and what he brings, what need he elsewhere seek? Uncertain and unsettled still remains, deep versed in books and shallow in himself. The parenthetical line would imply that the capacity to judge and revise the opinions of an author renders a man independent of aid and incapable of instruction from and of his fellow men. To a similar effect, a saying of Charles Butler is quoted by one of Milton's editors, viz., no man is the wiser for his books until he is above them. If this were true, the wisdom of another could not become our own except by the suspension or displacement of our individual activity of thought. Instruction by books would be an assertion of simple dogmatism, and confidence and docility would only be other names for subservience and credulity. Still, whatever is our deference for an author, we cannot exalt his intellect into the place of our own. We cannot receive his facts without evidence, nor his arguments except so far as they produce conviction. Nor should we profess to admire his eloquence, to love his poetry, or be delighted with his novels, because he is reputed to be a great genius or a splendid writer. Here we observe that. Number 4, favorite authors often exert an excessive and occasionally a blinding and stupefying influence over their admirers. We speak of such in connection with the duty of reserving to ourselves the rights of independent judgment and criticism, because it is rare that one human being ever gains a more complete possession of another than does a favorite author over his devoted readers. The most confiding friend and enraptured lover are rarely more completely taken captive in thought and feeling than are the readers of some fascinating writer, who is for the time being in the ascendant, whether over a small coterie of select worshippers or a whole generation which he sways by his genius. A special chapter might be written on the favorite authors of the present century, the secret of their influence, the explanation of their power, its rise, culmination, and its sudden or gradual decline. The names of Scott, Southey, Byron, Coleridge, Wordsworth, Moore, Byron, Bulwer Lytton, Carlyle, James, Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, Mrs. Browning, Tennyson, and many others in England, and of Irving, Longfellow, Mrs. Stowe, Beecher, Hawthorne, Emerson, Lowell, etc., in this country, will occur to most persons as examples of writers who have more or less extensively exerted this peculiar influence. When it is salutary and elevating, it cannot be estimated too highly as an influence for good. When it is equivocal or positively evil, its disastrous power cannot be too greatly deplored. Of both we shall have abundant occasion to adduce illustrations as we proceed. We hasten to observe, number 5, that it is a good rule to read those authors whom we are competent both to understand and appreciate. This seems so true and obvious as to be a truism and a commonplace. If a man is to sympathize with his author, much more if he is to criticize and judge him, he must certainly be able to understand his meaning. His thoughts and feelings, if they do not produce answering thoughts and feelings, are naught to the reader. A complete and familiar mastery of both are necessary to instruction and pleasure in the recipient. We do not say an easy mastery, nor a mastery which does not cost at times severe and patient labor, for he who has never struggled to comprehend a profound and subtle author has never had experience of the manliest of activities. But we do say that the struggle should be successful, or it should be sooner or later abandoned. There is not a more silly spectacle often exhibited than that of an untrained or an uninstructed person professing to follow and enjoy a writer to whom he is unequal, looking wise over his philosophy, interested in his narrative, or enraptured by his eloquence and poetry, when they are all Greek or Chinese to him. The silliness is especially conspicuous if the author is at once popular, conceited, and arrogant. If he understands and practices the arts of intellectual trickery and delights to set people agape with wonderment by sundry small artifices of high-sounding phraseology, far-fetched allusions, or any of the manifold impositions of wordplay and imagery, or the more offensive attractions which are found in cool irreverence and audacious nonchalance with respect to the prevailing religion of the country in which he lives. The more real genius he has, the more provoking is the effrontery of the author who believes in and practices any kind of philosophical or poetical trickery, and so much the more conspicuous becomes the ridiculous plight into which his credulous but ignorant admirers bring themselves by trying to persuade themselves that they understand a writer who may not completely understand himself. A reader should never be afraid to confess that he does not understand or enjoy an author. He ought indeed at times to say this with humility and to feel that he thereby makes a confession of some kind of incapacity, but he ought to have the manliness to say it notwithstanding, if the truth requires it. It is a fundamental condition of all profitable study and thought that a man should know his ignorance and frankly confess it to himself. If a reader does not appreciate a popular writer, the fault may not be his own. It may perchance be in the author, but it can never be settled with whom it lies unless the reader has the honesty to confess to himself his incapacity to understand or enjoy his writer. This bravery of an honest confession of one's incompetence to understand some things that are written would be of especial service nowadays when so much brilliant guesswork and imposing dogmatism is put forth in the guise of all manner of philosophies, as the philosophy of religion, of worship, of art, of literature, of reform, of education, of voting, of finance, of women's rights, and of man's duties, etc., etc. The fable of Aristophanes concerning Socrates is literally fulfilled in our time, except that we have at least a score of sages of different schools hanging side by side, each in his own basket, soaring and sinking between the heavens and the earth, swaying to and fro in peril of a sudden tilt from a capricious gust, each not rarely obscured by investing clouds, which betoken inspiration and add to the authority of the prophet, especially when gilded by the sunlight of his genius. Beneath each basket stands a coterie of credulous listeners, each affecting to believe what they do not understand, or to understand what they ought not to believe, all charmed, rapt, persuaded, and convinced at least of two things, of their own and their teacher's superiority, and all alike ready to reply to the question, "Are you sure that you understand all the oracular sayings of your prophet? Would I had the presumption?" The greater is the pity that many of them do not have the presumption to demand that their favorite teacher should write so that they can understand him, and that much which they cannot but understand, they do not reject with frank and outspoken aversion. This duty of reading authors whom we can understand suggests another rule, viz. Number 6. We should be contented to read that which is suitable to our present development of thought and feeling, or in plainer language, to our age and progress. Everything is appropriate and beautiful in its season. Eat strawberries in May or June, and wait for peaches and grapes till the autumn. Let not the miss, just entering upon her teens, expect to appreciate the poetry or philosophy which her brother of 22 is but just beginning to comprehend and enjoy. Above all, do not meddle with philosophy of any sort, whether it comes in the form of history or fiction or grave discussion, until you can grapple with its problems and follow its subtle abstractions. Let your reading in every department follow somewhat the order of nature and of psychical growth, and the growth will be all the more rapid and easy. The transitions from that which is adapted to earlier and later youth and to dawning and developed manhood will be easily and gracefully accomplished, and both intellect and feeling will find in the abundant variety of literary productions suitable and satisfying nutriment for their newly developed wants and tastes. Important aid in the selection of the right books, according to this rule, may be derived from advisors who know us well, but the rule furnishes in itself the means for its own enforcement, if we considerately apply it. As a general truth, fact should come before philosophy, narrative before reflection, objective description before subjective meditation, poetry that is graphic, outward, and picturesque before that which is meditative, learned, and introverted, and history that paints and describes before that which generalizes and interprets. We have already intimated that we do not mean to say by either or both of these rules that we should never read a book which is difficult to follow or comprehend, and which, it may be, costs a severe effort to master. Books of this class are sometimes the most useful of all to read. The person, particularly the student, who has never wrestled manfully and perseveringly with a difficult book, will be good for little in this world of wrestling and strife. The style of a writer should often determine whether we read or neglect him. But when you are convinced that a book is above your attainments, capacity, or age, it is of little use for you, and it is wiser to leave it alone. It is both vexing and unprofitable to stand upon one's toes and strain one's self for hours in efforts to reach the fruit which you are not tall enough to gather. It is better to leave it till it can be reached more easily. When the grapes are both ripe and within easy reach for you, it is safe to conclude that they are not sour. Number 7. But what is style, and how shall we judge whether it is good or bad? That depends upon our taste. That is, whatever it is healthy or vitiated, whether it is uncultured or rightly trained. Savages and semi-barbarians are fond of stimulating and strongly contrasted colors, of violent and spasmodic gesticulations, of shrieking and dissonant sounds, of noisy and discordant music. So in literature, there are semi-barbarians who delight in the glaring and the grotesque, the extravagant and the spasmodic, the vulgar and sensational in diction and imagery. In the judgment of such, these books, journals, and newspapers only are up to the times and produced by live men, which are distinguished by characteristics that belong to the barbaric age. That writer is trenchant and brilliant, who is ill-mannered, coarse, personal, and vituperative. That orator is magnificently eloquent, who ranges through the classical dictionary for historic parallels to common men and common occasions, and always rides on the topmost wave of his tumid diction. Flippancy and audacity are taken for genius and power. and a perpetual straining after tawdry ornaments and effective diction, such as remind one of war paint and tattooing, is deemed the certain indication of intellectual power. People of more refined habits and a more perfectly developed civilization require a somewhat different style in the writers whom they delight to read, as strength without roughness, elegance without affectation, ease without weakness, copiousness without verbosity, and courtesy without loss of dignity. We judge of style somewhat as we do of manners. Whatever in expression facilitates the easy apprehension and the pleasant reception of the thoughts and sentiments, whatever fits both like a glove and seems to have been their natural growth, whatever in form is the unstudied product of an earnest and refined nature, is in general good in style. On the other hand, whatever is awkward, indirect, involved, and difficult to follow, whatever is factitious and affected, whatever is overloaded with obtrusive and gaudy decorations, above all, whatever is swelling, declamatory, and overstrained in its illustration and diction, is bad in style. We may read an author whose style is defective or bad for the worth of his matter, but a bad style ought never to please or attract us, and other things being equal, we cannot but prefer the well-written to the badly written book. Style, indeed, is not to be judged of as a thing of the supremest consequence, but as chiefly valuable as it renders easy and agreeable the communication of thought and feeling. The more sash, the less light, was a pithy saying in respect of diction, often uttered by a writer who illustrated the rule by his own example. It is slightly too pointed to be altogether true. A window may serve other ends than to let in the white light of winter or the dazzling glare of summer, and style may be allowed to color and warm intellectual clearness with the hues that express emotion, and to set off these hues by varying contrasts of beauty and shading. But when style is characterized by mere pomp and glitter, by artificial nicety or studied effect, it deserves the contempt of every person of sense, as truly when seen in a book as when displayed by man. But as in conversing with men we are naturally pleased with an easy flow of language from the lips, so it is with language when it is written. There is a natural grace and order and beauty which lend a charm that cannot be described. There is a power in expression by which a word as used by one man will produce a stronger impression than a page composed by another. By one writer, thought is thrust forth as dry as a withered branch. By another, through apt illustration, it is made fresh and blooming, like an orange bough just broken from the tree, in which bud, blossom, and fruit mingle their fragrance and beauty. From one man, truth falls as if wrung from unwilling lips. From another, it leaps into form and action with a resistless energy, warm and living, startling and overpowering. It is of vital importance to our success and pleasure in reading that the books which we read should be well written. It is also a prime necessity that our ideal of what good writing is should be just and elevated. Next to bad morals in writing should be ranked bad manners in diction, or in an infelicitous style. Awkwardness may be excused and even be accepted as an excellence when it betokens sincerity and directness of aim. But vulgarity, affectation, vituperation, and bullying, as well as great swelling words of vanity and lofty airs of pompous declamation, whether of the Asiatic and Oriental, or the American and Occidental type, whether heard in the harangue from the hustings, in the sermon from the pulpit, or in the speech to the universe in the legislature, whether written in the newspaper or the essay, are more nearly akin to moral defects than is usually believed or noticed. Indeed, they rarely fail to indicate them. Vague declamation is a kind of conscious falsehood. Empty rhetoric is a certain sign, as well as an efficient promoter of insincerity and hollowness, of sham and pretense in the character. The fearful slaughter of honest English that is committed so freely by sensation preachers and traveling politicians under the name of eloquence, and the more fearful deprivation of popular taste and public honesty that follows the admiration of such tricks of empty rhetoric and factitious declamation, call for prosecution by the grand inquest as dangerous nuisances to the public conscience, no less than as open offenses against rhetorical and grammatical propriety. Number 8. It is implied in these rules that no person should feel obliged to read everything that is published. Read everything that is published? Why should a man think of such a thing? It were as reasonable to feel obliged to talk with every man whom you meet, and to talk with him as long as he chooses to hold you by the button, and this whether he talks sense or nonsense, or whether what he says concerns you little or much or not at all. And yet there are men who aspire to read everything that is printed, men who, in order to keep abreast with the literature of the day, as they phrase it, labor hard at the service and groan inwardly, if not audibly, because the time fails them amidst the multitude of books which every week brings out. But the attempt and the desire seem to us very unreasonable, unless, indeed, all authors are equally able and honest. Choice as well as necessity should direct to the opposite. For who would listen to an organ grinder in the streets when he might hear from the noblest of instruments harmonies fit to be played in heaven? Or who would stop to listen to a violin scraper while on his way to a series of solos by Old Bull or Paganini? Or who would read a blundering, confused, or lying history when he might read one that is neat, orderly, and trustworthy? Or why read the one when you are satisfied from the other? Who would read a novel or a poem that depicts disgusting or degrading scenes, or paints virtuously but feebly, when he might read those that present worthy themes and treat of them well? Books are constantly issued concerning which it is an honor to a man to say that he has not read them. books which repel a right-minded man on the very slightest acquaintance, books of which such a man would say instinctively that he knows enough of them to wish to know nothing more. But these thoughts bring us to a graver aspect of books and reading, which we must reserve for another chapter. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Influence of Books and Reading on the Opinions and Principles. We have learned that the best books, certainly those which are the most interesting, are the books which most distinctly express some individuality in their authors. We have also learned that reading is ordinarily the most useful and invigorating, which brings us most closely and consciously into contact with the writers of marked and earnest personality. We cannot resist the inference that books and reading must exert a powerful influence upon the opinions and principles. This they do both directly and indirectly. Directly, when they address well or ill-reasoned arguments to the understanding. Indirectly, when their influence upon the principles is secondary and unnoticed. Hence, the rule, and it is a rule of the first importance, that in reading we should make ourselves distinctly aware of the principles of a writer, so far as he consciously or unconsciously expresses them in his writings, so that if need be, we may be on our guard against them. This rule is not so necessary in the case of books, which are avowedly written for the purposes of defending a system of opinion or establishing a political, scientific, or theological creed. In such cases, the doctrines may be true or they may be false. The opinions may be salutary or pernicious, but the positions are distinctly avowed, and the reasons for them are urged directly and confessedly for the purposes of conviction. There may be serious exposure in such cases, but the exposure is one of which we are distinctly aware, and in which to be forewarned is to be forearmed. In respect to those cases, we do not propose to write a homily on that most important and much abused direction, prove all things, hold fast that which is good, however useful and greatly needed such a homily might be. We shall not stay to defend the utmost courage and freedom in the formation of our opinions by the use of light and evidence, from whatever sources these may come, nor shall we enlarge upon the important consideration that many, not to say most, inquirers after truth may often learn from the antagonists than they can from the defenders of the opinions which they accept. Nor shall we contend that every student and reader should honestly estimate and interpret the force of the arguments of both sides of every question, as they are in fact regarded and held by defenders of each. Considerations like these scarcely need to be urged upon thoughtful and earnest readers. In these days of free discussion and large toleration, or as we might say, these days when among large classes of bookish and reading men, free discussion is but another name for universal doubt, or a free and easy vacillation of opinion, when free toleration is made both pretext and excuse for intellectual libertinism, when earnest and fixed convictions on many subjects are practically judged to be an affair of association or taste, when jesting and sneering literateurs so rarely think of asking what is truth, or if they ask, do not wait for an answer. Nor, on the other hand, do we care to insist on the dangers which lie in the opposite direction, from a premature agitation of opinions, before the mind is capable of thorough and dispassionate examination of the reasons for or against them, although no abuse of the rule to read both sides is serious in its consequences than that which is committed by persons yet untrained to discriminating analysis and comprehensive speculation. When they attempt to judge the arguments which they neither comprehend nor compare, or when they rush headlong into the study of controversies concerning opinions which they have good practical grounds of receiving, admonitions of this sort, however needful or pertinent they might be for the selection of books and direction of reading, would open too wide and indefinite a field of discourse. We limit ourselves to the unconscious or the designed propagation of the principles of an individual writer, in an incidental way, by means of writings that have no direct relation to the truth or falsehood of these principles, and which, as works of literature rather than argument, profess to stand apart from the field of discussion and of doctrine. In writings of this kind, no direct attack is made upon those truths which are held sacred by right-minded men. The convictions which men are usually taught to accept concerning self-restraint and self-denial, concerning the decent morals and the courteous manners, which are at once the bonds and ornaments of human life, are courteously recognized with outward homage. Conscience and duty, virtue and God, are named with respect, and the reader, it may be, is formally assured that no man holds them, when properly understood, in higher esteem than does the writer. And yet, in the tale or the history, the poem or the essay, such language is used, such insinuations are hinted, such associations are skillfully evoked, as to depress and chill the better aspirations and the nobler enthusiasms, and to leave the reader with a weakened faith in the nobleness of man and the goodness of God. Notable examples of influence of this kind are furnished in the celebrated histories of Gibbon and Hume. Gibbon has left behind him one of the most splendid monuments of human genius that modern literature can furnish. Inspired by the sublime and awful recollections that haunt the ruins of the Eternal City, he essayed to write the story of the decline and fall of that wondrous empire, of whose greatness that city in its ruins is at once the symbol and the sepulchre. This he accomplished with an industry that was equal to the Herculean labor involved in the collection of his materials, and with a genius that overmastered and molded his learning at his will. There are faults in Gibbon's style, and there may be defects in his narrative, but no man can deny the genius that could attempt so great a task and could execute it so well, and still less the value and splendor of the work which it has left as its memorial. But it happened that the decline and the fall of Rome was coincident with the rise and growth of another empire, mysterious in its beginnings and superhuman in its force, a kingdom which has survived the wrecks of many great empires, and can which be no better described in the words of the prophet as the stone which became a great mountain and filled the whole earth, as the kingdom which should break in pieces and consume all of these kingdoms, and shall stand forever. Had Gibbon's genius been enlightened by faith, so that he had been fired and elevated at the thought of the wondrous movements of this unseen empire, had he but conceived somewhat of the plan of God's providence in first subduing the world to sway of one's iron dominion, that he might provide and prepare a suitable arena upon which to introduce the human race, the most wonderful being that was ever born of that race, so that when this race was, as it were, taught to know one language and gathered into one grand amphitheater, it might hear God speak to man. He would have contemplated the growth and culmination of Rome under relations that were far higher and more elevating than any which he recognized. Had he also seen, however, to further the purposes connected with the progress of the new kingdom, it must first be incorporated with the old Roman dominion and even gain possession of the throne of the Caesars, so that when the empire should be broken into pieces, each shivered portion might become the nucleus of a new Christian state. Had he written Rome as thus falling, that a greater than Rome might rise. What a different book had Gibbon's history been if its plan and its principles, in its influence and its fame. Had Gibbon but seen, as it would require no stretch of honesty or candor for a philosopher to see, that everything good which comes to man and dwells among men must be alloyed by human imperfection, and that, therefore, it was not wonderful that Christian priests and Christian teachers in a barbarous age should show much of human passion, human infirmity, and had he, instead of exaggerating and coloring these inconsistencies, set forth the virtues that shone the brighter because encompassed by such darkness, how much nobler and truer an impression had he made. Had he demonstrated to himself and to others that the natural causes in the passions and prejudices of men, to which he ascribes the preservation and triumph of a system which was in deadly hostility with these agencies, did, in their presence and power, only serve to illustrate the overmastering force of that vital principle which could work them out, throw them off, or live on in spite of them, he would have done but justice to the truth as well as to the grandeur of his theme. But Gibbon did no such thing, but rather made the history of Rome, with all its splendor as a theme for a Christian historian, to be an occasion for the insinuation of debasing unbelief and the manifestation of workings of an impure imagination. Of the tens and thousands who have read this work as a history, and for history purposes, few have been able wholly to escape the indirect influences which pervade it in every part, as the seeds of death will shake themselves from the gorgeous rows of damask and gold that have been worn by one smitten of the plague. We do not wonder that the great and good Dr. Thomas Arnold was moved by the thought of this evil to undertake to write a history of Rome which should be animated by a different spirit. Hume had a theme only inferior to that of Gibbon, and that was the history of an empire which is more wonderful in many of its relations to the world than Rome ever was or could be, even in the pride of its power. The one empire was honored as the birthplace of Christianity, the other as the birthplace of that liberty which a developed and free Christianity could alone be the parent. For it was in the struggles between the crown and the people of England that the good old cause of human rights and of human freedom was in fact made the issue, and it was through many a hard-fought contest of debate and battlefield that liberty became triumphant and secured for herself a better abode and ampler room in her newfound home beyond the ocean. How did Hume write this history, so inspiring in its themes, so glorious in the heroic men and the splendid deeds of strife and suffering which emblazon its annals? What is the sympathy and what the spirit which he breathed into his record of these men and their deeds? With what judgments and principles does he impregnate every line of his narrative? What impressions does he leave upon the minds of his readers of that which is most valuable in political institutions and practical principles? What faith does he awaken in the noble and the heroic in character? What feelings does he excite in his readers towards the dead, whom they ought to revere, and the living who they emulate in their example? To these questions we are compelled to answer that he wrote with a continued sneer at the religious faith and fervor which fired the souls who resisted the throne on the one side, and with scarce spirit and soul enough to do justice to the chivalrous loyalty that lent its grace to the mistakes and wrongs of tyranny on the other. And the consequence was that he made out of the wondrous history of England a work fit only to be read by men who, having faith neither in God's truth nor in a man's nobleness, are prepared to be skeptics, self-seekers, and slaves. And yet, so easily is his narrative, so plausible are his representations, and so specious are his arguments, that thousands of readers have confided themselves to his direction, without suspecting that the author was chilling their enthusiasm for private and public virtue, or weakening their faith in self-forgetting devotion to the freedom and to God. The two well-known histories of the United States, by Bancroft and Hildreth, are pervaded by the political and practical philosophy of their respective authors. Their views of life, their estimates of character, as well as the conditions of greatness in the individual and the state, are, in some respects, strikingly contrasted, and yet for different reasons the peculiar principles of each are open to exception. No man can study either of their histories without being either consciously aware of their principles as to accept or reject them, or without being unconsciously moved to admiring sympathy, to the unexplained antipathy, or to decided aversion. The sanguine and naïf democracy of Bancroft sometimes becomes so emphatic and extreme as to remind us of the wretched rant which in the reign of terror thundered from the tribune daily assemblies of the convention, and shrieked by night in the frenzied gatherings of the Hall of Jacobins. His careful and exhaustive research, his painstaking comprehensiveness, are insufficient offset as the superficial philosophy that sometimes reminds us equally of the pedant and the demagogue. The painstaking accuracy and the judicial severity of Hildreth do not atone for his sardony bitterness, his cynic misanthropy, and his inveterate dislikes, least of all for the chilling licet of nil admirari, with which he weakens our faith in and respect for self-sacrifice and self-denial. The organs of great parties and interests, whether political or religious, do not merely defend by open and legitimate methods the distinctive principles which they are set to represent, but their judgments of men and of books, of literature and of philosophy, of tendencies and events, in a word, their blame and their praise, are determined more or less completely by the political and religious opinions of their party and school. This influence is pervasive like the atmosphere, and it constitutes what is called the tone and spirit of the journal, of the presence and character of which the constant and occasional reader is not always so distinctly aware, as he must inevitably be more or less affected by it. We cite examples: Blackwood's Magazine and the Westminster Review. In the conduct of the first, when at the height of its power, were employed genius and the most splendid and various, as well as classical and historical learning, both brilliant and profound. In the same number, and in the same paper, fun and frolic, carried to the extreme of bacchanalian revelry, mingle with the sacred eloquence and poetry, and each of these encourages elements is represented in an unrivaled freshness and force. This magazine has been devoted from the first to the interests of the Tory party in Great Britain, and the influence of its wit, humor, of its poetry and philosophy, of its science and theology, has been to strengthen this interest in church and state. Many enthusiastic American youth has read it with admiration for years, and as a result found himself, without knowing why or how, the bond slave or devotee to all its peculiar prejudices, has been made an English Tory on American soil, with all the comfortable self-complacence and the real awkwardness of such a position. The Westminster Review has stood at the other extreme. It has been critical and learned, acute and fearless, sharp and outspoken. The authority of tradition, the prestige of rank, the prerogative of office, the associations of the past, the pretension of the schools, have not deterred it from bold attacks on everything that is venerable and sacred in church and state. Its principles stand out too distinctly to fail to be observed. No reader of this review can fail to know what its principles are. We fear, however, that many who dislike and reject its doctrines are influenced by its spirit and philosophy more than they are aware or would be willing to acknowledge. Thomas Carlyle never fails to impregnate whatever he writes with a large infusion of his opinions as the prophet of discontent and antagonism towards whatever the age which he despises sees fit to honor. The sphere in which he rules is that of the everlasting no. His protest is a perpetual veto that never fails to utter this protest with brilliancy and power. The multitude of his bewildered admirers testify with unwavering enthusiasm. Not a few of his admirers are affected by his supercilious misanthropy, and his cynical discontent is confessed by all but themselves. Among American writers, the keen-minded Holmes, the wide-minded Emerson, the subtle-minded Hawthorne, the cynical-minded Thoreau, in whatever they write, proclaim each an evangel, though it must be confessed that this evangel varies somewhat from which has usually been received as the Christian gospel. It ought to be no matter of wonder that a book should be thus pervaded by principles and even prejudices of its author. Every book comes from the mind of a man, and if he writes earnestly, as he must if he writes with effect, he will write as he thinks and feels, and even when he does not intend it, and his mind is intent on something besides, his thoughts and feelings cannot but make themselves manifest. We do not advise that a man should never read books that imply principles which he thinks to be false or dangerous. We only say that he should be aware of the fact that they are thus diffused, that they give character and tone to large classes of books, and, most important of all, that they have no greater authority when insinuated by means of a book, whether it be history or tale, poem or book of travel, than when they are openly or insidiously uttered by the lips of a living man. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The moral influence of books and reading. The reading of fiction. We are brought insensibly to a subject still more serious. The moral influence of books and reading. What is the question that presents itself? It cannot be whether books should be read of which the moral influence is evil. No man who seriously believes in right and wrong can give but one answer to this question. But the question is, what books are such? How can they be distinguished, described, and classified? How can I be certain that a book which will be hurtful to another will be injurious to myself? As a general answer to these inquiries, we can give no better rule than the following by Robert Southey. Would you know whether the tendency of a book is good or evil? Examine in what state of mind you lay it down. Has it induced you to suspect that that which you have been accustomed to think unlawful may, after all, be innocent, and that that may be harmless which you hitherto had been taught to think dangerous? Has it tended to make you dissatisfied and impatient under the control of others, and disposed you to relax in that self-government without which both the laws of God and man tell us there can be no virtue and consequently no happiness? Has it attempted to abate your admiration and reverence for what is great and good, and to diminish in you the love of your country and your fellow creatures? Has it addressed itself to your pride, your vanity, your selfishness, or any other of your evil propensities? Has it defiled the imagination with what is loathsome, and shocked the heart with what is monstrous? Has it disturbed the sense of right and wrong which the Creator has implanted in the human soul? If so, if you are conscious of all or of any of these effects, or if, having escaped from all, you have felt that such were the effects it was intended to produce, throw the book into the fire, young man, though it should have been the gift of a friend. Young lady, away with the whole set, though it should be the prominent furniture of a rosewood bookcase. The Doctor. These rules are uncompromising in their severity and strictness, but tolerant in their respect for individual freedom and discretion. They yield nothing to appetite and passion, however insidiously these may be addressed, or however tempting may be the allurements with which genius masks the temptations or palliates the consent to evil. They allow neither paltering nor parley with that which would mislead or offend. They stimulate the moral energies like a fresh and invigorating breeze, but they allow everyone to judge for himself what may expose him to harm, and permit no one besides to judge for him or to rejudge his judgments. No larger liberty for the individual can be conceived of than that which these rules allowed. With such rules, or rules so phrased, a very large class of critics are not at all content. They would be more definite. They must name not only the books, but the classes of books which are always and only evil. Some denounce all light literature, so called, with a condemnation that is by no means light in the matter or the manner. Others reject everything that is fictitious, with a saving clause that saves little or nothing that is worth preserving. Poetry, novels, and the written drama, and whatever addresses the imagination, are labeled by such mentors as suspected or infected goods. There is nothing which gives greater pleasure to the friends of that literature, which is really demoralizing, than such wholesale and indiscriminate attacks upon works of the imagination, especially if they are made from the pulpit, or in the name of religion. Such persons know that as they are uttered they are not true, and cannot be successfully defended. They know, moreover, that the rejection of what is false and excessive in them will destroy the good influence of what is true, that those who make these attacks will be excluded from the field of literature in dishonor, and leave it free for their own exclusive occupation. The false issue made in the attack gives the amplest opportunity for a false issue in the defense. This issue they thus present. They do not defend the perversion of the imagination, not they, but only its innocent and healthy use, and thus, under the name of the liberty of nature, they secure the sphere and influence of literature to the service of licentiousness. The motto prefixed to one of the most shameless poems of the present century shows conclusively how an unfair attack suggests and justifies a skilful but unfair retort and defense. Dost think because thou art virtuous that there shall be no more cakes and ale? Yes, and ginger shall be hot in the mouth. After this defense of harmless cakes and ale, spiced a little, but with nothing hotter than ginger, what does the writer do but under this label send out to the world a poisonous and disgusting mixture of arsenic and asafoetida, in a poem, parts of which are fit only to be read or heard in a brothel? This being but too just an account of the manner in which the question in respect to the moral influence of fictitious and imaginative literature is argued on both sides, it seems desirable that one or two suggestions should be offered towards its right determination. We assert then, first of all, that a book is not of necessity demoralizing because it is fictitious or imaginative. The imagination is an endowment from God, and as such is not to be dishonored or depreciated by the sneering or ignorant contempt of man. It is also one of the noblest human powers, the power which, in some of its aspects, is nearest to the divine, and as such is capable of the most exalted uses, and of an influence for good which cannot be computed. Of its products in literature, Lord Bacon says, "The use of this feigned history has been to give some shadow of satisfaction to the mind of man in those points, wherein the nature of things doth deny it, the world being in proportion inferior to the soul. Therefore, because the acts or events of true history have not that magnitude which satisfieth the mind of man, poesy feigneth acts and events greater and more heroical, because true history propoundeth the successes and issues of actions not so agreeable to the merits of virtue and vice. Therefore poesy feigns them more just in retribution, and more according to revealed providence, because true history representeth actions and events more ordinary and less interchanged. Therefore poesy endureth them with more rareness, and more unexpected and alternate variation. So it appeareth that poesy serveth and conferreth to magnanimity, morality, and delectation, and, therefore, it was ever thought to bear some participation of divineness, because it doth raise and erect the mind, by submitting the shows of things to the desires of the mind, whereas reason doth buckle and bow the mind unto the nature of things. On the Advancement of Learning. If Lord Bacon is right, then there is nothing in the nature of a work as fictitious which makes it either immoral or of immoral tendency. It is no argument against a book to say that it is a novel or poem, nor does the fact that it is a novel or poem show that it is less favorable to morality or even to religion than to say that it is a collection of homilies or sermons. All appeals and indiscriminate assertions that are directed against the reading of novels or poetry as such are like the guns of Trumbull's McFingal, which, well aimed at duck and plover, bear wide and kick their owners over. More than this is true. Not only is it clear that fiction and poetry may exert a good influence, but it is equally obvious that they do, in fact, exert an influence that is both healthful and elevating. Next to falling in love with one who is worthy of the first and best affections of the lover, should be ranked in its influence for good the reading of the first really good novel or poem which takes a strong and permanent hold of the heart and character. There is a charm investing this ideal world for the first time unveiled to the view, and a superhuman elevation in the beings who live and move in it. A purity in their loves, a dignity in their acts, and a weight and sacredness in their words, which hold the young reader as by a spell, and lead him a delighted captive. With what joy does the delighted pupil of romance tread the common earth, now glorified for the first time to his anointed eyes, or look out upon the transfigured sky now that heaven is seen to glow beyond it. With what delight does he greet the face of man and woman when he learns that they are capable of poetic idealization? What new views does he take of life? As soon as he awakes to the discovery that its common prose can be turned into romance and poetry. It is not merely true that as young people will fall in love, so they will read poetry and novels, but we add, as it is well that they fall in love, if they love aright, so it is well that they may read works of imagination, if they read them aright. Of many a young man has it been true that the sentiments of his favorite poet, or of some ideal character in his favorite novel, have exerted a healthful and elevating influence over his whole being, have been made the standard of his own efforts, and have breathed the breath of life into his feeble aspirations. Were a wise man to have the complete control over the mind and heart of a young person of either sex, and to seek to form him or her after the ideal of a generous, affectionate, and heroic character which would be ready to labor, to suffer, and if need be, to die for man or for God, he would freely avail himself, at proper intervals and in a due proportion, of the writings of men of imaginative genius. He would teach his pupil not only to love and admire them, but to study them thoroughly, to enter fully into their spirit, that he might cherish purer thoughts, more disinterested affections, and better ideals than the actual contact with life can possibly furnish. The private history of the training of many of the noblest men and women whom the earth has ever seen would amply justify the wisdom of this theory of moral culture. If we reflect upon the actual influence for good which proceeds from writers of this class, the argument gathers an uncomputated and a resistless force. We speak of good in the large and liberal sense of the word, not merely as it is obvious in writers who have consecrated their genius directly to the service of devotion, as Watts, Cooper, Young, and Milton in large measure, but of the good which has come from Shakespeare, Scott, Burns, and many others, by the introduction to the world of thought and feeling, of ideals that are pure and elevating, when glowing with those golden hues with which genius transfigures the lowliest thing which she touches with her finger. What another place has this prosaic world become to every reader of the English language, since Milton, Shakespeare, Burns, and Scott have perpetuated in that language the visions which once met their imaginations? With what another atmosphere of thought and feeling is the intellect and heart of every reader elevated, invigorated, and refreshed! The characters and scenes described and depicted by each have become to us as real and as permanent as are the sun and the stars, or the faces of our familiar friends. We never behold them, but they quicken our thoughts and give new life to our feelings. They are a part, and not the least important, of the actual world, ever exerting upon our characters and lives a powerful and constant influence. Each new mind upon which open these wondrous pages gratefully owns their power, their ideal but still intensely real scenes and characters, henceforward control and possess his world of thought and feeling, and still they live on and will act on other generations with unexhausted energy. To these creations might be applied with eminent significance the remark of the old monk to Wilkie concerning Titian's Last Supper. "I have sat daily in sight of that picture for now nearly 60 years. During that time my companions have dropped off, one after another, all who were my seniors, all who were my contemporaries, and many or most of those who were younger than myself. More than one generation has passed away, and there the figures on the picture have remained unchanged. I look at them till I sometimes think that they are the realities, and we but shadows." In Milton, the paradise which was lost always blooms in virgin freshness. Satan, Moloch, and Belial are ever holding their perpetual council and uttering words of specious cunning or of inextinguishable hate. The mother of our race is always mourning the loss of her sinless home, or, with heartbroken grief, charges upon herself the guilt of the first transgression. In the Paradise Regained, the ancient world is still mapped out before the eye, which here beholds, where on the Aegean shore a city stands, built nobly, pure the air, and light the soil. Athens, the eye of Greece, mother of arts and eloquence. And there is described imperial Rome, along whose famous roads and through whose opened gates are ever trooping her legions and tributaries, to and from the limits of her world-wide empire. Comus, with his bacchanalian crew, still tempts with artful cunning, and is still repelled by the pure-hearted lady who, strong in virtue, waits a certain rescue. The genius of mirth is always tripping by upon the light, fantastic toe, while her graver sister is ever moving forward with downcast eye and measured tread. In Shakespeare, Hamlet is always the same, with senses half paralyzed at the wrong he has suffered, and with mind perplexed that the times should be so out of joint, and he be called to set them right. The gentle Ophelia is always wailing. The wronged Desdemona is ever sobbing out the disappointment of her crushed and broken heart. The injured but uncomplaining Cordelia wonders at, but does not reproach her cruel sisters, and comforts as best she can the distracted father whom their cruelty would murder. Lady Macbeth stands in guilty horror, pointing to the damned spot, which will not out at her bidding. And ever as we gaze upon these forms, or hear the words of these creatures of the imagination, our flesh creeps with horror, our hearts are elated with joy, burn with indignation, or relax into weeping grief. What a world of living beings has Scott created! What personages has he called into life! What conversations do we hear from their lips! What stirring events are still wrought by their agency! Nay, more, he has carried these all into the real world, and given them a perpetual habitation there. Old castles and moors, and mountain tops, and battlefields, each have received from him the new inhabitants evoked by his genius, so that when the traveller visits them, it is not alone the ruined wall, nor the bare mountain, nor the unruffled lake that he sees, but here the royal retinue seems to group itself around the Maiden Queen. Within the ruined castle of Kenilworth, there Roderick's clan springs up, one by one, each from behind a concealing rock, and there the Lady Ellen pushes out her light canoe. How has Burns, by his wondrous touch, turned the house of every Scottish peasant into an abode of content, and love, and piety, and every simple Scottish lass into a fairy being, and, as a reward for the glory which he gave to his beloved Scotia, has made for his poems in the actual homes of Scotland a place next to the Bible, and a warm and thrilling remembrance in every living Scotchman's heart. To hold intercourse with such creations, if the scenes be innocent and the transcripts are made from no vicious and degrading realities, cannot be unfavorable to pure and elevated moral feeling, even if there be no moral to the tale or poem, and no religious enforcement of its lessons. It is, at least, an invigorating use of the powers to occupy them with such creations of the lofty or humorous imagination. We are prepared to assert that not only is the so-called imaginative literature useful in its influence, but that all literature whatever finds its principal power to elevate, in the culture and stimulus which it furnishes to the imagination, that literature as such is distinguished from that use of letters which adds to scientific knowledge or aims at conviction, i.e., literature, in the most of its forms, is chiefly valuable for what it does for the imagination by enlarging its range, elevating its ideals, stimulating its aims, and purifying and ennobling its associations. To decry the imaginative faculty and its products is to decry all literary culture, if not to abrogate culture of every kind. Let all this be granted, says the objector or inquirer, but what if the scenes are vicious, the sentiments false, and the passions are sensual, malignant, and degrading? The answers to these and kindred questions must be reserved for further discussion. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Chapter 8, Imaginative Literature, Its Representations of Moral Evil. In our last, we had reached the moral influence of books and reading, and in discussing this, were brought to the questions so often mooted of the moral influence of the so-called works of the imagination. We attempted the defense of such works in the general, by citing examples from writers to whom all men pay a willing homage. Our discussion was arrested by the half-inquiry, half-objection. What if the scenes are vicious, the sentiments are false, and the passions are sensual, malignant, or degrading? Can it be morally healthful that one should be conversant with such pictures, thoughts, and feelings, especially if armed with double energy, and clothed with dangerous fascinations by the power of genius? Would you have your son or your daughter excited by the scenes, infatuated by the characters, or tempted by the words of Byron, Moore, Bulwer, Goethe, or even of many that they find in Shakespeare, Milton, Burns, and Scott? In the works of every one of these writers I can point you to many passages that should never be presented to a pure and virtuous mind. The very contact with them must involve some soil or taint if it does not impart corruption. To entertain them in any form, to suffer them to confront the imagination or to glide before the eye of the mind even for an instant, is to be debased and polluted, and towards them one should have no other feelings than aversion and disgust, however splendid or powerful is the genius that gilds or glorifies them. This is partly true and partly false. What is true is very true, and what is false is very false. The moral evil or danger in such cases does not, however, arise from the fact that debasing scenes or wicked characters are made to stand or move before the imagination, nor again that hateful passions are spoken out in venomous or malignant words, nor that wickedness acts itself forth with complete and consistent energy. It still remains true that there is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. The ground of moral exposure is not the fact that evil is painted, nor that it is painted boldly, but it is in the manner in which it is represented, whether with fidelity to the ordinances of nature, or falsely to her eternal laws as written on the heart of man. This will be determined in great measure by the man whose imagination reflects and recreates the evil, according as he writes like a Christian or writes like a Turk. like a man with a conscience and a moral nature, or like a man who makes his passions his conscience and his will his God. Professor F. W. Newman solidly observes, "In poetry, as in all other writings, the moral influence depends on its throwing our sympathies aright and leaving on the mind fit images and contemplations. Many darker passions may be portrayed, for the pathos which we seek has a twofold character like the sublime and beautiful, to wit, the terrible and the lovely. While we shudder at evil passion, it cannot make us worse. Demoralization begins when we learn to sympathize with it, or to dwell upon things over which it is healthful to step lightly." Lectures on Poetry, 1. This difference between the two methods of depicting evil will be obvious by one or two examples. Satan, as described by Milton, is well known to most readers. He is justly conceived and nobly painted. He is not a being who is low and offensive because degraded and brutish, but an archangel ruined, one possessed of the intellect and heart of a seraph, now blasted by bad ambition and consumed by unrelenting pride. Every feature is consistent with this conception. His will is as inexorable as that of Prometheus nailed to the Caucasian rock. The hatred is intense, steadying the powers by unrelenting determination, not distracting or weakening them by impotent rage. The cunning is masterly, yet dignified. The passion burns like a red-hot furnace, and the words speak out the inner soul with the energy of a fierce northwester. "Better reign in hell than serve in heaven," utters and describes his character and ruling principle. Had Milton painted Satan thus and only thus, he had given but half his being, as well as glorified him with splendors too attractive for the responsive tastes of many readers. But he did not leave him thus, for his truthful insight taught him that thus described and only thus, he were no real fiend, no conceivable being of any species, but simply the half of an incomplete conception, a monster by defect. He therefore makes him confess his agony in such words as, "Me miserable, which way shall I fly infinite wrath and infinite despair? Which way I fly is hell, myself am hell, and in the lowest deep a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Oh, then at last relent. Is there no place left for repentance, none for pardon left, none left but by submission, and that word disdain forbids me and my dread of shame." In the presence of his old compeer, Zephon, severe in steadfast allegiance and white with unstained purity, abashed the devil stood, and felt how awful goodness is, and saw virtue in her shape how lovely, saw and pined his loss, but chiefly to find here observed his lustre impaired, yet seemed undaunted. He descends to the low and mean disguise of a filthy reptile, placing himself at the ear of the sleeping Eve, squat like a toad, from which disguise, when touched by the spear of Ithuriel, he cannot help himself, but he must stand forth a treacherous tempter, discovered and surprised. As he reports to his associates his success in the ruin of man, and waits with confidence for their universal shout and high applause to fill his ear, there rushes in upon his enraged and disappointed soul, on all sides from innumerable tongues, a dismal universal hiss, the sound of public scorn. The completeness and truth of Milton's picture of Satan is in striking contrast with the Lucifer of Byron's Cain, who discourses atheism and blasphemy with such specious and passionate force that the trusting reader's faith in God and conscience is shaken and confounded. And it is well if with heated brain and unbelieving heart, or passionate and despairing scorn, he does not plunge himself into some rash act of passion or crime, or having done so, does not sullenly turn his back upon hope, and cast in his lot with those who curse God and die. In such a character there is but half the truth, and therefore truth itself is dishonored and belied. Passion is painted in sublime energy, in audacious daring, with impetuous and overbearing ferocity. So far there is truth, but the inward shame and agony are wanting, and most important of all, the conscious weakness of selfishness and sin that are self-confessed, the meanness of violating gratitude, fealty, and self-control, all of which should be present and made prominent to express and impress the truth, that this Lucifer, with all his sophistry and pride, with his boasting and his blasphemy, inwardly knows that he has sold himself to a falsehood. Moreover, in the absence of this completing half-truth, so far as the poet's representations are concerned, God himself is, by these specious and passionate reasonings, made an almighty and malignant monster. Injustice sits upon the eternal throne, and the universe itself is pervaded by a gigantic lie. A similar defect with similar evil consequences is to be observed in the devil of Goethe's Faust, except that the metaphysics are more profound and scholarlike, and the sneer is more consummately devilish at whatever is worthy in human pursuit, whatever is noble in human self-denial, and whatever is confiding in human affection. We observe that by these three writers the same bad character is depicted, and, so far as his badness is concerned, with feelings, words, and acts that are consistent, and so far with more or less of aesthetic perfection. In Milton the evil is harmless. It is even morally healthful, because with the attractions and force of evil, the weakness and self-reproach, the shame and agony are also represented. With Byron and Goethe, the diabolism that is dormant in man is uppermost, and blasphemy, selfishness, and lust rule in the universe and sit upon the throne of the eternal. Footnote. We trust that none of our over-fastidious readers will sneer at our recognition of the diabolism that is dormant in man. It was suggested by the words of Sir Thomas Browne. The heart of man is the place the devil dwells in. I feel sometimes a hell within myself. Lucifer keeps his court in my breast. A legion is revived in me. In brief, we are all monsters, that is, a composition of man and beast, wherein we must endeavor to be, as the poets fancy, that wise man Chiron, that is, to have the region of man above that of beast, and sense to sit but at the feet of reason. Religio Medici. End of footnote. We might also contrast the Hamlet of Shakespeare with the Manfred of Byron. Hamlet had been disappointed of his rightful crown and wronged in his holiest confidence by the frailty of his mother. Disturbed in his confidence in man and in God, he plots a murderous revenge, slays the father of Ophelia, and spurns and treads upon her gentle and loving heart. Self-destruction is the readiest relief from his sufferings and the speediest deliverance from a stage of existence in which everything is out of joint. To be, or not to be, is the question which he debates with himself in thoughts and words which are forever true to the heart of man. To die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to, 'tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long a life, for who would bear the whips and scorns of time? But that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all. Manfred, by his own confession, is far more guilty than Hamlet. His guilt he does not hide. He spreads it abroad for public gaze, but rather to incite the sympathy of lookers-on than in the spirit of confession and shame. Remorse he does not conceal, but he gives expression to it too often to leave the impression that it is either natural or sincere. In the struggle with conscience and avenging spirits, it is pride, not conscience, which prevails. In his exit, it is the spirit of defiant bravado which dismisses him from life. The weakness and fear with which the guilty, and especially the confessed victim of remorse, looks over into the life beyond, are wholly wanting. Instead thereof, this mortal who by crime and remorse has made himself so wretched that he cares to live no longer, stalks defiantly into the unseen, a stupid atheist, successfully defiant of the earth's spirit that comes to fetch him away, yet without a thought or prayer for that greater spirit whom he cannot avoid. There is little homage to conscience here. It is pride and self-will, not conscience and self-reproach, that win the day. The timorous weakness that comes from sin, the coward fear that looks forward to the undiscovered country, are not expressed. The self-centered, though suffering criminal, triumphs in his fiendish pride. Conscience is not the victor, but conscience is vanquished by unbroken and self-willed pride. Footnote. We find since writing the above that the Reverend F. D. Maurice, in his recently published Lectures on Casuistry, refers to Manfred as that wonderful play of the conscience, and couples it with Macbeth in this regard. But in our judgment, 3 words of Lady Macbeth express more of both aesthetic effect and moral truth than scores of lines of Manfred's ambitious self-flagellations. No reader would care to change places with the one, but there are many who sympathize with Manfred to the end and suffer no recoil of horror. End of footnote. We might also contrast at length Bulwer Lytton and Scott. We mean Bulwer Lytton in his earlier novels, the heroes of which are not only factitious men of high life, but they are very generally intellectual and sentimental adulterers and libertines, accomplished withal in the arts of life and the graces of society, who are deeply absorbed at times in the profoundest speculations concerning God and immortality, intermixed with the slang of high life at the club and the gambling house. These all quietly terminate their career in the novelist's heaven of reform, wisdom, and wealth, without repentance and without shame. They are without a human conscience, and of course monsters, doubly monsters by the splendid accessories with which the writer's eloquence and power has contrived to set them forth. The healthy and truthful mind of Scott could not depict, because it could not conceive, the possibility of such unnatural human creations. Though Scott does not write in a professedly ethical spirit, or for ethical aims, he always writes with ethical truth. Traditional and conventional prejudices may sometimes bias his judgments and representation of the historical characters and historic times which he depicts in his romances. The Cavalier and Tory writer may now and then be unjust to the Covenanter and the Whig of whom he writes, but the eternal distinctions of right and wrong are always honored, and the responsive emotions, which cannot be extinguished in the human soul, are recognized and honored with a woman's delicacy of sentiment. Scott may not always make the conscience sufficiently prominent as an element of human nature. He may not always give room and space enough to man's relations to the unseen, but he no more thinks of describing man without a conscience than without a head, and he would as soon make him breathe without the air as live without a god. Thackeray and Dickens both write with ethical truth, so far as they go. The satirical tone of the one, and the comic humor of the other, may in a certain sense interfere with the most effective lessons of either human sympathy or ethical earnestness. Much of the power of both writers, however, lies in the recognition by the one of the flimsiness of shams, the vulgarity of snobs, and the emptiness of pretentious and uncultured fashion, and by the other the meanness of avarice, the sweetness of a kindly spirit, the blessing of a sunny temper, and the dignity of patient beneficence. We cannot leave unnoticed the relations of literature, and especially of works of the imagination, to the virtue of purity, and to that sensitiveness and reserve which are at once the defense and ornament of the weaker sex. Many are offended at the freedom which writers like Shakespeare and Milton use in their portraitures of women, and at the boldness of speech with which they unveil the mysteries which the modesty of common conversation, or even of unimaginative writing, rarely approaches. The young reader is appalled and shocked at his first acquaintance with not a few passages in both these writers. Perhaps he concludes that it is an offense against morality to have written or to read them. He cannot persuade himself that they do not offend against modesty, and if they offend against modesty, surely they must be condemned in the court of conscience. Scruples like these disquiet many older persons, who feel a stain of impurity as a wound, and who would prefer to throw their Milton and Shakespeare into the fire than to offend their sense of right. To meet the scruples of such, the family Shakespeare has been provided, and an expurgated Milton has very probably been thought of. The question is a fair one. Why are these scruples unfounded? Why are these great writers not rejected as impure, when others, perhaps less gross in speech, are properly condemned? So far as these writers are concerned, we may say in answer that the language of a writer may be free and seemingly gross, and yet the purity of nature may be observed. For nature is not a whit of a prude, and those who write with genius must follow nature wherever she leads. But nature, though not a prude, is modest and chaste. True, yet still it is possible that in conformity with the freedom of the times of a writer, there should be much in language that is gross, and yet nothing be expressed that tends to inflame and excite lascivious passion. With all the freedoms of Shakespeare and Milton, there are few or no artful addresses to those desires that were made to be sternly controlled. There is little luscious and honeyed speech like that of Moore or Byron, in which genius ministers directly at the altar of lust, and all the more effectively and shamelessly when her robe is studiously modest to excess, and her language to the ear is as pure as Diana's. In the Scriptures, both the Old Testament and the New, there are not a few passages which to the mind and ear seemed and sound immodest, but there is nothing that is fitted to excite lascivious passion or to gratify prurient desire, nothing which is in the least akin to that which constitutes the chief interest of both plot and character in scores of modern novels in which adultery, jealousy, and lust are the prominent themes, in which the skill of the writers, often, unhappily women, is expended in artfully suggesting pictures which they dare not paint, and stimulating curiosity by the suggestion of passions which it is indecent to name. A lawyer in a recent trial in which the question turned on the moral tendency of a novel represented to be impure recited a long passage from Milton to show that nothing could be more indecent, and that therefore no freedom of speech in a man of genius could be open to this charge. We are not forced, in order to justify or define what we consider the true criterion, to defend every passage of Milton, but we assert that he very rarely introduces any theme, or dwells on it more broadly than the necessities of his subject require, and that he never gratuitously or directly seeks to stimulate or excuse licentious passion. We cannot perhaps assert so much for Shakespeare. Some of his minor poems cannot be defended by the warmth of youth or the general freedom, even the grossness, of the times. But in general, when we have baited from his plays those passages which may have been interpolated by actors to please the groundlings of the pit, there is remarkable purity of tone, we may say chasteness of feeling, even in what to the ear is broad and free. In respect to the higher attributes of woman, nothing can surpass the delicacy of his conceptions, or the elevating purity, we might almost say the vestal chastity of his thought and feeling. If we compare him with the poets, and especially with the dramatists of his time, with Ben Jonson at their head, the most learned, who ought to have been most civilized, he shines by the contrast with a radiance that surprises and delights the fair-minded critic. Dryden, the great leader of the next generation, with Shakespeare as an example to guide and elevate him, whom he both studied and criticized, deliberately wallows in a slough not only of grossness of speech, but of indecency and licentiousness in sentiment and intent. From these examples we think can be derived a canon which will enable even the most unpracticed person to determine what is pure or impure in imaginative literature. A writer, from what we call the grossness or freedom of the times in which he lived, may be gross in language, and even in description and allusion, and yet not be impure. He may also introduce in writing, if his plot or character or theme requires it, both scenes and descriptions which it may not be pleasant to recite or read in a drawing-room. Sometimes he must do this, or his picture would not be complete or his character consistent. But he may never enact the part of the tempter to evil, either by soliciting or excusing passion. Whoever does this is a licentious writer, whatever be the refinement of his allusions or the euphemisms of his speech. Whoever goes beyond this and makes the chief interest and excitement of his tale or character to depend on the attractiveness of sin, without its shame and sorrow, is often a more serious offender just in proportion to the refinement of his double entendre and the studied propriety of his descriptions. That modern literature in both fiction and poetry is often indecent, even when it seeks to be exquisitely refined, is too notorious to be denied or overlooked. It is very remarkable, says F. W. Newman, that while the ancient theory concerning the relation of the sexes was at best deficient and at worst very base, while the abundance of slave women and freed women, and the unchallenged rightfulness of slavery, depressed the best men's notions of the rights of women, yet in their highest poets there is less than in our own that can minister to voluptuousness, even in Homer and Virgil, than in Milton and Spenser. But here also Walter Scott is admirable. He has an unfailing sweetness of heart, full charged with the morality of the future. Lecture 1. A sharp humorist in Blackwood's Magazine is not at all too severe in the following, which purports to be an item in his last will and testament. My sense of decency and decorum, my dislike to details of the divorce court and the general annals of prurient living, I leave to the lady novelists, whose utter destitution in this respect moves pity and compassion, and I appeal to all those who have any qualities, even worn ones, of regard for cleanliness of life and decency of demeanor, not to forget creatures so utterly bereft of these gifts, and to whom even the rags of virtue would prove an unspeakable luxury. A generation cannot be entirely pure which tolerates writers who, like Walt Whitman, commit in writing an offense like that indictable at common law of walking naked through the streets, and excuse it under the pretense that nature is always modest. Nor can such a writer as this be successfully defended, even by Emerson, if he regards one of his own maxims, that nature is severely chaste. That literary catholicity must be too broad for those who can afford to keep a conscience, which excuses or applauds such lecherous priests of Venus as Algernon Swinburne, or would palliate not merely his enormous offenses in the service of passion, but his more shameless defiance of the remonstrances of those whom he offends. Let the imagination of such writers be ever so brilliant and their diction ever so enchanting, the altar at which they serve is that of harlotry and pollution. Lest it should be thought that these remarks are too sweeping, we would refer to one or two reasons why authors may sometimes be more refined in their tastes than their works would indicate, and why critics in literature and students of books are less sensitive than unpracticed readers in respect to certain freedoms of allusion and of treatment. To critics and authors, the matter may be one of simple psychological development and study, while to the person whose sensitive imagination responds with vivid interest to every successful representation, the delineation of passion may be fraught with sophistical or seductive power. One who is fortified by the varied experiences of life, or whose passions are cooled by age or controlled by habits of duty, may safely visit scenes and have to do with persons which would be dangerous to those younger and more inexperienced. The residents of a large city must of necessity come in sight of evil, to the attractions of which the stranger from the country has not become insensible. The physician, who is strong in health and hardened by custom, inhales with impunity the offensive and deadly air of contagion, without being even sensible of its nauseous and dangerous quality. The habitué of a dissecting room, who, in more than one respect, may be likened to a literary critic, is so used in all his senses to every form of morbid anatomy that he sometimes forgets what is rightfully most offensive to others has ceased to be so to himself. Perhaps in this way we may explain why it is that certain imaginative writers, whose aims are usually pure and elevated, and whose tastes are sensitive and refined, sometimes introduce scenes and personages that offend right-minded and right-hearted readers, and why critics of the severest ethical tastes not infrequently tolerate what deserves reprobation. We can understand why a writer who could handle such extra-hazardous characters as are introduced in Peg Woffington with such delicacy and even ethical truth should excite offense by those in Griffith Gaunt, and why in respect to the ethical influence of the latter work there should fail to be entire unanimity of dissatisfaction. The professional insensibility of a practiced littérateur is, however, scarcely an adequate explanation or excuse for the proclivities of such a writer as the author of New America and Spiritual Wives. The pruriency of not a little modern literature is a sad sign of degeneracy of taste and of tone in certain circles which pride themselves upon their excessive refinement of taste and their secure elevation above the ordinary weaknesses and responsibilities of humanity, as well as above the received maxims of propriety, not to say of decency in the relation of the sexes. This variety of opinion and practice makes even more imperative the rule which we have laid down, that what offends one's moral tastes, or is condemned by one's moral judgment, should be uncompromisingly rejected. No freedom of practice or opinion on the part of others should be allowed, as against this law for the individual conduct. While there is force in the maxim, "To the pure all things are pure," there is truth in the proverb, "What is one man's meat is another man's poison," and there is no poison so deadly, as there is none which is so insidious and tenacious, as the poison which defiles the imagination by means of licentious literature. That young man does a better thing than he knows of for his conscience, his character, and his manhood, who resolutely throws into the fire a book which he finds to be bad, even though it is bad only for him. And that young lady serves her conscience and womanliness too, who does the same with any book which should cause her to blush to herself that she has not done it before. Leaving this topic, we are prepared also to draw a still broader induction in respect to the general moral influence of imaginative writers. It certainly is not required that a writer be morally pure, and even morally elevating, that he should point, or rather blunt, every sentiment, tale, or poem with a moral. Nor is it necessary that the writer should at all times maintain a preaching tone in order to be moral, or even in order to be Christian. All books ought not to preach at all times. No more should all men, even if preaching is their proper vocation. Too much preaching diminishes or mars the effect of good preaching when preaching is required. Much more is it to be avoided if the preaching is not of the best quality, as it rarely can be in a story or poem. The obtrusion of religious or ethical aims characterizes the so-called Tendenz-Roman of the Germans and the novel of purpose or the doctrinal novel of the English. These are generally characterized by a single defect, and that is, that when the purpose or tendency is moral, it is usually so obtrusive or embarrassing as to weaken the imaginative character of the work, and thus to hinder or destroy its power to be morally useful. A tale or poem that is constructed for the single aim of enforcing an ethical or religious truth, in 9 cases out of 10, suffers materially as a tale or a poem. It is then by no means essential that the ethical aim of the writer should be apparent, nor even that he should write with an aim that is distinctively ethical at all, in order that he be both ethically useful and ethically pure. Nor again is it necessary, in order that literature be intensely and in the best sense ethical, that bad scenes, bad characters, bad sentiments, and bad passions should not be introduced, and when represented should not be consistently and forcibly described, giving to sin all the dignity and beauty and attractions which it may lawfully claim, else the mirror were not held up to nature. What we contend for is simply that the mirror should be held up to nature as it is, only with magnified proportions. Now nature, i.e. human nature, is intensely ethical. She recognizes conscience, not always in her actions indeed, but always in her convictions. She requires judgment and retribution too, at least within the domain where shame and self-reproach abide. She forgives indeed, but never without repentance, never to those who glory in wrong or hatred, in selfishness or shame. It is just when, and just because the mirror is not held up to nature, that there is moral danger, and often moral death, and the danger is exactly in proportion to the power of genius to glorify or excuse the distorted and unnatural images which it reflects. It is when the magic mirror which genius has always at command is no longer a mirror of truth, reflecting the shame, the corruption, and the remorse of sin as well as its glory, its short-lived triumph and its joy, but the lying glass in which the harlot is set forth as a vestal, the fiend as a loving angel, and the atheist as an adoring seraph, that genius becomes one of the mightiest agents for evil, by bewildering the imagination, confusing the judgment, and leading captive the passions of an admiring generation. In discussing the ethical criteria of imaginative writers and their works, we have, in fact, considered the ethical characteristics of all sorts of literature. We repeat the thought without hesitation, that literature, as literature, invariably acts upon and addresses the imagination. In one word, all literature, so far as it is literature proper, is imaginative. Literature does indeed enlarge our store of facts, and in this way gives what is called information or knowledge. But if what we learn does not excite us to recreate, either for delight to the feelings or for application to use, the facts and information which it imparts are as dry and barren as the tables of a book of logarithms, or the rows of figures in an old ledger. Literature also reasons with us and convinces of truth, but if the truth is not recast and used to interpret nature or direct the life, wherein is its value? But if used in either of these ways, it acts upon the imagination. It will be found, moreover, that all history, all reasoning, all eloquence, and all positive knowledge whatever are more or less imaginative, and are fitted either to exercise and stimulate, and consequently to elevate or degrade the imagination. Literature in all these higher relations must therefore be ethically good or ethically bad. It cannot be morally indifferent. It must be healthful or injurious. The imagination forms and controls the conscience, so far as it forms and enforces the ideals of what we can and ought to become. The ideals which it actually forms and enforces must inevitably raise us upward or drag us downward. Literature, in all its products, as history, essay, oration, or argument, modifies and energizes these ideals, entering into all by an unobserved but most potent influence. This influence is especially subtle and effective when the imaginative element gives character and name to the product, i.e., when, as poem, novel, or drama, it stimulates and directly addresses this controlling power. It follows that all those ethical criteria and rules by which we estimate and use confessedly imaginative writers apply as properly to every department of literature. There is a very abundant class of writings that are sometimes denominated cheap literature, which only by courtesy deserve to be called literature at all. It is a class somewhat miscellaneous and comprehensive, consisting as it does of novels, novelettes, journals, and newspapers, in which so-called stories abound. Of many of these productions, nothing worse can be said, though that is bad enough, than that they are utterly frivolous and vapid, that they while away the time and interest the feelings, but neither elevate the tastes nor brighten the life. They are simply a reflex of the commonplace aims and the vulgar feelings of the mass of readers for whom they are written. They are made to take and made to sell, and they both take and sell, because they humor what their readers like in respect to characters, incidents, illustrations, and style. Much of this sort of literature is open to the more serious objection that it stimulates and inflames the passions, ignores or misleads the conscience, and studiously presents views of life that are fundamentally false. The lower appetites are often directly addressed, or their indulgence is indirectly justified through the gravity that becomes a book, and the sophistical art which every writer must use to keep for himself and his reader the semblance of a becoming self-respect. Writings of this class lead men to believe that they can be rich without toil and saving, that they can be amiable and attractive, and yet be intensely hypocritical and selfish, that they can have exquisite moral sensibilities and lofty moral aspirations, and yet be debased by appetite and passion, that they can be profanely blasphemous, and yet fervently religious. In short, that they can be successful for the present and future life without complying with a single condition of success for either. And they find readers, too, scores, hundreds, thousands, myriads of readers. Yes, of myriads they constitute the sole reading. The man of business, whose tastes are low and whose aims are vulgar, reads them when he lays down his favorite newspaper, too often like them, and he becomes more intensely mean and animalized than before. The clerk reads them, and they furnish him with the slang of his loose conversation, or train him to rob his master's drawer, or tamper with his accounts, that he may visit the gambling house and the brothel. The silly and unprotected girl reads them, and she is ripened by them to yield to the flatteries of her seducer. The neglected boy reads them, and they make him an incendiary or a pirate, a hater of law and a despiser of God. They are the Bible and the primer to myriads of the rising generation at this very hour. One can never see a bale of books or papers of this sort without thinking, there goes a package of the seeds of robbery and lust. It were almost better to import living lecturers in behalf of sensualism and crime, and furnish them with a pulpit and hall, for then we should have the disgusting facts of sin to give the lie to its flattering words. It were almost no worse that a procession of harlots should walk the streets of every city or village, for these would bear the brand of their own shame upon their foreheads. But are not these books brilliant? Yes, brilliant as a rotten log or a putrescent carcass, which shine because they are decayed, and are phosphorescent just in proportion as they are offensive. But do they not sparkle and delight? Yes, just as the will-o'-the-wisp, which is created of foul gases, and leads the silly pursuer through brush and briar till it lands him in some miry swamp or chokes him with the damps of death. No language can describe the influence of this so-called literature in degrading the tastes, in weakening or corrupting the principles, and in provoking the passions. No man can easily estimate the evil consequences that are to come of it in a character at once frivolous, conceited, and vulgar, or sensual, ferocious, and atheistic. It is grateful to turn from this painful picture to a higher and better kind of popular literature which we believe to be gaining a surer hold and a widening influence. While with one class of readers there is certain degradation, as there must be with forces so active as to carry them downwards, with another there is a steady and progressive elevation, as there are books to foster such an improvement. Such are the histories which attract and instruct, the biographies which leave a glow in the minds of their readers, the poetry that is both popular and elevating, the criticism that discerns undiscovered beauties in our favorite authors, the travels that almost reconcile us to the necessity that forbids us to wander, and the tales that sparkle without corrupting, and that let us laugh and still be wise. It is still more grateful to imagine the time when books and reading for the people shall become altogether good in their influence, when their agency, which is to the health of the mind what the atmosphere is to that of the body, shall be like a fine June or October morning, invigorating, exciting, inspiring, an atmosphere in whose breath is no poison detected or concealed, no seeds of plague, neither the rank and offensive nor the delightful but deadly. Such a literature would be both flower and fruit of a perfected Christian civilization, and in that sense a truly Christian literature. But what is the just conception of a Christian literature has been a matter of some question. The conception itself is also not easy in all respects to define. We must, therefore, defer the consideration of it to a separate discussion. The end of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Religious Character and Influence of Books and Reading. From the moral, we proceed to the religious relations of books and reading. The two are very nearly allied, and yet each requires to be discussed apart from the other. Their affinity suggests similar criteria in judging of books and similar rules in using them. As the law of duty is in its very nature supreme, so the sanctions of religion are, by their very sacredness, inviolable. As what we obey from conscience should be obeyed without reserve, so what we reverence as divine must be worshipped without a rival. Duty gives law in all relations and to every kind of action, and religion asserts attractions which outshine and exclude rivals of every sort, even in the forms of culture, art, or literature. We have seen that whatever in books or reading weakens the conscience or corrupts the moral feelings should be rejected as evil. By the same rule, it follows that whatever in either hinders or depresses the religious life should be scrupulously avoided. The religious nature, though it is sanctioned and controlled by the conscience, is more sensitive than the conscience itself. It feels a stain like a wound, not merely as doing violence to the most sensitive emotions, but as involving dishonor to the objects and persons hallowed for its worship and trust. If then we converse with any book, or practice any reading which consciously interfere with our religious faith or fervor, we should dismiss the one and desist from the other without hesitation or compromise. This rule applies both to faith and feeling, the two elements of the religious life. Whatever in literature disturbs or weakens our faith, injures us in a vital point, inasmuch as it cuts off or dries up the fountain of life. Whatever disturbs or shocks the religious emotions, introduces discord into the harmony of the highest and best sensibilities. This rule is very general, and so to speak, is entirely formal. It neither provides for nor regulates its own application. Whether or not the effect or the tendency of a particular book, or the reading of an author or a class of writings is good, evil, or indifferent in these respects, must be decided by every man for himself. Books that are harmless or useful to one man may be injurious to another. Reading which is useful to the religious life of one may be worse than useless to that of another. Every reader who is capable of independent judgment must decide for himself. Those whose judgments are immature or whose tastes are unformed should ask advice of those whom they have learned to trust. We cannot overlook or deny the fact that the religious faith of some men is perversely narrow, bigoted, and positive, while that of others is broad, lax, and uncertain. The religious feelings of one are gloomy and depressing, those of another are irreverent and presumptuous. But whatever the faith and feelings are, they constitute the religious life of the individual, and this life is for him sacred and supreme, whether it is strong or weak, whether it is well or ill controlled. The effect of books and reading upon each individual can be measured and estimated best by himself. We must also assume and concede that the faith of every man should be founded upon reason after weighing the arguments for and against its conclusions. The duty to read books of argument or evidence for or against our creed, it falls not within our plan to discuss or to enforce. This subject belongs obviously to the debatable and vexed department of polemics, and tends so directly to awaken special jealousies as properly to be excluded from consideration. it would be nothing less than discourteous, if indeed it were nothing more, to assume or imply that the faith and worship of any one of our readers were not the products of thought and reflection, were not commended to his conscience and justified by his reason. All these things being assumed and conceded, we reassert with greater emphasis that whatever in books and reading, whatever in literary enjoyment or culture, hinders the religious activity or lowers the tone of religious faith and feeling, should be abandoned at the cost of any pain or sacrifice. We assert with equal confidence that every man must judge for himself what in fact hinders or helps him in this regard. We insist also that in many cases a book may seriously hinder the religious life by lowering the tone of faith and feeling, even if it does not lead to avowed unbelief, to hesitating skepticism or bold irreverence. If we may not safely yield ourselves to the personal influence of an unbelieving or irreverent man, we should, for the same or still stronger reasons, hesitate to expose ourselves to the sophistries or scoffings of a fascinating writer who is atheistic or profane. Indeed, the fascinations of a bad man are less ensnaring than those of a bad book which is written with brilliancy and power. A man who is atheistic and profane may, it is true, be dangerously attractive from the force and fascinations of his very presence and the charms of his conversation, but he must also be repellent to sensitive natures from the defiant hardness which usually attends upon wilful unbelief, and the selfish heartlessness which commonly lurks behind irreverent feeling, however refined may be the culture or polished the manners. But in a book, these defects and repellencies are not so obvious, and hence the poison to the soul may be the more readily conveyed, for the very reason that it is not so obtrusive to the perceptions. The powerful or brilliant genius that knows how to heighten those ideal attractions which altogether surpass any impersonated charms is equally skillful in suppressing that offensiveness which cleaves to evil when personated in a man. For these and manifold reasons, a bad book, though its energy may not be so intense and striking, may, by its subtle and insidious influences, be far more dangerous in a religious regard than a bad man, however plausible and attractive are his manners or conversation. The inquiry will here be interposed. Do we not associate freely and often intimately with living men whose religious faith or no faith we reject and with whose feelings we cannot sympathize? Should we not count it folly to do otherwise? Why then should not we do the same with those books which are openly anti-religious or which are divergent from our own faith and feelings? We answer, we may do the one and also the other. The rule is not that we may never read nor even study books of the class described, but it is that whenever the reading or the study does us positive harm or tends to a conscious evil, then such books should be abandoned and proscribed for our individual use. The great master of the faiths of Christendom, and in a sense even of its no-faiths, has laid down the rule, if thine eye causes thee to offend, pluck it out. Is a book, a favourite author, or a course of reading worth more to us than the eye or the hand? Or may we say or think that because we have become great readers, we have outgrown the authority of Christ's teachings? Surely not those which concern our duty and allegiance to himself. Shall we count him too severe when he comes into our libraries to scrutinize our reading and to judge our literature? Not surely if we remember that this censor and judge, who is seemingly so severe upon some of our books and reading, has done more than all the writers and all the culture of all the ages to excite the imagination, to elevate the emotions, to give power and breadth, tone and pathos to what we call modern, but should call Christian literature, that he has given themes and inspiration to Dante and Milton, to Tasso and Shakespeare, to Wordsworth and Coleridge, to Schiller and Tennyson, to Scott and the Brownings, to Dickens and Hawthorne, has not only subdued modern thought and feeling by his authority, but in so doing has elevated and transfigured modern thought and feeling to the enlargement and the aspirations of which modern literature is the splendid product. But here it will be insisted, and with great apparent truth, that literature is in its very nature free, and the imagination, in order to be creative, must for the time be freed from those restraints which the actual and the practical both acknowledge. Literature, it will be urged, has always in its influence been Catholic and liberalizing, for the simple reason that it has embodied in its products the results of every form of thought and opinion, and every shade of sentiment and emotion, without respect to the exactest orthodoxy of opinion, or the precise quality or intensity of the religious feelings. It has served as the one liberalizing agency in the world of controversy and intolerance, by providing a common arena where the professors of all faiths have met on the footing of courteous toleration, have had access to each other's views, and learned rightly to appreciate and judge emotions with which they have not sympathized. Had it not been for this fusing and liberalizing influence, it is urged, theology would have been hopelessly bigoted and unreformed. Every sect and party would have shut itself up within its own narrow pale, and those humane and charitable sentiments which are acknowledged as the genuine products of true religion would scarcely have found expression or influence. It is to a free and Catholic literature that theology owes thanks for its most important advancements, and it is from such a literature that religion has learned to be charitable and humane. From the days of those Athenian bigots who caused the martyrdom of Socrates in the interest of an established religion, down to the latest mitigation of the ferocity of Christian theologians, literature has been most efficient in improving theology, while the culture fostered by literature, when untrammeled by religion, has in its turn humanized religious sentiment, as well as refined the means and methods of expressing it. Above all, literature in its freedom has refined and elevated that prime instrument of both culture and religion, the human imagination. But literature has only been able to accomplish these changes by acting on an independent footing, and by maintaining a position aloof from and above all current crude and narrow controversies, especially the intense and exclusive emotions that belong to the zealot and devotee. It is only as men of genius have compelled the religionist to allow them an exemption from his narrow sympathies that they have made for literature a sphere of its own, a refuge and a home for all noble and ennobling emotions, a veritable delectable ground where the imagination may disport itself freely and be refreshed. This is true and important, but on the other hand, the commands of the master are definite and uncompromising, if we could only ascertain what they signify. Moreover, it is in the world of thought and imagination that he claims especial control, because it is here that the principles are formed and the affections find their nurture. It is because the imagination is so nearly allied to faith that her power to hinder or to help is so unlimited, and that literature itself becomes to religion either the deadliest foe or the most potent ally. There are not a few who say, leave to religion and literature independent spheres. As of science, so of literary activity, their maxim is, render to Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and to God the things which are God's. Allow to each untrammeled activity. As religionists, we must maintain our creed. As worshippers, we must perform our devotions. These should satisfy the demands of religion, but in the sphere of literature we may claim and use the utmost freedom. As readers and critics, we need not care whether what we read is in opinion theistic and Christian on the one hand, or atheistic and Christless on the other, whether in sentiment it is devout and thankful, or godless and despairing, whether it is reverent and trustful, or scoffing and profane. This device is accepted by some and practiced by more. The sermon on Sunday and the scripture on the weekday are dutifully attended to. The prayers are said and the songs are sung morning and evening with earnest devoutness, and so religion has her rights. Religion having received its dues, literature asserts its claims. Forthwith, our favorite authors plunge us into an atmosphere of thought and feeling in which there is neither God nor Christ, nor thankfulness nor hope, or perhaps into an atmosphere which is earthly, sensual, devilish. Such a compromise, as it would seem, is a hollow truce, an armed neutrality, giving the amplest opportunity for disguised treachery on the one hand and a compliant surrender on the other. It can satisfy no religionist whose belief is anything more than a tradition to accept or a symbol to swear by, or whose worship is aught beyond a superstition or a spectacular display. The man whose religion does not show itself in forming and regulating his taste for books and reading, or which allows a practical libertinism in this regard, might as well dispense with it altogether. He can hardly be said to have any religion worth the speaking of. It is in these forms that the question of the religious relations of books and reading presents itself at the present day. Religion, on the one hand, urges its authority, and this authority knows no compromise. On the other hand, literature rightfully asserts its freedom, shows that this freedom has the sanction of Christianity itself, and has most efficiently served Christianity by making it tolerant and humane. "I would not read Shelley's Queen Mab because it is atheistic," said one college friend to another. "Why not read Shelley?" replied the other, "as soon as Lucretius, who is far more deliberately and consistently atheistic, or as soon as Homer or Virgil, those hoary old asserters of Lords many and Gods many? And yet you not only allow yourself to read these inveterate sinners, but you would steep the minds of the young in the literature of antiquity, pervaded as it is with the exploded orthodoxies of the past." Again it is asked, why not read the modern Emerson, because some say that he teaches a subtle pantheism, as freely as you read the ancient Plotinus, to whom he refers so often, and with a deference so profound, or as you read those Indian sages, from whom he quotes a striking line now and then, with the intimation that should he tell us all they have written, Jesus and his teachings might be greatly cast into the shade, and perhaps lose much of that public confidence with which they have hitherto been favoured? Or why is it worse for a Christian family to be amused by the clever caricatures of Holmes than it is to read and laugh at the lampoons of Lucian, inasmuch as both are directed against the same object, the current Christian orthodoxies of the 19th and 2nd centuries? Questions like these are not unfrequently asked, and it is not always easy to answer them. It is safe to say that whoever the author may be, whether he be Shelley or Lucretius, Emerson or Plotinus, Holmes or Lucian, if he shakes your well-established confidence in God, or leads you to disown the name that is above every name, or if he disturbs the serenity or fervour of your Christian devotion, then he is not an author whom you should read. If he does not exercise this influence over you, if he casts upon you no spell or blight of evil, you may admire his genius and rejoice in its products, while you are amazed at his presumption and pity his blindness to the light which to you is so cheerful and satisfying. As between the ancient and modern pantheists and anti-Christians, one difference, however, deserves to be noticed. The older writers represent principles and modes of thinking that are more or less effete. Their arguments and images have little force with the present generation, occupied as it is with modern thought and animated by the modern spirit. Their modern followers invest their opinions with the dignity of present science and make them glow with the interest of current thought, as well as breathe the warmth of men who have the ear and the sympathy of the present generation. The philosopher of ancient times protests against degrading and childish superstitions, and by contrast finds an advantage for his deification of nature and his serene and self-relying resignation to fate. The modern rejects the personal care and scorns the personal sympathy of an infinite Father. The ancient stands with his eye to the east, peering, sometimes wistfully, after the faint indications of the dawning twilight, himself a dark and cold shadow against the breaking light of the as yet unrisen sun. The modern looks westward with his back proudly turned on its risen splendour, amid a world that from every object reflects its pervading light, himself suffused with that light and glowing with the attractions which it gives, but denying that it proceeds from the sun, or that the sun is risen and shines. The atheist or pantheist of antiquity is a cold spectre, shivering in the chill morning. His imitator of the 19th century rejoices in the strength and glows with the beauty of the high noon of the Christian day. While his power to attract and move the men of his time gives plausibility and currency to the little argument which he employs, these very attractions are its most efficient refutation, because they are all derived from the Christian faith or the civilization which has flowered from its roots. End of Chapter 9. Read by Belinda Mc, Melbourne, 9th December 2024. Chapter 10 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. A Christian Literature, How Conceived and Defined. These several inquiries and arguments, these marchings and counter-marchings of thought which we have taken, force upon us the more general inquiry, is there anything which can properly be called a Christian literature? If so, what is it? How can it be defined so as to secure, on the one hand, the essential freedom which literature imperatively requires, and on the other, the deference to Christianity, which Christianity uncompromisingly exacts? How far can we be tolerant of every variety of sentiment and opinion, and yet be just to our allegiance to the great master of our faith, and indeed of modern literature? These questions are very much vexed in modern thinking, and the answers to them are also vexatious to many who strive to adjust the claims of culture and of Christian feeling. They cannot be answered without considering what is the correct conception of literature, as well as what must be taken as essential to Christianity so far as it should be recognized in literature. In respect to both these points, the views of many are diverse and unsettled. Hence the term Christian literature is used by different men in senses which are exceedingly vague and often plainly contradictory. We shall best explain our own meaning by asking first what a Christian literature is not, and second, what it is. A Christian literature is not necessarily theological in its matter or form. Theological treatises, however able and convincing, are not therefore works of literature. They may be convincing and exhaustive in argument, and erudite in history, without that perfection of style, that attractiveness of imagery, or that eloquence of feeling which are the requisites of whatever is dignified as literature. While in one sense we include in literature all the products of human thinking which are made permanent in books or pamphlets, and in this sense everything that is printed belongs to the literature of the day, of the week, or of the century, we usually require certain characteristics of form and illustration for that which we call literature in the eminent sense. Theology is not, of course, included in Christian literature because it is Christian if it does not possess these special features, nor again should it be excluded from its sphere because its themes are both religious and Christian. Some of the finest contributions to modern literature have been works of theology. The writings of Bossuet, Massillon, Hooker, Taylor, Howe, Robert Hall, Mason, Edward Irving, Channing, Coleridge, Robertson, and many others hold the highest rank as literary compositions. Not every devotional or practical treatise is a contribution to Christian literature. By the rule already given, many devotional works fall within, but many more fall without this sphere. The Hebrew Psalms, many Christian hymns as of Milton, Watts, Wesley, Heber, Keble, Faber, and J.H. Newman, to say nothing of the Latin and German lyricists, all give grace and beauty to Christian literature. With them are ranked a few devotional and practical works, such as The Imitation of Christ, The Holy Living and Dying, The Pilgrim's Progress, etc. But it is no dishonor to say of numerous products of devotional rhyming and meditation that they belong to literature in no tolerable sense of the word, and therefore not to Christian literature at all. They may be useful in their sphere, and therefore deserve to be tolerated and even encouraged, but they are not literature. They may be honestly thought and earnestly written, and withal be very useful for the circle of readers for whom they are designed. Perhaps from their plainness and want of formal attractions, they are fitted to be more useful than works of greater ability and genius. The man who requires the highest perfection in form and diction may be content with them for their Christian excellence, but he is not therefore obliged to be pleased with what is uncultured in language, mean in illustration, and commonplace in thought. That which is positively offensive in both form and conception may be a positive injury to the cause which it professes to serve. The claim is sometimes set up that Christianity is to be held responsible for the mass of wretched doggerel and drivelling that has been written by its earnest but uncultured disciples, and that every reverent Christian is obliged to treat it with respect and read it with deference. The claim is preposterous, and for those to seem to allow it, whose taste it offends or whose intellect it does not instruct, is to sin against both taste and Christianity. Such stuff may be tolerated when it is useful, but is only to be endured as a useful evil. To recommend or to circulate all sorts of goodish writing because of its Christian aims, or to encourage the reading and printing of it under the title of a Christian literature, is to commit nothing less than a pious fraud, which is as weak as it is dishonest. A Christian literature is not usually written in the interest or with the spirit of a Christian sect or denomination. While it is the impulse and the duty of every such division of Christian confessors to set forth and to defend its distinctive tenets, and while the champions of each are often most eloquent and able in such vindications, it is to be observed that the themes which most readily challenge the intellect to its noblest achievements and inspire the imagination to its loftiest flights are the truths which the Christian Church holds in common. Those religious and Christian writers whose works have been received as the permanent glories of literature, if they have written for their own communion, have usually addressed what was Christian in it, and by this means have found a response in the Christian sentiment of all believers. Again, a work need not be religious, either in matter or form. It need neither avow Christian doctrines nor express Christian feelings to deserve a place in Christian literature. A history, a novel, a poem, a tale, an essay, a drama may be eminently Christian without uttering the name of Christ or recognizing directly a faith in his person or teachings, and without even expressing those emotions which are distinctively religious. No disavowal or denial of Christian truths can be allowed. No dishonor may be put upon the sentiments of Christian faith, hope, and worship, but the obtrusion of either for the purpose of expressing the creed of the writer or of confirming that of the reader may be forbidden by the proprieties of the occasion, and be so manifestly an offense against good taste as to hinder rather than help the good cause. All that may properly be required is that the work should be such as a Christian writer might be supposed to produce without inconsistency, and such as a devout Christian reader might be conceived as reading without offense to his opinions and feelings. This leads us to consider positively what a Christian literature is or ought to be. If it need not be theological, devotional, practical, or even religious in order to be Christian, pray, how can it be characterized and judged? We reply, first, a Christian literature must be controlled and pervaded by those ethical faiths and emotions that are distinctively Christian. Many of these have become so completely the property of Christendom that it is often forgotten that they are the products of Christianity. They have been accepted more or less intelligently and consistently as constituting the right standard of the true and the good for the human race, and the measure of what is ideally noble in human attainment and desirable for human aspiration. They influence communities which would scarcely call themselves Christian. Not a few individuals who are ambitious to show that they think very slightingly of the claims of Christ's person or of the influence of the Christian Church are foremost to pay homage to the eternal truth and the unquestioned excellence of those ethical faiths and feelings which we claim are distinctively Christian, and which we assert should characterize any literature which is in any sense Christian. The faith in the moral order of the universe as supreme and beneficent, because directed by a holy and sympathizing Father, the belief in the ultimate triumph of the good and the right, the conviction that love to God and love to man comprehend all goodness, are some of these prominent ethical faiths. Hope in adversity, resignation under affliction, penitence for transgression, forgiveness under wrong, the desire to recover and reform the vicious, charity in judging of the motives of other men. These and many kindred feelings are distinctively Christian feelings. Just in the measure in which these faiths and feelings give spirit and tone to the productions of any writer, just in that proportion is he a Christian writer. Just in the measure in which any one or all of these emotions and convictions fail to show their presence and power when required, does the writer of any work depart from the Christian and fall back into the pagan spirit. We do not speak of the obtrusive or pharisaical lip service of an essayist or poet, but of the homage of the convictions and the heart. We do not require ill-placed or obtrusive moralizing or wearisome cant. These are sometimes as eminently unchristian in fact as they are pretentiously Christian in form. But we insist that any writer who does not accept the faiths and sympathize with the emotions which are Christian is not a Christian writer, in whatever year of grace he may write, or whatever may be the charm or the power of his thinking or his style. Let those who write in the faith of Stoicism and with the feelings to which it schools the heart receive all the honor which they deserve for their gifts or genius, but let them not ask to be called Christian writers. Nor let their genial self-complacence be ruffled by the slightest ripple of contemptuous disdain if critics or readers who receive a more humane, that is, a less advanced or retrograde practical creed than themselves, shall fear or avoid their influence as ethically defective or injurious. But Christianity, even as it influences literature, is more than an ethical system. It would be easy to show that the faiths and emotions which have been enumerated have all been matured by the power of a belief in the personal and historic Christ. Whatever value or dignity they may have in the judgment of the race which has been trained to accept and approve them, whatever hold they may have gained upon the sentiment and the literature of Christendom, is owing to the energy with which this faith in the person of Christ has wrought upon the minds of his believing disciples. This positive faith has not wholly died out, however confidently it may be claimed that all the advanced thinkers of the times reject the historic traditions of the Gospels and the Church. It remains true that a large number of thinking and cultured men still retain this faith, and recognize this faith in the varied literature which they produce and delight in. Whatever they write, whether it be poem, novel, essay, or history, is written in the spirit of a fervent faith in Christ as their Master and Saviour, and as the destined judge and king of the whole human race, as the master of the world's future thinking and the central inspirer of its future literature. There are others who do not attach this importance to his person or to faith in it, who find in Christ nothing more than a genius remarkable for ethical discernment and religious tenderness, for whom all claims to special homage or confidence must be abandoned with the progress of knowledge and of insight. In this spirit, they write not works of grave theology alone, nor treatises of sagacious and learned philosophy, but works of literature, essays, poems, histories, and fictions. In respect to writings of this class, we are required to ask and to answer the questions: are they Christian writings? Is the literature which they compose Christian literature? If they are not Christian for defect of faith in the person of Christ, How precise must that faith be made, and what one of the manifold shades of alleged orthodoxy upon this subject must it assume in order to be accepted as Christian? To this we reply, and in doing so develop the second distinctive mark of a Christian literature. That literature alone is Christian which recognizes Christ as the object of trust and reverence. Christ's own language is here most pertinent. Ye call me Master and Lord, and ye do well, for so I am. This test is reasonable, for the reason that so far as literature as such can be affected by the faith of a writer, it must be chiefly affected by his faith, or his want of faith, in the personal authority and position of him from whom Christianity takes its name. We cannot agree with Emerson that by the irresistible maturing of the general mind, the Christian traditions have lost their hold, the dogma of the mystic offices of Christ being dropped, and he standing on his genius as a moral teacher. 'Tis impossible to maintain the old emphasis of his personality, and it recedes, as all persons must, before the sublimity of the moral laws. We believe that all the movements of thought and feeling must be affected by the presence or absence of this faith in Christ's personality. Mr. Emerson would be the last to deny that up to a very recent period the intellect and heart of Christendom have been swayed by this faith in Christ's person as a ruling principle, and that much of the manhood and more of the womanhood which is reflected in modern literature is represented as formed by its influence. The two not uncommon prints from Ari Scheffer, the Christus Consolator and Christus Remunerator, forcibly depict what have been the central forces of the Christian literature of the past, as well as symbolize its distinctive criteria in all time. The criterion we propose is reasonable and just. If a man does not believe in the reality or significance of Christ's person, his disbelief must modify his judgments of the characters and the sentiments which are formed by this faith. He may respect these for their sincerity, but he cannot honor them for their reasonableness. The emotions to which they prompt, the style of character which they form, the hopes and fears which they inspire, the principles of action which they create, in a word, the manhood and the womanhood which they produce, cannot receive his full and hearty sympathy. Let a writer have a marvelous power of passing into the character which he depicts, and of feeling for the time the very emotions which the character he impersonates should express. Still the capacity of truly and adequately rendering the emotions of a Christian soul can scarcely be reached by him if they do not awaken his believing sympathy. Goethe's delineation of the confessions of a beautiful soul in Willem Meister, George Eliot's Dinah in Adam Bede, might be cited as instances against this position. Both these writers, it will be generally conceded, do not accept the faith which controlled the feelings of the characters whom they depict. Shall we call these delineations failures? Goethe succeeds in most respects in hiding his own face beneath the mask and robes which he assumes, but the voice of Jacob at times betrays the half-sympathizing, half-mocking skeptic, even in the most plaintive tones of confession and of hope. Of Dinah we scarcely can trust ourselves to speak. The character is so eminently and heartily Christian, even in the most of its finer shades, that we do not care to point out the particulars in which it betrays the want of the entirest sympathy on the part of the author. Surely it was written from the fresh remembrances of days of warm and confiding Christian faith, now perhaps under the chill of an honest and a temporary eclipse. To use this criterion is also historically just. We do not call Plato, Plotinus, or Epictetus Christian writers, however noble be their faith or lofty their ethics, for the reason that neither the one nor the other are Christian in the historic sense of the word. We do not call Julian a Christian because he would exalt the Christ whom he disowned among the sages and gods of the ancient mythology. Nor do we call Spinoza a Christian writer because his ethics are so lofty and his resignations are so saint-like. Pray, what should we call Emerson or Thoreau or the hosts of advanced thinkers who in their writings obtrusively announce their absence of faith in the received import of the Christian history and in the lowest possible significance of the central personage in that history, who quietly assume that it is now beyond dispute among all those whose opinions are entitled to respect, that this history is an effete mythology, and that Christ, as a personage to be trusted and adored, is an exploded imposture. Or what shall we call those literary critics who, in their judgments of history or philosophy, of poetry or fiction, tacitly assume or confidently assert that the results of what is significantly called negative criticism, in respect to a belief in the miraculous and the supernatural, are now accepted by all enlightened and well-read thinkers? We make a difference, it is true, between those whose intellects are oppressed with perplexities while their hearts are thoroughly Christian, and the confident and contemptuous anti-Christian, between those who long to believe but who cannot fully accept the Christian record and the truths which it contains, who are yet devout worshippers of the as yet unknown God and the unfathomed Christ, and those who desire no God but the beneficent laws, and no Christ but some idealized human genius. There is an important sense in which it is true that there lives more faith in honest doubt, believe me, than in half the creeds. To call this literature and these writers a-Christian, unchristian, or anti-Christian is not intolerant. We do not desire to suppress either by law or by the force of public opinion. We will defend the right of those who hold their opinions to propagate them to the utmost of their ability, by all those means which are recognized as proper by the laws of the country and the courtesies of literary freedom. Not only would we tolerate them in the propagation of their theologies and philosophies, but we hold ourselves ready to study their reasons, to weigh their arguments and ponder their facts with the utmost attention and care. We will even welcome them to the arena of public criticism and discussion, as those who are likely to render an important service to the cause of truth and Christianity, just so far as they present facts for our consideration or arguments for our scrutiny. But we claim from them a like toleration in turn. They may not regard questions as settled to the disadvantage of Christianity, which we consider as open for its vindication. Least of all may they seek to transfer the discussions which are appropriate to the fields of philosophy and theology, the recognized fields of lawful strife, into the arena of literature, where the rights of the flag of truce prevail. A truly knightly soul would scorn under such a flag to ask for any one-sided courtesy. We welcome these writers to the arena of discussion when they present themselves as theologians and philosophers, and concede to them all the rights of toleration which we ask for ourselves. But when they claim the one-sided privilege of proclaiming at our firesides, with cold-blooded assurance or sardonic scorn, that the victory is with them, over our cherished faiths, our hallowed worships, and our immortal hopes, we deny that the question is any longer a question of tolerance. Nor is our position discourteous. It is not discourteous to call certain writers rejectors of Christ as an object of love and confidence, or to say of them that they make literature a medium by which to express and propagate their private opinions. Whether it is altogether courteous on their part to obtrude these opinions in ways so manifold and unnecessary is a question which we will not discuss. If it is true, as they insist so often as at least to persuade themselves, that those who adhere to the old faith in Christ's personality are blind to argument and ignorant of history, that they know nothing of criticism and are unacquainted with philosophy, it would be a matter of humanity at least to leave such to the quiet enjoyment of their own ignorance and want of thought. If it is not discourteous to dishonor what they revere and satirize what they respect, it is at least inhuman to make them uncomfortable. If it is not indictable under the statutes of discourtesy, it may at least be condemned under the laws against cruelty to the ignorant and imbecile. Our position is not proscriptive. We do not contend that these anti-Christian writers are never to be read, admired, and enjoyed by a person who rejects their version of the New Testament history, but only that if they weaken his faith and disturb his peace by an indirect suggestion of sentiments and opinions that are incongruous with his own, he had better leave them alone, or have to do with them only so far as his taste and conscience will allow. We do not disuse the literature of the old pagans, nor need we forego the use and enjoyment of the new, provided we recognize them as pagans. No one who acknowledges Christ, writes Dr. Thomas Arnold, can be indifferent to him, but stands in such relations to him that the highest reverence must be predominant in his mind when thinking or writing of him. If I think that Christ was no more than Socrates, I do not mean in degree but in kind. I can, of course, speak of him impartially. That is, I assume at once that there are faults and imperfections in his character, and on these pass my judgment. But if I believe in him, I am not his judge, but his servant and creature, and he claims the devotion of my whole nature, because he is identified with goodness, wisdom, and holiness. We admire that all this literature presents for our admiration of truth in morals and philosophy, and of beauty in imagery and diction, even though we are disturbed at the poverty of its argumentation, the recklessness of its assertions, and the undisguised effrontery of its self-satisfied illumination. But we are not prepared to substitute, at its bidding, the worship of genius for the worship of a higher master, least of all the worship of a genius that in some respects is so superficial, even though in others it is so admirable. The influence of this anti-Christian literature is far more prevalent in this country than it is in England. With us, the majority of the cultivated men are not authors and critics, but theologians, lawyers, physicians, politicians, and projectors of all types. Of the few who have been the most distinguished in fiction, poetry, and criticism, not a small party sympathise with a very much smaller party in England in holding what is called a negative or uncertain position in respect to the very grave questions which are now so earnestly agitated concerning theism and supernatural Christianity. The readers and students of literature technically so-called among us are more impressible in any direction to which their favourite authors and critics may lead them than are those of a similar class in any other country. Confident assertion in imposing phraseology and under attractive imagery passes for more with us than with any other cultivated people. The critical journal, whether it be quarterly, monthly, weekly, or daily, insinuates most successfully what it believes, or rather what it fails to believe. While there is no country in which the Christian faith has a stronger hold upon the convictions of earnest and sober thinkers, or upon the feelings of the true-hearted, it cannot be denied that among the cultivated classes as such, that is, the classes devoted to literature as a passion and an employment, there prevails a practical, if not an avowed paganism, in one of the two forms of a philanthropic stoicism or a refined Epicureanism. We call it paganism because, though it accepts the ethical spirit which Christianity has created, it is as far removed from the Christian worship of a personal God and the Christian trust in Christ as was the cultured but comfortless philosophy of Athens, which ostentatiously erected manifold altars to the unknown God, which was always eager to run after any novelty in speculation, but could make nothing of the teachings of Paul the Apostle. This literary paganism, with its culture and its confidence, with its positive and not always courteous assertions that science and history are entirely upon its side, has no need to ask for toleration. It has little occasion to complain of social persecution. It is far enough from being in danger of reproach or ostracism, while it has the hearty sympathy of multitudes who are so ambitious of culture as to be ready to accept any novelty in the form of speculative suggestions or brilliant improvisation. We do not propose to discuss the influence or the prospects of this pagan tendency in American or in modern literature. Had we no higher assurance that its influence must be short-lived, history would teach us that its vagueness and barrenness must soon dry up its life. That a vigorous literature cannot be long sustained in an atmosphere of no faith is demonstrably certain. The creative and fervent periods of English literature have been closely connected with the prevalence of a positive Christian belief and of fervent Christian feeling. Among the writers of eminent genius now living who are influenced by the pagan spirit, there is not one who does not give tokens of the blight and depression which the cheerfulness and fervour of a better hope would remove. But we need not pursue our theme in these new directions. Its practical aspects have already detained us too long. End of Chapter 10. Read by Belinda Mc, Melbourne, 1st January 2025.
Chapter 11 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. History and Historical Reading. We propose to leave the discussion of books and reading in general and to proceed to some more particular observations upon different classes of books and different kinds of reading. Perhaps in doing so our thoughts may be less general than they have been. We cannot promise that they will be anything more than useful. We begin with history. It seems natural to begin at this point, as history is the favourite and the common field of all industrious readers. The bright-minded boy, who is withal a little solid and thoughtful, if he is known among his companions as a great reader, usually takes a special delight in history. If he is merely bright-minded, he may be satisfied with novels or plays, childish or otherwise, but if he is also intelligent and curious, he uniformly takes to history. He usually does this very early, and not rarely he follows this taste so passionately as to seem more at home in the old and the distant than in the new and the near. Such a boy often, in the first gush of his historic enthusiasm, thinks and talks more of Athens and Pericles, of Rome and Julius Caesar, of Moscow and Napoleon, than he does of the places and the men that are present to his senses. This taste is also conspicuous in the earnest and thoughtful among so-called well-informed men, as the steady and sturdy mechanic or farmer who thinks for himself, who expresses opinions on public affairs to which other men listen in a debating club or a town meeting, or when occupied in earnest talk at a shop or grocery. Now and then we meet with a thoughtful old lady or an intelligent old gentleman to whom history has all their life been both instruction and pastime, and the result is seen and felt in the mellowed and comprehensive views which they utter upon every subject of which they chance to speak. They are rightly revered as the oracles of their circle. History also has a kind of precedence from having been the first form of writing. Books of history are the oldest written productions. This was both natural and necessary. The child of modern times sits on the father's knee to listen to the stories of what happened in his childhood to himself and his playmates, how they hunted in the forest and sported on the holidays. And so, as we may believe, was it in the earlier times. In the morning of the race, the reverend family and the deferential tribe gathered often about their patriarch to hear the story many times repeated of those whom he had known, brave warriors, great hunters, sagacious inventors, and skilful artists. As soon as language was framed into connected phrases, history began to be recited. The storyteller, as he wrote or read upon the monument of stone or wood the names of great men or the dates of great events, would expound at length the tales of which these names and numbers were only the suggestive texts. Now and then, if he had a rhythmic tongue and a vivid imagination, he would frame history into a ballad, like the Song of Chevy Chase, or the ballads collected by Scott in the Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, or by Percy in the Reliques of English Poetry, or Frithiof's Saga, which he would recite to his family or clan in the long twilight, or under the bright starlight, or in the deep Arctic nights. Others would recite to crowds on festive occasions, as at the Feast of Tabernacles among the Jews, or at the Olympic Games among the Greeks, when the poems of Homer were chanted in recitative, or as in the Middle Ages the wandering bard made himself welcome by his impassioned histories in verse. In many of these earlier histories, not only the power of description was brought into requisition, but the imagination was allowed the freest play. Literal truth was not always so much cared for as an effective story, especially one in favour of the heroes or penates of a family or tribe. Such stories would grow most rapidly in transmission, and what was at first a somewhat faithful narration would soon become more or less of a poetic exaggeration. When history begins to be written for the sober ends of truth, as by Herodotus, its so-called father, there is manifest abundant credulity and play of fancy. This spirited and cheerful narrator, with much that was true and well attested, gathered together somewhat loosely much that he had picked up in his travels of the traditions that had come down from preceding generations in their narratives and songs, their epics and fictions. These being currently reported, when they were once written down and read, would obtain a sort of credit and footing in the faith of the world. People are so eager to know something of other times and of distant countries that if anything passes current as a story, it is soon accepted as a fact. This is the first stage of historical writing, the period of simple and naïf narration, largely intermixed with what is purely imaginative and fictitious. It confines itself to recording such facts as strike the imagination and interest the feelings, especially of admiration and reverence. Following the method of simple narration, with large credulity, few critical attempts to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and absolutely no philosophy. As writers and readers reach a more sober and less childish age, history becomes more grave and dignified in its manner, and events are recorded with a more careful exactness. To the imagination and feelings far less freedom is allowed. Facts and dates are copied with care from monuments and records. But history is still very credulous and undiscriminating. Its writers set down without sifting the most of what they find recorded or hear reported, without weighing authorities or adjusting conflicting testimonies. It is to be noticed also that only the so-called great personages and great events are deemed worthy to be recorded. Great battles, decisive victories, the deeds of heroes, the lives of kings and princes, of nobles and statesmen, the events which make one people the conqueror and another the subject. These stand conspicuously forth from the ordinary level of human affairs, and are alone thought deserving of preservation. The fortunes of the common people, the condition of those who do not belong to the court or the aristocratic classes, the way in which they lived, tilled the soil, built houses, sat at their tables, slept in their beds, navigated rivers and the sea, or travelled by land, their customs and rites, their manners and feelings, their thoughts and their faiths, these are overlooked as beneath the so-called dignity of history. The great events judged worthy of notice are set forth in an exaggerated style, such as impresses the imagination and excites the wonder of the commonalty. Partly from the natural operation of reverence and the nobler sentiments of respect, and partly from the exalted imagination of the narrator, the great men of the past are set forth in gigantic outline and intensified colouring as something superhuman. All men were giants in the ancestral days. as the writer describes and as the reader conceives them. Many of the classic historians write in this vein, as Livy and Plutarch, and almost all of the modern writers of ancient history, till a comparatively recent period, have imitated very closely their style and spirit. As we read Plutarch's Lives or Rollin's Ancient History, we seem to be lifted above the actual solid earth of everyday life, and to fly or float in a sort of cloud or enchanted land. Lofty forms stalk before us, stately and long-robed personages, always in attitudes of superhuman dignity or grace, never speaking except as they utter short orations or weighty apophthegms, enacting no deeds except deeds of staid and awe-inspiring solemnity. The events with which we are confronted are all more weighty and significant than those to which we are accustomed in our daily, or even in our modern life. They cannot be compared with these. To conceive of them, or to measure them by the common men and the common things of our time and of modern days, would be to degrade the events and to dishonour ourselves. The whole impression is solemn, stage-like, and magnificently imposing, as when a familiar scene is viewed by the weird moonlight, half elevating, half bewildering, but always impressive and disposing to admiration and reverence. We may say indeed of the impression received by the readers of the great men of antiquity as described by Plutarch, that it is not unlike that made by the statuary in the Vatican or at the Louvre, as exhibited by torchlight, when the effect of every object is exalted and made mysterious by the unnatural lights and shadows that play upon them, and the witchery of the scene is heightened by the background of impenetrable darkness beyond. Many of the histories of the ancients by the moderns were in a certain sense little more than transcripts from such ancient originals. The early legends were all faithfully copied by most of these historians, some of them being recognized as exaggerations or myths with a slender basis of fact, and others as being of uncertain import, but no serious, certainly no successful attempt was made to discover what was true or certain. Many of the extravagant stories and improbable events were set down as true, and all the judgments of both men and events were in the highest degree credulous and timid. The surprising deeds of the heroic ages and the superhuman virtues of the ancient republics, the simplicity, fidelity, and patriotism reported, were all confided in, and it was scarcely even suspected that any of the traditions of the ancients themselves might require a careful scrutiny and a critical revision. The modern histories of modern events have been too often written in the same exaggerated and undiscriminating manner. The common stock histories of England and the United States are almost universally in this vein, beginning with the well-known older histories and coming down to the declamatory laudations of Bancroft and the curt and biting sentences of Hildreth. The names of Hildreth and Bancroft, as well as those of Mitford and Gibbon, Hume and Burnet, Lingard and Neile, suggest the remark that history in all its forms, whether ancient or modern, is liable to be written in a partisan spirit. The ancient writers have long been recognized even to the uncritical and trusting eyes of their admirers as not altogether unbiased in their sympathies and antipathies. Even honest old Homer tells the largest and the most favourable stories of his favourite Greeks, and makes the gods sympathize a little unfairly with Achilles, while the gossiping Herodotus uniformly flatters his favourite nations. As we come down into the region of history that is more sober and accurate, we find that almost every author writes in the interest of some political party, some social caste, or some favourite hero. Even those grave and judicial old narrators who look and write in such a solemn and stately way are not always so disinterested as they seem, but contrive to set off their impressions concerning men and things to the advantage or disadvantage of those whom they like or dislike. They do not write in the manner of special pleaders or retained advocates so obviously as some of the moderns, for it was inconsistent with the dignity of ancient manners to do so, but it is almost as easy to be solemnly one-sided and unfair with the air of a judge as to be violently partisan with the gesticulations of an attorney. Modern history is too extensively and notoriously partisan to require any special comment. Especially has the history of England, which is that with which we have the nearest concern, been written in the interest and by advocates of almost every shade of political opinion and religious belief. There have also been special histories of almost every party and sect, written with more or less of partisan partiality. History, as we have reviewed it, has had two distinct stages of development. First, the narrative, which is abundantly imaginative and largely credulous. Next, that of the sober and accurate narrator, but only of such facts as are stately and dignified, with a more or less indiscriminate admiration of what is recognized as superhumanly great and good, which in turn has readily and almost uniformly degenerated into a blind or willful partisanship. Within the last 50 years, there has been a decided reaction from these excessive and mischievous tendencies. This reaction has led to a new method of writing history, which involves new methods of studying and reading it. History, both ancient and modern, has been written in what is properly called the critical spirit. This has well nigh involved a revolution in the scrutiny of historical documents and in the judgment of historical facts, as well as in the spirit and aims in which history is written and read. Under its influence, it has become almost necessary that all history, both ancient and modern, should be rewritten. Many of the old standard histories and historical series have been discarded and displaced. Long series of uncritical narratives like The Ancient and the Modern Universal History, of some 50 volumes, have become almost so much rubbish. History also is read, as it were, with new eyes. This reaction and the application of the critical method took a distinct and recognized form under the shaping genius of Niebuhr, though eminent critics and scholars had prepared the way by the method and spirit in which they had studied antiquity before his time. It was reserved for Niebuhr, however, to accomplish a revolution in the prevailing ideas in respect to the early history of Rome, and in so doing to establish and vindicate a new method for the treatment of all history. He not only suggested but vindicated the position that a large portion of what is recorded by Livy as historical truth is little better than a series of mythical and exaggerated legends with a slender basis of fact. Much of the history of the 7 kings went the same way with the story of the miraculous she-wolf who suckled Romulus and Remus, the reputed founders of the Eternal City. The subsequent, and, till then, the universally accepted narratives of the gravest and the most trustworthy historians were also revised with rigid care, being carefully tested by close comparison with one another, with the allusions of contemporaneous literature, with permanent monuments, with well-known and newly discovered or newly interpreted inscriptions, and last not least, with the testimony of languages and dialects, which, strange as it may seem, serve as the means of correcting many errors and confirming many conjectures. Other writers, following the example of Niebuhr and catching his spirit, have traversed the same and other fields of ancient history. Of histories well known to English readers, Arnold's History of Rome and Grote's History of Greece are eminent examples of the superiority of the new over the old method. As the result of Niebuhr's example and influence, not only have the fabulous and legendary elements been eliminated from the histories of the older nations, but the overstrained and exaggerated conceptions of the men and events which had come to us from the ancient Plutarch and the modern Rollin have been toned down to the modesty of a probable and rational judgment. The tendency to see heroes, in both virtue and vice beyond the possible attainments of human nature, which had free indulgence, has given way to a juster estimate of what was possible and is therefore credible. The old times, which were ignorantly admired and extravagantly lauded, have been carefully measured by what we know of the workings of the human nature of today. The institutions, the principles, the passions, the aims and the achievements of such men as Pericles and Alcibiades, of Cicero and Seneca, of Catiline and the Caesars, have been examined, not under the coloured lights of blind admiration, nor by the weird lights of myth-making credulity, nor the false lights of blind or lying partisanship, but by the dry and white light which is reflected from the aims, principles, and passions of men in similar circumstances in modern times, the good men not being over good for human nature, and the bad not so much, and so desperately, worse than the very bad of later times. In short, the historian has learned to measure the ancient world by the modern world, instead of by an extravagant and distorted creation of his own bewildered admiration and his excited fancy. Because the modern is known to be the actual world, and as such illustrates those permanent laws and forces of humanity by which alone all history, whether old or recent, can be rationally estimated and judged. But while this critical tendency has dissipated what is false and extravagant in the pictures and conceptions of ancient life, it has established more firmly and set in bolder relief whatever is true, though it be peculiar and even supernatural. While it has explained the myths and legends of superstition and credulity in the false religions that cloud the morning of the historic period, it has justified and confirmed the miracles that are so appropriate to simpler times, which have so fitly signalized the presence of one who is higher than nature, and introduced those manifestations of his moral character and his loving care which have been required in the world's moral history. The same criticism which has proved so destructive to the myths of Grecian and the legends of Roman story has proved itself most positive and constructive when applied to the miraculous and supernatural, which are alone adequate to explain the rise and development of the Mosaic and Christian economies. This has been the actual result of the most careful and critical investigation of the two by some of the most eminent students of the new historical school. Niebuhr himself, after some sharp experiences of misgiving lest the miraculous in the Old and New Testaments should, under the critical method, go the same way with the mythological in the Roman and Greek history, writes thus concerning the education of his son: "While I shall repeat and read the old poets to him in such a way that he will undoubtedly take the gods and heroes for historical beings, I shall tell him at the same time that the ancients had only an imperfect knowledge of the true God, and that these gods were overthrown when Christ came into the world. He shall believe in the letter of the Old and New Testaments, and I shall nurture in him, from his infancy, a firm faith in all that I have lost or feel uncertain about." His biographer records further that "the Word made flesh, the divine brought into visible contact with the human, and finding an historical embodiment in an individual, was a doctrine that found a warm response in a mind so full of earnest aspiration towards heaven, and at the same time so thoroughly historical in its views of the world. His personal reverence for Christ was a sentiment that deepened with the progress of his life. He once exclaimed, in the course of an argument with the former King of Prussia, "I would lay my head on the block for the divinity of Jesus." Life and Letters, etc. Arnold observes, "The miracles of the gospel and those of later history do not stand upon the same ground. I do not think that they stand on the same ground of external evidence. I cannot think that the unbelieving spirit of the Roman world in the 1st century was equally favourable to the origination and admission of stories of miracles with the credulous tendencies of the Middle Ages. But the difference goes deeper than this to all those who can appreciate the other evidences of Christianity and who, therefore, feel that what we call miracles were but the natural accompaniments of the Christian revelation, accompaniments, the absence of which would have been more wonderful than their presence. This, I may almost call it, a priori, probability in favour of the miracles of the Gospel cannot be said to exist in favour of those of later history. Lectures on the Study of Modern History, 2. Again, Strauss writes about history and myths without appearing to have studied the question, but having heard that some pretended stories are mythical, he borrows this notion as an engine to help him out of Christianity. But the idea of men writing mythic histories between the time of Livy and Tacitus, and of St. Paul mistaking such for realities, memoirs, etc. If we pass to the modern histories of modern times, which have been written with the true historic spirit, we find that they have been as truly improved by the new method as the histories of the ancient world. The tone of blind admiration and of exaggerated laudation has been sensibly lowered. The intense and bigoted partisanship has been exposed and answered by counter-criticism, or has quietly given way before the more judicial spirit of a cooler judgment. One improvement is especially noticeable in modern history, if it be not almost a revolution. This is the fact that much less is made of the so-called great events of history now than formerly. As history has learned new notions of its own dignity, it attaches less importance to the fortunes of princes, the movements of generals, and the issues of campaigns, and occupies itself far more earnestly and busily with the condition of the middling and lower classes, with their progress in civilization, in political freedom, in wise laws, general education, and the security of property, as well as in general thrift, prevailing frugality, courteous manners, moral principle, and religious faith. History has become more humane and democratic as it has become more critical and just. It looks beneath the surface of events for the springs of action. It searches under facts for principles. It strives to discover the great laws of progress and stability in the world's evolution. It regards moral interests as higher than physical, the faith and heroism of a people and a period as of greater consequence than the external and physical events which distinguished either. Hence it tends to be more ethical, more reverent, and more religious, while it is also more candid and tolerant. Two characteristics are especially worthy of notice in the tendencies of modern history. It is at once more imaginative and more philosophical. The new history employs the imagination more liberally and yet more wisely than did the old. While it does not yield indiscriminately to its direction so as to be misled by its vagaries, it avails itself more freely of its guidance and aid that it may more perfectly and vividly reproduce the past. The historian no longer conceives the past to have been so utterly unlike the present as to allow him to credit all the fantastic creations of the mythological and the credulous school, but rather conceives it to have been so nearly like the present as to justify him in freely using the present that he may more vividly picture and reproduce the past as it was. Hence it is the persistent effort of the modern historian to revive the past by means of every possible appliance of which he can avail himself. He continually asks himself, how did men live in the earlier times? What sort of houses did they build? How did they light and warm them? At what sort of tables did they eat, and of what food? And how was this cooked and served? On what seats did they sit? In what beds did they sleep? How were they dressed? Of what material was their clothing made? And into what sort of garments was it shaped? How did they travel and visit? In what fashion did they greet one another? So minute have been these inquiries, and so successfully have they been answered by the aid of the paintings and mummies of Egyptian tombs, by bas-reliefs on Assyrian monuments, by Greek and Roman statues and inscriptions, as also by the exhumations of Pompeii and Herculaneum, that it seems now almost possible to build again a Grecian and Roman house, to provide it with implements and furniture, and to reproduce in detail all the particulars of ancient life. In the same way, the historian of Old or New England of 200 years ago concerns himself with thousands of details, which enable his reader vividly to imagine how the people actually lived. What was the daily aspect and history of a street in London or in Boston? What was the method of spending a day or a week by a merchant or a farmer, a labourer or a professional man? What is of far greater consequence, the historian asks and can answer, how did the men of other times think and feel in regard to the great and small things which interest the human race in all times? What was the measure of their knowledge and of their intellectual power? What were their loves and hatreds toward God and man? He seeks to place himself within their very souls, so as to gaze on the visible creation with their eyes, to meet his fellows with their loves and hatreds, to scan the firmament with their infinite longings or their shivering terror, to seek after God with their awe or their longings. In all such efforts of history, the imagination must be largely employed, but it is employed in the service and for the ends of truth. It does not dress up its ideals of past generations with impossible and therefore fantastic perfections, nor does it make them stalk forth in robes of gorgeous stateliness, nor does it bring them in fantastic conflicts like the spectred hosts of departed warriors, such as are seen by a belated shepherd far off in cloudland above some real battlefield, but it seeks to conceive these generations as they actually lived and acted and thought and felt. The power, when trained and used in the search after historic truth, becomes what is called the historic imagination, which by long practice becomes so discriminating and so trustworthy as to be termed the historic sense. It is not till the imagination is thus matured that a man is able to appreciate adequately the literature of other nations and other times than his own. He must first understand the times in which its speeches and essays, its poems and its plays, its novels and its sermons were composed, in order to judge of them by their relations to the men by whom and for whom they were written. When thus heard and read, they are received as far more real and living, and are judged with a far more sensitive and just appreciation than they possibly could be if read or judged apart from the forces which produced them, or the conditions under which they came into being. What is more important still, the actions of the men of another age are studied in the light of the knowledge which they actually attained, the aims which they proposed, and the motives by which they were impelled. What would be inexplicable if done in our times can be accounted for if allowed in other days. What in our day would be a work of cruelty and revenge is excused, palliated, or even justified when traced to the motives and feelings which occasioned it. What seems laughable and grotesque, formal and superstitious, when looked at with our eyes, is grave and proper, natural and rational, when looked at through the eyes of the men of other times, as we are enabled to do by the cultured historic sense, when this is quickened and guided by the historic imagination. As the result of this liberal and wise use of the imagination, history has become more true and more just in its judgments, as well as more elevating in its lessons and influence than formerly. The more vividly and fully we represent the men and the scenes of other times, the more entirely shall we do justice to them. The more thoroughly we understand events in their motives and principles, the more truthfully shall we estimate and weigh them. The new method educates and elevates the imagination, as well as employs it as an auxiliary to truth. We read and study history somewhat as we read and study the drama, viewing it as a grand spectacle of the past that is vividly reproduced in scenery, personages, and events, that fixes our attention, excites our curiosity, and kindles our sympathies. As the actual drama is fitted to ennoble the imagination and purify the passions, so does dramatized history act with even greater energy in these directions when it is fitly rendered by the writer and justly conceived by the reader. These thoughts lead us to the second characteristic stated, viz., that the new history is more philosophical than the old. It recognizes more distinctly the truth that all historic events are to be explained by certain causal influences or agencies, which are furnished in man's own nature, in the circumstances of his condition, and in the purposes of the living God. Different historians differ in the variety of the agencies which they recognize, in the importance which is to be attached to each, and in the power of harmonizing one with another. But all agree that to some agencies or principles, acting after fixed methods or rules, all great historical events are to be ascribed, and that the problem of history and the duty of the historian is to discover what these principles are. The historian nowadays is not content to entertain his readers with striking descriptions of the startling events which give to history its dramatic interest, nor to paint to the life the story of those great personages who illustrate the pathos and power, the tenderness and energy of human passion, but he seeks also to explain historic phenomena, both the greater and the less, by their principles and laws. To determine what are the principles and what the laws which underlie all these events is the aim of what is technically called the philosophy of history. Much is made of this phrase in our times. To many persons it suggests something very profound, attractive, and incomprehensible. To others it is big with high-sounding verbiage, transcendental pretension, attenuated pantheism, or depressing fatalism. But there ought to be no special mystery in the phrase. If a philosophy of the universe of spirit and manner is possible in its present manifestations, then a philosophy is possible of the past history of man, from which lessons of instruction may be derived, and if need be, of monition for the future. As there is a variety of theories of the present, each one of which may be incompatible with the other, so there may be an equal variety of philosophies of the past. A Mohammedan, a Mormon, a Brahmin, and a Christian would necessarily have each a peculiar philosophy of history. It need not be a mystery or a wonder that a materialist and a spiritualist, a necessitarian and a believer in freedom, should each interpret the history of man after a fashion of his own. One who studies man as an animal only, and recognizes no other forces and laws than those which are vital, will of necessity, like Draper, make physiology the basis of his philosophy of history, or rather, he will resolve all historical into physiological phenomena, whether they are material, vital, or spiritual. Temperature and moisture of a certain degree and quantity, acting on certain chemical combinations of nitrogen, carbon, phosphorus, etc., are the formulae by which historical phenomena can all be explained. Napoleon and Waterloo, Abraham Lincoln and Bull Run, General Lee and Appomattox Courthouse are satisfactorily accounted for by various formulae, of which the terms are H, O, C, N, etc., in various combinations. A writer who recognizes a somewhat wider range of forces, some of which are spiritual, but all, whether material or spiritual, obey mechanical laws and act by a necessitating force, will, like Buckle, evolve and explain all possible occurrences and phenomena according to an a priori necessity, from whose iron embrace there is no release. Those who, like Froude, believe in the caprices and energy of human passions and individual freedom, or who, like Niebuhr, Arnold, Goldwin Smith, and hosts of other Christian historians, distinctly recognize a divine providence fulfilling merciful plans of human progress and redemption will have another and a nobler philosophy of history, because they accept a nobler philosophy of the universe and of human life. It ought to be added that to serve more effectually the philosophical explanation of the past, the great movements of historic progress in separate lines and the separate agencies on which they depend have been treated of in distinct works. Thus we have not a few generalized histories as of commerce, geographical discovery, emigration, philosophy, morals, literature, poetry, fiction, criticism, and even of civilization itself. The treatment of these topics of historic research separately has this great advantage, that it limits the attention more effectually to single classes of phenomena and to the workings of single forces. It withdraws the mind from the more palpable and material effects and causes to the more refined and spiritual. It enables each student to look at the history of man from that point of view which most interests his own feelings, or bears upon his own studies, and it saves the general reader an immense amount of special research and laborious investigation. But the impatient reader, who may have followed us thus far, will be likely here to interrupt us with the inquiry, "But what has all this to do with a course of historical reading? These general disquisitions on the writing of history may have some interest for those who have history to write, but they can have no possible application to those who have history to read. The progress and development of history, from poetic narration to philosophical interpretation, may be instructive to learned students, but not to general readers." To which we reply, have patience. History is a vast jungle, an impenetrable morass to the reader who undertakes to find his way through it without a guide, and even to him who reads the first book which is recommended to him, and having finished that, seizes upon another. To read history with any profit, or even with much satisfaction, whether alone or under the advice of a sagacious friend, one should know something of what history is, and how it is written, in what various forms, with what diversity of honesty, truth, and trustworthiness. To furnish this information, preliminary to special advice respecting the selection of books and the manner of reading them, has been the aim of this chapter. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Janet Wedge. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. How to Read History. Chapter 12. How to Read History. It is not easy to prescribe a course of historical reading for a single individual, even though he is an intimate friend whose character and culture, whose aims and habits, whose leisure and opportunities are all supposed to be familiarly known to his advisor. It is more difficult to do it for many persons, every one of whom may differ from the other in every one of these particulars. An extended or general course which might be equally suitable for all readers is idle to think of. To attempt even a selection of the best authors without knowing somewhat intimately the person for whom they are chosen would be foolish and futile. All that we propose to do is to lay down a few principles which will enable a reader to begin wisely and to proceed with satisfaction in selecting books for himself, and also to illustrate these principles by referring to a few authors of marked peculiarities and of unquestioned excellence. We observe, first of all, that a thorough mastery of the field of history must be the work of many years, in some sort of a lifetime. To fix in the mind the dates of the most important events, to impress the events themselves upon the memory so that they shall be permanent and familiar, to settle the great questions which are in dispute in respect to facts and principles, to be able to summon at call the great pictures which make up the diorama of the world's past, can be achieved only by the few students to whom historical research is the exclusive occupation of their life. For such we do not write. They would not need our assistance could we give it, for it is the prerogative of every such student to find his path opening naturally and easily before him as he proceeds. To such the author immediately, instead, introduces many others whom he will wish to read. The subject which at present occupies the attention inevitably suggests numerous kindred topics. In part, this is true for the class of persons for whom we write, who are supposed to be comparatively ignorant of books and unpracticed in reading. Even such readers ought not to expect to finish in a year or two the brief and imperfect course of history which they may immediately require. We grant one may learn a compend of events or a table of dates within a few months. He may commit to memory an outline history of Greece and Rome, of Europe in the Middle Ages, of Great Britain and the United States. But to do this is simply to lay the foundation and to erect the scaffolding. To master the history of these countries so as intelligently to enjoy it and be instructed by it requires a far longer period and must be, at the shortest, the work of several years of earnest and awakened attention. Moreover, it would not be desirable, were it practicable, to finish such a course of reading more speedily. To read history should be proposed by every thoughtful person as the learning and pastime of his entire life, as capable of perpetually opening new views of regions unseen before, and of bringing before the same eye fresh aspects of scenes that are nonetheless interesting because they have been often revisited. Indeed, there is an important sense in which it is true that a man must wait till he is somewhat advanced in life before he can read history with full advantage and enjoyment, because such a person only can bring to it the observation and interest furnished by actual experience. If old experience alone, as Milton suggests, can attain to something like prophetic strain in its forecast of the future, it is almost equally necessary that one may intelligently appreciate the history of the past. History, to the eye of the young, has the interest of an exciting spectacle. To the old, it is as inspiring as the counsel of a lifelong friend. The youth gazes with excited and breathless curiosity upon the shifting panorama of great empires rising mysteriously like overhanging clouds, of vast cities thronged with representatives from 100 nations, of endless caravans of barbaric emigrants, of the confusion of battle, the pomp of victory, and the splendor of pageants. All these are to his eye brilliant, imposing, and exciting. But when the same eye has seen more of living men and of actual life, when the man has interpreted the causes and meditated upon the lessons of the events which have occurred within his personal experience, then and then only is he prepared to gather instruction from the story of the past, because in the men and the events which this story records, he sees the counterpart of what has passed beneath his personal observation. To the young, history must be an exciting drama or a painful task. To the old, It is as fresh as a fairy tale and as instructive as the lessons of a patriarch. Those persons who are impatient to acquire in a 12-month a satisfactory knowledge of history, and who expect or wish to finish up their reading in order that it may be done with and laid aside, might almost as well not begin at all, for by such history can be read only for convenience or show, and to them it can bring little instruction and less enjoyment. There are not a few who, having just left school or college, say to themselves, a man must know something of history in order to pass respectably with intelligent people. Without having read history, one cannot understand the newspapers, or take part in conversation, or shine in a debating club, or make speeches. Therefore, I will take a course in history. What is the best? Because the shortest and the soonest over. To such persons we would say, study a table of chronology as you would take a dose of medicine, or buy the best and briefest compend of universal history which you can hear of, and master it because you must. But do not call such occupation the reading of history. This sort of reading should, of all others, be regarded as the constant occupation and pastime of the life of anyone who reads at all, and it is well to begin history as it is to begin our reading life, with this view of it, to form our plans and to select our authors with these expectations distinctly in mind. There is the greater need of cautions of this sort for the reason that so many persons, under mistaken impressions, or by the direction of stupid or thoughtless advisers, commence reading a course of history with such authors or after such a plan as to be very soon disgusted and disappointed. We recall very distinctly a friend who, on finishing his college life, gave himself up for a year to what he fondly anticipated would be the still air of delightful studies, with glowing expectations of what he should accomplish and enjoy in a year of general reading. To master an ample course of history was his first ambition and his most attractive ideal. He seated himself at his desk with the expectation of finishing this course in a 12-month, and in order to begin at the beginning, he opened one of the dreariest and most matter-of-fact books that was ever written, viz., the Old and New Testament Connected by Humphrey Prideaux. It was a part of his plan to follow this work with another, which, if possible, is more dreary and forbidding, viz., Shuckford's Sacred and Profane History Connected. But he never got so far as Shuckford, for the reason that, after a few weeks' trial with Prideaux, so many hours a day, and so many pages of the wooden volumes read in a mechanical way, he became dispirited and discouraged, and the course of historical reading never did run smooth with him after such an inauspicious beginning. Second, this instance may give meaning and interest to our next suggestion, which is that history, to be wisely begun, should be commenced by every person at what is the right starting point for him. We have already insisted that the book on which every man should first lay his hands is the book which will instruct, amuse, or elevate him most in any direction in which his needs are the most imperative, whatever the subject matter may be. This rule is preeminently good in historical reading. If we assume that the entire field is to anyone unoccupied and unknown, there are yet certain countries, personages, or events, one or all, of which every man has some immediate interest to know something. Whether his interest arises from the curiosity of the inquirer or the usefulness of that which is to be known is unimportant. At this very point should he begin. The author who best meets this impending want, whether he can do this by his ease of style, clearness of arrangement, copiousness of information, or elevation and truthfulness of aim, is the author with whom he should begin. But suppose a person has few historic needs, or at least few of which he is conscious, and little or no curiosity, what shall be said to him? Should there be such a person, we have only to say that it may be the time has not come for him, and it may be it ought never to come to read history at all. It would be safer, however, to deny that a person ever existed who is without any historic curiosity or historic needs, if it could only be discovered in what direction they lie. With some, these wishes and wants may turn upon that which is nearest their senses, the local history of the town or county in which they live, of the family to which they belong, or the state or country in which they are born. Or perhaps their imagination may be excited to ask questions concerning some prominent personage whom they have seen or of whom they have heard, as some great lawyer, physician, clergyman, banker, merchant, sea captain, or general. If they are interested in any trade or employment, the history of their own occupation, or of the objects with which it is concerned, may be the history which will take the strongest hold of their feelings. When, then, a man comes to us with the question, "What history shall I read first?" we reply, as we have already suggested, with the questions, "What history do you care to know the most about? Of what country or of what people? Of what events or what personages do you wish or need to be informed accurately and fully? Concerning what great interest, as of trade or commerce, tariff or business, of shipbuilding or invention in art or literature, do you at present feel disposed to ask the most numerous questions of a friend or acquaintance?" If you can answer to yourself these questions, then you will be able to decide what history you should begin to read. Third, history should be read after the laws and habits of the kind of memory with which the reader is naturally endowed, without any violent efforts to resist or reform these laws or habits. For example, there are a few persons who have a natural memory for dates. They can scan with the eye or hear with the ear the dates of the principal events of a war, a reign, or a century, and can fix them with exactness so as to recall them when they are wanted. But the majority, even of young persons, in whom the spontaneous memory is most active, find it somewhat difficult to imprint a table of simple dates upon the memory. Those who labor under this defect are soon discouraged in the reading of history. They complain that before they have finished a single volume, most of the dates of the events which it records have escaped from their possession. Of what possible use, say they, can it be to read the next if even the times and the order of the great events which it recounts are in like manner to slide from our recollection? Of what use, if this is continually to happen, will it be for us to read history at all? To relieve the minds of those who feel these difficulties, two considerations are pertinent. The first is that history may inscribe many most valuable lessons upon the memory of those who can remember the dates of but few of the great events which it records. It is with reading history very much as it is with seeing people and observing the course of nature. 1,000 lessons may have been impressed upon the understanding. 1,000 most important relations may have been discerned. 1,000 inferences or principles may have been suggested or confirmed. 1,000 movements of feeling or will may have been evolved in connection with 1,000 persons and events observed, of which very few, and perhaps none at all, can be recalled singly and in their individual relations. To be profited by history in almost every way conceivable, it is by no means essential that we retain a distinct remembrance of the individual facts which history records and recites. We would not intimate that a knowledge of dates and events is unimportant, nor again that strenuous and persevering efforts should not be made to fix and hold them. We would only preclude the inference that great exactness or facility in this respect is essential to the most important uses of this study. We would also insist that any range, exactness, or readiness in the memory of historical facts is only important so far as it is attended with the capacity to discern and connect these facts by means of their higher relations. Simple memory is so very convenient that it is often greatly overvalued. School teachers and school children, pedants and paragons of memory, who can promptly tell you the precise date of every event in history, plume themselves very often upon what is merely a great intellectual convenience. These unfortunates, on the other hand, who are always at a loss when called on to furnish such details for themselves or others, are often mortified and discouraged at their constantly recurring failures. For this reason, it needs often to be repeated that a knowledge of dates is chiefly to be valued because of the higher relations to which it constantly ministers. This suggests the second consideration to which we referred, viz., that when the dates of history are habitually contemplated in these higher relations, the study of chronology becomes fascinating and easy to many who are deficient in the mechanical memory. It may seem of little importance to know, and therefore it may appear difficult to recall, the precise number of months or years by which the American preceded the French Revolution, or to recount the exact order of the several events which ushered in the bloody catastrophe and the inevitable reaction of the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire. But viewed in another light, the exactest knowledge of these time periods and time epochs may be of the greatest service. It may even be absolutely essential to enable the reader to estimate the force and to compute the laws of the agencies which produced these stirring and frightful phenomena. At first view, that would seem to be the most trivial coincidence which connects two events together by the relation of time, as a discovery, an invention, a bold and beneficent enterprise achieved by 2 or 3 minds in the same month, thousands of miles distant. But coincidences of this sort, observed and remembered, illustrate how the thinking of the race proceeds with an even step, and may bring out the exact occasion or condition which has evolved in many minds a similar intellectual or moral result. The exact date of the first emigration of miners to San Francisco, or of the first large shipment of gold from California to New York or London, might be of the first importance to illustrate the beginning of some new movement of commerce or a new tendency in the money markets of the world. The exact date to the day of the month of the proclamation of the Queen of England concerning the belligerency of the parties in our late Civil War is esteemed by many as one of the greatest significance in determining what were the feelings and what the position of the English government with respect to the two parties. We have cited these examples to illustrate the truths that to any person who reads history with a moderate degree of intelligence and reflection, the chronology of history may be invested with a high intellectual and even a high moral interest, and that those who study dates and time relations under these higher lights can by degrees learn to remember them. This is but a special inference and application of the general rule already laid down, that every man should read history after the methods and connections of his own memory. If a reader has little force of that spontaneous power which reproduces dates and facts by a mechanical method, let him learn to elevate these dates and facts by the dignity and interest which belong to higher relations and deeper principles. If, on the other hand, he remembers isolated facts and incidents with ease, let him not be content with the convenient service or the doubtful reputation of an intellectual instrument that passively depicts everything that has been presented to the mind. It is interesting to notice how the driest of all books, a table of dates, may, to the enlightened eye, become radiant with instruction and interest, and especially how a table of comparative chronology, like the Oxford tables, or those prepared primarily for the study of church history by Dr. Henry B. Smith and many others, may become a most attractive manual. Against passive reading of every kind, we would enter our repeated protest as an idling of time and an enfeebling of the powers. History tempts not a few to such habits. Many read history as they read a novel or a drama, moved only by the excitement of the story, permitting scarcely reflection enough to assent to the story as a recital of actual events, dreaming over its pictures rather than believing its realities, neither measuring its facts by principles nor deriving principles from its facts. Others, of an opposite habit of mind, bestow so much reflection upon the facts that they often forget the facts which have suggested their reflections. They read history very much as an absent-minded man listens to a concert or an opera, or as under a lecture or a sermon he surrenders himself so completely to the thoughts which the speaker suggests that he forgets very much of what the speaker has said. Such persons bring away everything which history can teach them except its facts, viz., the truth and reflections which it suggests. A little faithful and persevering self-discipline would enable such persons to remember both the incidents and the dates, which their own reflections should make permanent by ennobling them. These thoughts inculcate a consideration which it will not be wise to forget or overlook, and that is, that the reading of history must be prosecuted somewhat as a study in order to be permanently pleasant or profitable. History need not be learned as a lesson to be repeated to another, but the reading of it should be prosecuted with a special wakefulness of attention, with constant and deliberate reflection, and with frequent and wisely arranged reviews. Particularly should history be read with some sort of system at the outset, it being always remembered that it should never be regarded as an enforced task work. While then we should begin to read history by using the kind of memory which we have at command, we should not despair of cultivating our memory by the very act and effort of reading. Surprising achievements have been accomplished by trifling acts of painstaking, when these have been reduced to fixed and pleasant habits. Fourth, history should always be read with the aid of geography. If the dates of the events of history are important and instructive, so are the places in which they occur. Indeed, we may say without reserve that it is impossible to read history with intelligence without bringing distinctly before the eye of the mind the place relations of the scenes in which these events occur. Nor does it suffice that one should be able to fix these as presented by a map if one cannot interpret the lines of the map into pictures of boundary and surface. Not only should the ordinary map and atlas be kept constantly within reach, but what are called historical maps should be freely and constantly employed by every reader of history who can procure them. These are constructed for the special purpose of representing to the eye the various changes and divisions of a country which have occurred in great historic periods as a result of conquest or colonization. These changes are represented to the eye by a series of maps of the whole or a part of a continent drawn to the same scale and with the same completeness of physical features. The growth, diminution, or absorption of its subordinate divisions being indicated by changes in their variously colored boundary lines and by the presence or absence of its marts, fortresses, and capitals. The several changes in Western Europe which took place after the French Revolution and during the career of Napoleon are most impressively depicted to the eye by a series of such maps, each one of which tells its own story of rapid conquest and humiliating defeat, of sudden and surprising growth, and of contractions and retreats as unlooked for. The decisions of the Congress of Vienna made it necessary to reconstruct the map of Europe. No sooner had Prussia achieved the one victory of Sadova after a 7 weeks campaign than the maps of Germany were all altered, and the new maps of the new Prussia were sold in Berlin before her troops had returned in triumph to the capital. A series of good historical maps of the rise and fall of the Roman Empire suggests volumes of ancient history, the moral and political lessons which a few moments' inspection of a series of such maps is fitted to enforce, cannot fail to be noticed by any thoughtful mind. The career of the great Napoleon is full of admonitory wisdom as it is illustrated to the eye that follows his unbounded ambitions and his astounding achievements in the expanding and still expanding lines of the empire, which centered in Paris, to that crisis which contracted them in a day by the victory of Waterloo and sent him to the distant rock of St. Helena. Historical maps of the great empires of the ancient world are like the successive pictures of a prophet's vision. Historical atlases have hitherto been almost inaccessible to ordinary English readers, and have been scarcely known except by historical scholars. With a few exceptions, they have been prepared by German editors, and are not easily used by a person who is ignorant of the German language. The simple inspection of one of the atlases of Karl von Spimner cannot fail to impress even such a reader with the great utility of such maps as an aid to the reading of history. It cannot be long before appliances so useful and almost indispensable will be freely furnished to English and American readers. We name another use of geography in the reading of history, which is of far higher interest and of nobler application: its use in the philosophy of history. As the dates of events are often of the greatest significance, in explaining them, so also is their scene and place. The physical features of every country, as its mountains, coasts, and rivers, should be carefully studied, not merely as they have furnished the show place upon which, and the limits of framing within which, the great transactions have occurred that have made this country famous, but as they have had a large influence in determining what the history of the country should be. As the material has not a little to do in determining what the spiritual and moral shall be in the development and career of the individual man, so the study of the physical geography of a country is the best interpreter of its history. It often furnishes the only clue by which the student and the reader can explain its most striking peculiarities. For example, if we would understand the peculiar and wonderful history of England, it is not merely convenient, and in many senses necessary, to know that the island is moored alongside the continent, at a convenient and yet a safe distance from France, Spain, Holland, and Germany. But it is entirely essential to keep this fact continually in mind, and to refer to it again and again as the one condition which England required for the development of her unique and marvelous history and for the attainment of her boasted imperial power. Had the English Channel been only a little less formidable than it is in its rock-lined walls, its storms, its fogs, and its tides, England might, in a half-score of instances, have been possessed and overrun by foreign invaders after she had become great enough to tempt as a prize, or defiant enough to invite as a conquest. Dutch fleets, Spanish armadas, and French expeditions, in conjunction with Irish rebellions, Scotch risings, and Romish intrigues would, but for this single physical feature of England, have figured very differently in the changed history of the kingdom and in the story of Protestant Christianity and of general political liberty. Indeed, had the English Channel been a little narrower and its currents a little less fearful, Protestantism and freedom might neither of them have had a permanent foothold on the earth, assuredly not upon English soil. The free spirit of the English people would have wanted the insular protection within which to find its free development, that gave it a home and a fortress as against foreign assailants, and a convenient city of refuge for many a noble exile. The seafaring tastes and the adventurous spirit of the English navigators and traders owe to this circumstance their early and marvelous growth, from which originated the naval supremacy, the colonial extension, and the enormous wealth of this sometimes unscrupulous and always imperious people, which so long rejoiced in the exclusive title to the dominion of the seas. But the high tides and stormy passages along the coasts of this island would themselves have accomplished little for England's power and wealth, had it not been for the coal and tin and iron, which were also provided beneath her rocks as the means of developing her manufacturing skill and of fabricating the metallic and textile products with which, for so long a period, she has tempted and controlled the markets of the world. Here again, the proximity of England to the continent, with her insular independence of it, were most important, as they enabled her government in repeated instances to introduce skilled labor from Flanders and from France on critical occasions, when it was not only convenient for manufacturers and artisans to leave their homes, but when this became necessary if they would save their consciences and their lives. Thus did England, by its physical features, become not only an asylum for many of the noblest exiles, but she also made of this asylum a treasure house for her future wealth and a workshop for the supply of the world, which in this way became her tributary. The example of England is one of the many which might be adduced to illustrate the relation of physical geography to history. The honor of discerning and setting forth this relation in its adequate and manifold importance belongs to Professor Karl Ritter, one of the most eminent men of the present century, who was alike distinguished for his vast learning, his historical sagacity, and his modest and Christian humility. His views were given to English readers some years ago by one of his most eminent disciples, Professor Arnold Guyot, in The Earth and Man, and more recently in translations from a few of his works. The intelligent reader, however, needs only to seize upon the clue which Ritter's speculative wisdom has furnished, to be able to read history by a new light and with a new interest, as he finds the physical features as well as the geographical situation of every country to be essential to the understanding of its political and moral growth and of the part which it has enacted in the world's drama. The thought is kindred, but not unimportant, that to understand and appreciate either history or geography with the highest profit, and especially to understand the two as mutually related, traveling with an intelligent eye is an important auxiliary. We would not be understood to assert or intimate that a person who cannot travel cannot do justice to the reading of history. The fact is notorious that some of the most intelligent and appreciative students of history have traveled but little, while hundreds, if not thousands, yearly look upon Rome and Jerusalem and the Nile with unanointed eyes, who neither bring to these exciting places nor carry away from them a single historic association. Nor, again, is it needful to travel long distances or to visit many of the seats of ancient or modern commerce and empire in order to learn the most important and the most substantial lessons which travel is fitted to impart. A journey of 100 miles can be turned by one person to uses that are far more abundant and instructive than a journey of 1,000 miles by another. The sagacious eye needs but few hints or motives to be able to judge of the remote by the near, of the long by the short, and of the great by the small. Gibbon found in the study of tactics, which he had made as captain of the Hanse militia, a sufficient preparation to enable him to understand the movements of the great military leaders of the Roman Empire. The discipline and evolutions of a modern battalion, he says, gave me a clearer notion of the phalanx and the legion, and the captain of the Hampshire Grenadiers, the reader may smile, has not been useless to the historian of the Roman Empire. On the other hand, no intellect can be so acute and no imagination can be so active as not to be stimulated and instructed by the excitements of the eye and the ear. The traveler who has crossed the Alps in person and on foot will be far more likely to do justice to the difficulties which impeded Hannibal, and he who has traversed Palestine with the scriptures in his hand cannot but make more real to himself and more intelligible the Old and the New Testament history. It is worth noticing that the best historical writers have almost uniformly been fond of traveling, at least They have had the topographical eye and that interest in natural scenery, which seems to be essential to the vivid representation to the mind of historic scenes, events, and personages. This suggests our fifth point, viz., the use of the imagination in the reading of history. Whately pertinently observes in his annotations upon Lord Bacon's essay on studies, in reference to the study of history, I have elsewhere remarked upon the importance, among the intellectual qualifications for such a study, of a vivid imagination, a faculty which, consequently, a skillful narrator must himself possess, and to which he must be able to furnish excitement in others. Some may perhaps be startled at this remark, who have been accustomed to consider imagination as having no other office than to feign and to falsify. Every faculty is liable to abuse and misdirection, and imagination among the rest. But it is a mistake to suppose that it necessarily tends to pervert the truth of history and to mislead the judgment. On the contrary, our view of any transaction, especially one that is remote in time and place, will necessarily be imperfect, generally incorrect, unless it embrace something more than the bare outline of the occurrences, unless we have before the mind a lively idea of the scenes in which the events took place, the habits of thought and of feeling of the actors, and all the circumstances connected with the transaction, unless, in short, we can in a considerable degree transport ourselves out of our own age and country and persons, and imagine ourselves the agents or spectators. It is from consideration of all these circumstances that we are enabled to form a right judgment as to the facts which history records, and to derive instruction from it. To say that the imagination, if not regulated by sound judgment and sufficient knowledge, may chance to convey to us false impressions of past events, is only to say that man is fallible. But such false impressions are even much more the more likely to take possession of those whose imagination is feeble or uncultivated. They are apt to imagine the things, persons, times, countries, and so forth, which they read of, as much less different from what they see around them than is really the case. The practical importance of such an exercise of imagination to a full and clear, and consequently profitable, view of the transactions related in history can hardly be overestimated. To stimulate and aid the imagination in its efforts to reproduce the past, historical plays and poems, and more recently historical novels, have been abundantly employed. Their usefulness has been the subject of frequent discussion and of various opinions. It has been forcibly, and perhaps not untruly, said that the majority of the present generation of English readers have learned more of English history from Shakespeare and Walter Scott than from the entire library of professed historians. Of course, no man would contend that either Shakespeare or Scott can be substituted for the usual historical authorities, but only that they may supplement them in certain important particulars. Many other historical plays and novels are invaluable, as enabling the reader to enter more fully into the spirit of past times. They are of especial service in helping him to appreciate the feelings and motives of prominent personages, and vividly to reproduce the manners and institutions of another age. It is not often that an historical writer is endowed with the painstaking zeal of the antiquarian and the creative power of the poet. If we cannot have the two gifts in a single writer, we must seek for them apart in the historian and the novelist. Thackeray's Henry Esmond is an admirable example of a good historical novel when carefully and conscientiously written by a man of rare gifts and of a rarer honesty. No reader of this tale of the times of Queen Anne could fail to derive from it such impressions of the state of manners and of morals in the higher circles, as well as of the political jealousies and the religious feuds which divided men of all classes, as no formal history could possibly convey, such as even the most abundant and painstaking research into the less accessible sources of historical knowledge would fail to impart to a man of feeble capacity to picture and recombine. The service is not a slight one which is rendered to the world when a painstaking explorer of historic truth, like Thackeray, gathers his materials with faithful and laborious research and weaves them together into so fascinating and instructive a story. But this tale, marvelous as it is for its elaborated truthfulness and picturesque effects, strikingly illustrates the possible dangers and disadvantages to which the historical novel may be abused. Thackeray was not without his prejudices in certain directions. These, with his desire for producing striking effects, are manifest in the occasional overdrawing of this generally well-balanced representation of one of the most interesting periods of English history. It is notorious that Walter Scott gave very serious offense to multitudes of his admiring readers by some of his portraitures of the representative characters of the great historical parties of Scotland and England. With all the good sense and candor which he had at command, his sympathies were too intense and his prejudices too tenacious to allow him to write otherwise than he did, though he knew he should excite the indignation of thousands of his fervid countrymen. Mrs. H.B. Stowe says in the preface to her recent historical romance, Old Town Folks, I have tried to make my mind as still and passive as a looking-glass or a mountain lake, and thus to give you merely the images reflected therein. But a fervid and sympathetic nature like hers can no more free itself from a theological or personal bias in representing the New England of the past, over which she has laughed and wept and speculated and struggled all her life, than the mountain lake can hold itself in glassy smoothness against the gusts and breezes that sweep upon it from the heights above. Writers less conscientious and trustworthy than the three we have named would very easily make the historical novel to be the vehicle of partisan prejudice, dishonest misrepresentation, and virulent vituperation. It is also so easy to exaggerate for the simple purpose of effective representation that many such novels have been written with no conscious bias and yet have been no better than coarse exaggerations and extravagant caricatures of the simple truth. Some of the novels of Mrs. Muhlbach, Clara Munt, are sad and humiliating examples of this sort, doing equal violence to historical truth, to correct taste, and to dramatic propriety. Others are written with greater fidelity to both dramatic and historic truth. The very widespread popularity of these tales illustrates the fitness of this kind of writing to meet an important craving of human nature. The volumes of the Schönberg Cotta and the Erckmann Chatrian series will readily occur to many of our readers as exemplifying the same truth. George Eliot's Romola is, if possible, a still more surprising achievement than any which we have named, as the period was more remote and the materials more scanty and the actors and scenery more strange to a native of England. The fact deserves notice in this connection that of late professed historians have indulged somewhat freely in romancing, and so in a sense turned their histories into quasi-historical novels, especially when they attempt to give elaborate and eloquent portraitures of their leading personages, in which the most lavish use is made of effective epithets and of pointed antitheses. Macaulay, among the recent historians, has set the fashion very decidedly in this direction. In his efforts to make history minute, vivid, and effective, he has often described like an impassioned advocate and painted like a retained attorney, with the most unsparing expenditure of contrasts and epithets. Carlyle gives sketches alternately in chalk and charcoal that exhibit his saints and demons, now in ghastliest white and then in the most appalling blackness. But though he draws caricatures, he draws them with the hand of an artist, and if his outlines are often bold and grotesque, there are many of which Michelangelo would not have been ashamed. Froude, by research, eloquence, and audacity combined, attempts to reverse the settled historic judgments of all mankind in respect to the characters that had been damned to everlasting fame. Bancroft and Motley abound in examples of this tendency to paint historical characters so much to the life that the impression is made that the result is only a painting to which there never was reality. The ghost of the miserable Philip II would suffer more than the purgatorial tortures which he dreaded and deserved so long, were he made to writhe under the unsparing pertinacity of Motley's invective, from which there is no release and to which there is no termination, while the spirit of William the Silent would be more reserved and reticent than ever, were he forced to listen to the perhaps not undeserved, but the certainly unqualified laudations of his admiring narrator. The elaborate portraits of Bancroft, if they do nothing more, do most effectively illustrate the historian's own conceptions of what sets off a man well in description. So intense is the coloring, and so abundant are the adornments which he employs. The disposition to use two colors certainly allows striking contrasts, if it does nothing more. The hero in black is drawn with deep shadows, if they are few. The hero in white is as white as is practicable, and permit him to be distinctly visible. Gradations in color, as well as flowing outlines, if less effective in the excitement with which they shock and excite the nerves, are more pleasing to the taste that is truly refined, as well as ordinarily more true to nature and just to the reality of things. To satisfy the imagination, history must be individual and minute. Hence it is that biography supplements history so happily by imparting an individual interest to the events which concern a larger number of men, by giving minuteness of detail in place of general and vague descriptions, and by awakening our personal and human sympathies in what would otherwise be conceived as indefinite and impersonal. The life of a great ruler or a distinguished commander becomes for these reasons the most satisfactory medium for recounting the history of a great nation or a critical war. We need only cite as examples the lives of Frederick, Napoleon, and Abraham Lincoln. A single human being takes the central place in the picture, and his personal feelings and interests awaken active interest and sympathy. The recital of the events of which he had personal knowledge stands out in bold relief from the hazy background of general descriptions and the dry details of dates, numbers, and results. Hence, a snatch from the diary of a soldier on a march, a brief letter after a battle, a personal narrative of what he saw and felt in a charge or repulse is often more attractive and even more instructive than scores of official summaries and dispatches. The few diaries which were faithfully kept in the stirring times of England, as those of Evelyn and Pepys, the personal recollections of Mrs. Lucy Hutchinson, and the stately recordings of Burton in his Cromwellian diary, are not only valued above all price for the distinctness with which they bring again to life those exciting times, but they have given suggestions for scores of imitations in manifold fictitious autobiographies and diaries. A few series of letters from an active correspondent to his intimate friend, like those of Horace Walpole, are sometimes of great interest and service. Indeed, a bundle of old letters, freshly gathered from some forgotten chest or dusty closet, may aid the imagination and move the heart more than a score of elaborate volumes. The zealous student of history is moved by the true historic spirit to fill his library with books and collections of this sort, and is never weary with ruminating over the past, which he ever anew recreates to the eye of his mind out of these fragmentary hints and these tattered, seared, and dusty memorials. An old letter reveals a new world. An old account book recalls a past generation with its ways of getting and spending, of buying and selling, of marrying and burying, of clothing and furnishing. We have read a manuscript correspondence of 60 years from a friend in England to a friend in the United States that seemed to introduce us to much that was most important in the inner life of England during the interesting and exciting period which it covered. An old musket or a soldier's outfit represents a battlefield of another time, and an old diary unrolls a pictured procession of deaths and burials, of weddings and funerals, of famines and pestilences, in which the long dead reappear upon the earth, inhabit their old houses, and walk the once frequented streets. The imagination of many a doctor dry as dust is pictured all over with unwritten romances, and his heart, which seems as desolate and forbidding as his dusty and disorderly den, is brimming over with the tenderest recollections. Peace to his ashes, for in them slumber the glowing embers of the loved and therefore the unforgotten past. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. A Course of Historical Reading. We proceed next to give an outline of a course of historical reading. It will be remembered that we do not propose to furnish a list of books for the student, but only for the general reader. We begin with the earliest period and follow the order of time. The best and most readily accessible general history of the earliest nations is Philip Smith's History of the World, from the earliest records to the present time, of which the History of the Nations of Antiquity is complete and comprises 3 volumes. This history has the very great advantage of using the results of the latest researches and explorations in literary and monumental remains and is written and compiled with a distinct recognition of the critical method which we have already noticed. It suffers, as was unavoidable, under the disadvantage of being a compilation. It is of necessity not written with the enthusiasm and earnestness which only those writers attain who have limited their investigations to a single country or a single period and are not constrained by the necessity of condensation. It is especially serviceable as an introduction to more special and particular histories. This work cannot be recommended too earnestly as compared with Rollin, Prideaux, Shuckford, and numerous writers like them, whose usefulness and authority have been superseded and whose occupation ought by this time to be gone. It is to be feared that notwithstanding the progress of civilization, shoals of their works will continue to be multiplied by the zeal of interested publishers, and that book agents will still sell them as standard histories. Niebuhr's Lectures on Ancient History, etc., in 3 volumes, treat of special topics with learning and freshness. They are of a general character and are in striking contrast with those excessively minute and learned investigations which were given to the world in the first volumes of his History of Rome, and which have occasioned the impression that Niebuhr, in all his writings, is unintelligible to those readers who are not scholars. C.L. Brace's Races of the Old World is an excellent companion in all historical studies. A H.L. Heron, in his Politics, Intercourse, and Trade of Ancient Asiatic Nations, and his Politics, Intercourse, and Trade of the Carthaginians, Ethiopians, and Egyptians, treats of those special topics with great freshness, and has the great merit of continually confronting and comparing the past with the present, making the ancient world to seem a real world to the modern reader, and its life to be reproduced as an actual and present reality. He writes for the historic imagination as well as for the historic judgment. Rawlinson's History of the 5 Great Monarchies of the Ancient Eastern World is a recent work which is at once original, drawn from direct research, critical and reverent of things and truths which are sacred. Rawlinson's Herodotus ought to be named in this connection. Lenormand and Chevalier's History of the Oriental Nations of Antiquity, 2 volumes, partially satisfies a long-felt want. A. H. Layard's Discoveries in Nineveh and Nineveh and its Remains would naturally be consulted here. In the History and Antiquities of Egypt, Sir J. G. Wilkinson is the highest authority, and he may be read either in his larger work, Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, 3 volumes, 8 volumes, or in the more popular and abridged popular account of the Ancient Egyptians, 2 volumes, 12 months. Ullmann's 3 Days in Memphis is as successful an attempt at reviving the Egyptian world to the imagination of the moderns as could be expected. Osborne's Monumental History of Egypt is a work of interest and authority. Egypt, Ancient and Modern by M. Russell is a brief compend of Egyptian history. Egypt and the Books of Moses is an elaborate work by E. W. Hengstenberg. Egypt, Past and Present by Dr. J. P. Thompson is carefully prepared. Egypt, Its Place in the World's History by Baron Bunsen has the characteristic excellencies and defects of its well-known author. If we pass from Egypt to Palestine, we have for the general reader the well-known and the well-written History of the Jews by the eloquent and scholarly H. H. Milman. This work is not as frequently and faithfully read as it deserves to be. It is written with the critical spirit of a thorough scholar, with the candor of an enlightened biblical student, with the imagination of a poet and the faith of a believing Christian. Jan's History of the Hebrew Commonwealth from the German is solid and trustworthy, but heavy in style. Ewald's History of the People of Israel from the German, translated in part, is masterly for its learning and originality, but abundant in capricious and not always well-sustained suggestions. Mr. T. Raffles' Post-Biblical History of the Jews is a faithful and painstaking history by a well-known, learned rabbi. For the understanding of the Hebrew institutions and their relation to the Hebrew literature, Herder's Spirit of Hebrew Poetry from the German is invaluable. No intelligent and thoughtful reader can fail to be delighted and instructed by its eloquent pages. Isaac Taylor on Hebrew poetry and Robert Loth on the sacred poetry of the Hebrews are both excellent adjuncts. Heelan's Pilgrimage, an historical novel from the German of F. Strauss, published more recently also under the title of The Glory of the House of Israel, was a very successful attempt to reproduce in a tale the life of the Jewish people in the century preceding the advent of Christ. It was prepared with great care, with competent learning, and as an aid to the study of the Jewish history and institutions, as well as a successful interpreter of the Jewish faith and worship, is worth a score of professed and formal commentaries. Its merits are far superior to many extemporized and superficial imitations purporting to be reproductions of the times of the Old Testament and the Jews that seek to supply what they lack in historic accuracy by exaggerated diction, ill-conceived illustrations, and extravagant portraiture. No thorough student of Jewish history would be willing to overlook the works of Josephus, the only but not always to be trusted authority upon many points. The ordinary reader cannot but find great advantage in reading portions of these works, if for no other reason than they so effectually transport him back into the past and enable him to understand and to sympathize with the spirit of the enlightened political Jews of the times. The geography of Palestine has been treated in an extensive and critical way by the eminent Professor Robinson in his biblical researches and his Geography of Palestine. The Sinai and Palestine in connection with their history by Arthur P. Stanley is more popular in its form, and is better adapted to the use of the general reader. The maps of Palestine that were edited by Dr. Robinson are very carefully corrected, and the map of the Holy Land by C.W.M. Van de Velde is in every respect deserving the highest confidence. Rayas' Map of Palestine, an imitation of maps in relief, is at once ornamental and instructive, and should be in the hands of every student of biblical history. The dictionaries of the Bible and the encyclopedias of religious literature, which we shall notice in the chapter on religious reading, are indispensable auxiliaries. From Palestine to Greece is but a short distance, and the transition is not unnatural. From the Hebraic to the Greek history, see Wordsworth. Greece, Pictorial, Descriptive, and Historical, and a History of Greek Art is an admirable and introduction to the study of the geography, history, and literature of that wonderful country. The extended and carefully written History of Greece by George Grote has superseded almost every other, and no objection can be urged against it, except its excessive minuteness and its length. A good abridgment of it for schools and beginners has been prepared by William Smith. W. Mitford's History of Greece is written with great spirit and with masterly vigor, but it is excessively partisan in its character, the writer being a desperate enemy to popular institutions of every kind, and finding in the convulsions and changes of the states of Greece abundant confirmations for his political sympathies. C. Thirlwall's History of Greece is carefully written, but it wants the spirit of Mitford, and the critical research and masterly insight of Grote. E. Curtorius's Manual History from the German from the reputation of the author must be accepted as of high authority. Anarchis's Travels by J. Barthélemy from the French is an attempt to recall the Greek that was in a series of imagined travels taken in the palmy days of the Grecian states. Pausanias' Greece, an itinerary from a careful traveler and antiquary of the 2nd century, is invaluable as a record of places, buildings, and works of art as seen by Greek eyes and judged by a Greek mind. W. A. Becker's Chalares is a brief and formal, but for its purpose, an admirable historical novel, the design of which is to reproduce Greek life as it has been recreated and interpreted by the thorough critical researches of modern scholarship. It is fortified and illustrated by abundant notes, which refer to the classical writers. C.J. Felton's Greece, Ancient and Modern, is learned and spirited. Athens, Its Rise and Fall by Sir Edward Lytton Bulwer is eloquently written and serves to quicken and aid the historic imagination, while Attica and Athens by C.O. Mueller and others is at once learned and interesting. And A. Bach's Public Economy of Athens is full of solid and satisfactory information in respect to the political organization of the state. The later history of Greece has been carefully and laboriously written by George Finlay in the following works, which are above the taste and the wants as they are beyond the reach of the ordinary reader. Greece under the Romans, Medieval History of Greece, History of the Byzantine and Greek Empire. The history of Rome may be said to be well represented in English literature by Thomas Arnold's History of Rome and his later Roman Commonwealth, and by Charles Merville's Rome under the Emperors. These works may be recommended as of the very highest authority in respect to research and thoroughness. They are all written in a clear and fluent style. H. G. Liddell's History is a scholarly manual compiled from the best sources. J. C. Eustace's Classical Tour Through Italy is a useful book of reference. Theodore Mommsen's History of Rome from the German is now accessible to English readers and cannot be too highly praised for its brilliant generalizations and its success in comparing ancient with modern events and institutions. W. A. Becker's Gallus does the same for Roman, which his Charocles does for Greek life. W. Forsyth's Life of Cicero, though a little stiff and ponderous in its movement, is valuable to the reader who desires to understand something of the individual life of one of the most distinguished of Roman writers and statesmen, and who also would learn somewhat of the domestic and social life of the country, as reflected in the personal record of the feelings and the fortunes of so great a man. This biography, like the most interesting of modern lives, is the main drawn from Cicero's private letters. The whole correspondence of Cicero with Atticus is accessible by translations to English readers. Plutarch's Lives have been read with enthusiasm by thousands of youths and have at least imbued their readers with vivid impressions of ancient thought and feeling. They are lauded by R.W. Emerson as one of the books which every man should read and reread. A.H. Clo's Revised Edition is the best. This suggests the thought that the reader of Greek and Roman history who is not a proficient in the Greek and Latin languages, as well as many who are, cannot be said to master the history of these countries unless he knows something of their literature and of its history. There are now accessible many good translations of the works of the leading writers in prose and poetry, as also good critical and popular histories of these literatures. The great poems of Homer have been rendered into English with various ability and success, from the quaint and graphic Chapman down to the Earl of Derby and 2 or 3 after him, of whom our own Bryant is the last but not the least successful. The history of Herodotus has been translated and commented upon by Rawlinson. W. E. Gladstone's Juventus Mundi is intensely interesting in its reproduction of the Greek life from the representations of Homer. In this connection we named G. W. Cox's Manual of Mythology, Tales of the Gods and Heroes, Tales of Thebes and Argos, C. O. Muller's Scientific System of Mythology. Several of the dialogues of Plato have been translated into fluent English with annotations by the eminent philosopher W. Whewell. George Grote has written an elaborate treatise upon the writings of Plato in the form of a careful analysis of each of his dialogues. Aristotle's Ethics, Rhetoric, and Treatise on Poetry have been well translated and published in Bond's Classical Library. The tragedies of Sophocles have been translated by E. H. Plumptre, and some of the comedies of Aristophanes have been admirably rendered by J. Hookman Frere. Compton's Virgil is interesting even to a schoolboy. The well-known translation of the leading Latin writers need not be enumerated. William Morris's Life and Death of Jason, imitated from the Greek, is admirably fitted to awaken the feeling for ancient life and to carry the reader back to the earlier centuries. Of the histories of Greek and Roman literature, we may name W. Muir's History of the Language and Literature of Ancient Greece, also C. O. Muller's History of the Literature of Ancient Greece, published by the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, and Dunlop's History of Roman Literature. William Smith's Dictionaries of Ancient Geography, 2 volumes, of Antiquities, 1 volume, and of Biography and Mythology, 3 volumes, are an encyclopedia of reference upon all points and questions which relate to Greek and Roman history, literature, and biography. Rollin's History of the Arts and Sciences of the Ancients is a much better book than the much better known Ancient Universal History. As we come from ancient to modern times, the introduction of Christianity and the rise and growth of the Christian Church attract our attention. They cannot be left out of view, for they are entwined with the rise and growth of all the modern states, and in great part constitute as well as in greater measure explain our modern history. We may speak hereafter more at length of books upon these topics under the title of religious reading, but at present we shall confine ourselves to the notice which they deserve from the reader of general history. H. H. Milman's History of Christianity in the first 3 centuries is perhaps the best single work of the general character which is required by such a reader. This work is neither ecclesiastical nor religious. It professes to treat of Christianity chiefly as it affected the secular, political, and social relations of the Roman Empire and the Roman world. C. Mervale's Conversion of the Roman Empire is a work of the same general scope. Helena's Household, an unpretending story by J. DeMille, recently issued, gives an interesting and faithful picture of the workings of Christianity in a Roman household and interweaves also much of the history of a part of the 1st and 2nd centuries. Zenobia, Aurelian, and Julian by the Rev. William Ware, Salathiel by Rev. George Crawley, and Valerius by J. G. Lockhart are all excellent examples of good historical tales of the earlier Christian centuries. Neander's General History of the Christian Religion and the Christian Church is not unworthy the attention of the general reader, although it is professedly written from a religious as well as a secular standpoint. The great work upon this transition period, which meets and satisfies the wants of the general reader most completely, is the masterly history by Gibbon of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. It still remains the treasure house of digested learning and of critical judgment for all other historians. We have already taken exception to the moral spirit in which it was written and to the antagonistic attitude which it assumes towards Christianity. While we ought not to insist that every historical writer should write in a believing or devout spirit, we may reasonably require that he should treat with respect the opinions of believers in Christianity, and that he should not dishonor by contemptuous and indirect depreciation that religious system which is universally conceded to be the noblest which the world has ever witnessed. To counteract the influence of these arguments and insinuations of Gibbon, both Milman and Guizot have edited special editions of this history with abundant notes. The Students, Gibbon, prepared by W. Smith in a similar spirit, is an edition greatly abridged, which is designed for school and college use, and may serve as a convenient manual for review and reference. J. Sismondi has also written an excellent brief history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Milman's History of Latin Christianity is of the highest value and is universally accepted as one of our best standard histories. Gibbon's celebrated history is the connecting bridge by which we pass from ancient to what we are accustomed to call modern history. A dark chasm intervenes between the two, in which barbarism and disorder struggle with the tendencies to civilization and order, which during a long series of centuries are furnished first and almost exclusively by the Christian Church itself, greatly unenlightened and corrupt. Others sprung from the literature, art, and free spirit that were introduced and inspired by the revival of classical study, and both at last struck their own roots and developed an independent life in what we call modern Europe. It is not yet given to special students of history to understand this period perfectly, and the results of what has been satisfactorily established are not accessible in general histories that are adapted to the ordinary reader. Koch's Revolutions of Europe is an expanded chronological table convenient for reference and instruction to those who have patience to use it. A. F. Tytler's Modern History was once used in schools and colleges, but has now been generally disused. W. C. Taylor's Manual of Modern History is to be preferred to this. Russell's well-known and much-used History of Modern Europe may perhaps be set aside by the compilation of Philip Smith. A few manuals translated from the German, as those of J. von Müller, Schlosser, Weber, furnish the principal facts with little or no expansion, illustration, or philosophy. Reverend James White's 18 Christian Centuries is written with spirit and furnishes a very convenient and interesting general view of the prominent events of modern history. It is, however, and professes to be nothing more than a sketch of these events. A sketch of an entirely different character is found in Guizot's History of Civilization in Europe. This work treats of the great moving influences and agencies which brought order and light into the chaos and darkness consequent upon the breaking up of the ancient civilization. Hallam's State of Europe during the Middle Ages is a work of the highest authority. Though exceedingly dry and condensed in its matter and manner, it is indispensable even to a general reader. In this connection, we may properly refer to Hallman's Introduction to the Literature of Europe as giving the best account which is accessible of the beginnings and progress of literature from the period of its revival and onward. Froissart's chronicles carry us back to the 14th century and give us vivid impressions of the stir and romance of chivalry. Professor G. W. Green's Lectures on the Middle Ages is a useful and trustworthy manual. Leopold Ranke's History of the Popes and History of the Reformation should also be read as supplementary to the exclusively secular histories of those times. It is, of course, written from a Protestant point of view, but is generally accepted as candid and trustworthy. No man can understand the history of Europe who does not make himself intimately acquainted with the manifold phases and the powerful agency of the Romish Church, and with the relation of the Protestant Reformation to the political action of the Protestant powers. A historical essay by James Bryce on the Holy Roman Empire treats very ably of the fancied successor to the old Roman dominion, which at times embraced within its supremacy many of the separate European states, and had the most important influence over the whole field of European history. D'Aubigné's History of the Reformation, which is decidedly Protestant and positively and earnestly religious, is drawn from original sources and largely biographical. The History of the Crusades by Michon from the French and C. Mill's History of the Crusades should be read here with Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered and Walter Scott's Ivanhoe and the Talisman. If we leave the general history of Europe and consider its separate states and countries, we naturally turn first to Italy. In this field, the supply for English readers is unfortunately very meager. Friedrich von Raumer's History of Italy and the Italians from the German and J.C.L.S. de Sismondi's History of the Italian Republics from the French are works of deservedly high reputation. William Roscoe's Life and Pontificate of Leo X and Life of Lorenzo de' Medici are elegantly and carefully written. Sir Edward Lytton, Bulwer's Rienzi, or The Last of the Tribunes and Romola by George Eliot, Mrs. Lewes are historical novels of great excellence, the last deserving all the high encomiums of which it has received. Sismondi's History of the Literature of the South of Europe is very full upon the literature of Italy. Dante's great poem should be studied in connection with Italian history. It is with Spain as with Italy. There is no general history of Spain of very high authority. This is perhaps the less to be regretted, as this history is covered to a considerable extent by the histories of the empire and by those of special periods and personages. Mrs. Calcott's popular history is said by a competent critic to be as successful as the materials and the nature of the subject would allow. Ticknor's History of Spanish Literature is of the highest authority and is very readable. Robertson's well-known History of Charles V, Watson's Philip II, Prescott's History of Ferdinand and Isabella, Washington Irving's Life and Voyages of Columbus, J. L. Motley's Histories of the United Netherlands and of the Rise of the Dutch Republic supply in a good measure the deficiency of a single general history of the splendid but ill-fated country. Napier's Peninsular War is one of the ablest and most interesting of all military histories. Spain naturally suggests Holland, inasmuch as the fortunes of the two countries for many memorable years were closely connected. Grattan's History of the Netherlands is a good manual history. Motley's histories, just named, are nearly all that could be desired for the periods of time which they cover. For the period subsequent to those, the history of Holland and Belgium is treated pretty fully, as it necessarily would be, in the special histories of the great states which are adjacent, and in the general history of Europe, and especially in all histories of the French Revolution. For Germany, the English reader must content himself with Kohlrausch's General History and Menzel's History of Germany and the Germans, both translated from the German. Cox's History of the House of Austria and Carlyle's Friedrich the Great are books of the highest authority, the last being deformed by the author's worst faults, which are redeemed by striking excellencies. No book can be compared with this to enable the reader to understand the rise and growth of the now great Prussian power. Schiller's History of the 30 Years' War is full of striking and eloquent passages. J.S.C. Abbott's Austria is a mere compilation as it professes to be, but is faithfully executed. For the history of Russia, we are dependent upon a few manuals, among which Abbott's takes a respectable rank. The more scholarly reader must resort to works in French and German. Geiger's History of the Swedes, as translated, is unfortunately not complete. France is a country of which the history is most closely intertwined with that of England and America. It excites the warmest and deepest interest in almost every reader and deserves careful study. Rev. James White's Brief History of this Country and Park Godwin's as yet incomplete manual are both good. Michelet's eloquent sketches are excellent, and Martin's elaborate volumes, translated as yet in part only from the French, are admirable. The student's history of France is dependent on Martin, and is an excellent compend. Park Godwin's History of France cannot be but solid and brilliant. Guizot's History of Civilization in France, Sir James Stephens's Lecture on the History of France, Smedley's History of the Reformed Church in France, Smiles's Huguenots, the Memoirs of the Duke of Sully and of Cardinal de Retz, Miss Pardoe's Louis XIV, come in as representatives of a great number of monographs on special topics and periods. Bergener's Preacher and King and Priest and Huguenot are effective and eloquent portraitures of the reigns of Louis XIV and XV, which attract all classes of readers. G.P.R. James's The Huguenot is trustworthy and useful. The French Revolution, as was natural, has been a very fertile theme for a great number of special histories. Mignet gives a brief and trustworthy narrative of the principal facts. Carlyle presents the chief incidents and personages in a series of brilliant and impressive pictures. Thiers has wrought up the abundant material at his command into elaborate and effective representations in his histories of the French Revolution and of the Consulate and Empire. Allison's History of Europe from 1789 to 1815 gives the English aristocratic view of those convulsions in Europe. The novels of the Erckmann-Charatron series illustrate the same period. Not a few tracts and treatises on the French Revolution of a general character have been written by writers of first ability, which it is worth while to read in connection with its history proper, as for example Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France, Sir James Mackintosh's Venedici Gallici, Madame de Staël's Events of the French Revolution, Paine's Rights of Man, Lamartine's Histories, and William Smythe's Lectures. The history of England is the history above all others which is important and interesting to the man of English origin. not merely because it is the history of his own nation and lineage, but because it records the development of the liberty and the institutions, of the literature and the commerce which have already exerted the most widespread influence upon the human family, and which are destined to exercise a still more extensive influence on future generations. The history of many of the countries of Europe, as of Holland, France, and Prussia, may present many single passages of dramatic interest. They are ennobled by the character and deeds of many heroes in arts and arms. They have added many single products to human civilization of lasting value and splendid renown. But none of these have achieved so much for man, by as uniform and steady progress in a noble direction, as have England and America. We say England and America, for to the historic student both these countries are one. No other countries have embodied their achievements in political institutions so free, in laws so beneficent and humane, in a public sentiment so efficient, so just, and so wide-reaching, and in a literature so various and so ennobling. The Englishman who is not proud of the history of his own country is degenerate and low-minded. The American who does not study it with filial delight and gratitude is narrow-minded and barbarous. Whatever temporary alienations may have disturbed our sympathy with the old homestead, or whatever wrongs we may have suffered from the haughty and unnatural jealousy of the old mother, they should not abate in the least from the interest which we feel in that part of history of England, which is our history as truly as it is hers, or make us content to alienate from ourselves the least item of our share in its achievements and its renown. Indeed, were the American disposed to do so, he cannot avoid reading the history of England, if he would understand his own. Her history is a part of the history of his own country. It is essential as an introduction to this history. What we most value in our ancestral spirit was first developed on English soil and in the conflicts which are recorded in English annals. The habits, the principles, and the faith which have molded this country are English in their origin. The literature which has both formed and expressed our public sentiment has much of it been composed on English soil, and all of it flows in a common stream of sentiment that has been derived from English hearths and English altars, from English tribunals and English customs. The contributions which we have made to this stream do not discolor its purity or disturb its flow. The early English history is in some respects even more important to the American reader than it is to the resident upon English soil, for the reason that to the home-born and home-bred the traditions and customs, the names of places, the associations that cleave to the very soil, that haunt every common and gather about every churchyard in the old country may in some sense and to a certain degree take the place of written history. The American must find all these, or their substitutes, in books and descriptions. To him books must supply the place of tradition, and it is in books only that he can interpret the origin of the laws, the government, the church, the opinions, and manners which make his country to be what it is. The resident of Old England smiles at the enthusiasm with which the American visits the old churches and churchyards to which he has been wonted from his infancy. He wonders at the delight with which the stranger explores the rickety houses and the rambling old streets of many a city or village which to him are only squalid and offensive. But the same enthusiasm which sends the intelligent American to England to explore the home of his fathers should lead him to study with care and zeal the records of what his ancestors did and suffered in the same old home. The best history of England for the general reader is Knight's Popular History in 8 volumes. It comes down to the death of Prince Albert, and it is a history of the people as well as of courts and their cultivated classes. It is a history of manners and of literature, of the arts and of commerce, as truly as of the politics and the wars of the empire. It is not written with the spirit and the power which we find in such writers as Macaulay and Froude. This would not be expected from a writer who acts rather as the gatherer of the results and the conclusions which have been reached by a judicial survey of the movements and strifes of political and religious parties, than as the representatives and advocate of any. Its tone is quiet and cool, its summings up are deliberate and dispassionate. It is written indeed in the interest of freedom, of progress, and of toleration. It sympathizes with the people rather than with their rulers, and with free principles and free institutions, as against the defenders of prerogative and of tradition, but it aims to be neither violent nor one-sided. We think, therefore, that for a single history which may serve for constant use and reference in the library, or for frequent reading, it is to be preferred to every other. The Pictorial History of England in 8 volumes by the same editor was prepared earlier and with less skill in respect to style and form. It is also more overloaded with matter and is so heavy in style as to be less readable. It terminates with the death of George III. We have already given our opinion of Hume's history as delightful in style and most readable in manner, but as open to grave objection for its intensely partisan character, as well as for the flippant thought, graceful insinuations with which it abounds to the disadvantage of freedom and Christianity. No diligent and zealous reader of English history, however, would be contented not to be familiar with Hume. Among the special historians who treat of separate portions or periods of history, we name the brilliant and spirited Macaulay, who always sustains and excites the reader, even if offended by his style or forced to reject his conclusions. Lingard, who is universally acknowledged to be eloquent and able, although he writes as the avowed defender of the Catholic Church against the representations of Protestant historians. Lord Mahon, now Earl Stanhope, who always writes with dignity and elegance, and inspires confidence in his candor if he does not transport the reader with enthusiasm for his brilliancy. Froude, whose merits as a writer are universally acknowledged, and who has certainly set forth in a bold relief an important class of facts concerning the people of England and the state of the times, even though his opinions in regard to Henry VIII rather astonish than convince his readers. Godwin's History of England during the Commonwealth and Catherine Macaulay's History of England have not been read so generally in England as they deserved because of their pronounced Republican sympathies. Sir James Mackintosh's brief and unfinished history is pronounced by all who have read it to be brilliant and philosophical, though its style is better suited to philosophical generalization than it is to flowing narrative. Clarendon's History of the Rebellion is written with warm sympathies for the cause of Charles I, but it has the interest which pertains to a narrative composed by one who was personally present during many of the stirring scenes of the most memorable movement by which England was ever agitated, and was personally acquainted with the many of the leading spirits of those times. The Life of Colonel Hutchinson by his widow, herself the fairest and most cultivated of Puritanesses, and the narrative of his own life and times by Richard Baxter have a similar fresh and personal interest. Both these works are written under sympathies and a bias in a direction opposed to those of Clarendon. Carlyle's Letters and Speeches of Oliver Cromwell is fraught with interest to every honest inquirer for historic truth. It has made the name of Cromwell respected in circles that for generations had named it with contemptuous scorn, and came near to give Cromwell a statue among the rulers of England in the corridor of the House of Parliament. The Diary of John Evelyn was written by a devoted royalist of accomplished culture and earnest religious character. It stretches through the time of the Commonwealth into those of the Restoration. Pepys's diary records most fully many of the events which occurred after the Restoration and presents a living picture of those frivolous and shameless times, which is all the more trustworthy and lifelike because the writer seems unconscious of the severity of the sentence with which he condemns what he often seems to palliate. If any person has the desire or is laid under the necessity to learn more of the grossness of the shameless court of Charles II, he may peruse the memoirs of Count de Grammont. Butler's Hudibras should be read by all means in connection with the history of the rebellion and the Commonwealth. Burnet's history of his own time is gossiping and garrulous but honest. No reader can doubt that the author might easily have been misled by his own prejudices and the misrepresentations of others. As little would it be denied by anyone that this history is in the main a faithful picture of the men and scenes which it portrays. Baxter and Burnet write from opposite points of view. Their histories cover very nearly the same period. They were both credulous and one-sided, but he must be a bold partisan who would deny the honesty of either. Lord John Hervey's Memoirs of the Reign of George II, Horace Walpole's Letters, several series, and his Journal of the Reign of George III are instructive and entertaining. Guizot's History of the Revolution of 1648, as also Cromwell and Monk, or the Fall of the Republic, are of especial value as giving the opinions upon critical questions of a candid and well-informed Frenchman. Mackintosh's History of the Revolution of 1688 and Fox's Life of James II are both written by earnest Whigs and pronounced partisans of the Revolution and are esteemed of the highest authority. If one reads Macaulay, however, it would seem that he might be satisfied in this direction. There is one political history of England which no intelligent reader, especially no intelligent American, can possibly dispense with, and that is the Constitutional History of England, by the judicious and fair-minded Hallam. This history, with a supplement of the same by T. E. May from 1760 to 1860, is of priceless worth. We would almost say to any reader, if you can read but a single history of England, peruse this above all others, for the light that it sheds upon what is most important to us in respect to the heritage which we have received and derived from our English ancestors. It should never be forgotten that what has made our country what it is was but the development of the free spirit, the principles, the rights, and the institutions which our fathers brought with them across the seas, and that the story of the origin and growth of all these is more interesting and instructive to us than it can be to the Englishman at home. The beginnings of this history of Hallam are to be found in his work on the Middle Ages. Dr. Robert Vaughan's Revolutions of English History are excellent examples of instructive and trustworthy historical essays. Vaughan's History of England under the Stuarts is worth consulting. Goldwin Smith's little works on Ireland and the Empire are of surpassing interest and value. Burton's History of Scotland is the best. There are not a few readers who are especially attracted to the history of the stirring times of the Commonwealth. Such readers should not overlook Mr. John Forster's Statesmen of the Commonwealth, his History of the Debates on the Grand Remonstrance, and his Life of Sir John Eliot. Goldwin Smith's 3 English Statesmen will satisfy the most ardent champion of the cause of the Parliament. Burton's Cromwellian Diary will attract the patient delver into the sources from which history is derived. The comparative freedom of the press which was so long allowed in England has given birth to a multitude of political pamphlets, tracts, handbills, lampoons, caricatures, which are invaluable for any zealous and patient student of any of the later periods of English history. Some of these have been collected and reprinted in series like the Somers Tracts and the Harleian Miscellany. Many others have been gathered by book collectors and are found in the largest and best furnished libraries in this country. It is quite aside from our aims to give any titles or references for matter of this kind. Those who have the capacity or taste for such researches usually know what they need and where to find it. We only observe that Hansard's Debates, Dodson's Annual Register, and the celebrated State Trials can be readily found and referred to. The collected speeches of the great orators who have been distinguished at the bar and in Parliament, and the biographies of the great political leaders, are the most interesting commentaries and illustrations of the political history of the country. A very convenient and comprehensive work of American authorship, Goodrich's British Eloquence, contains a good selection of the best speeches of the leading British orators, from Sir John Eliot to Lord Brougham, with carefully prepared sketches of the life and times of each, and many excellent explanatory footnotes. This book has been highly commended in England, which has produced no manual which deserves to be compared with it for comprehensiveness and careful preparation. The history of the British Empire can scarcely be considered as in any sense completed if Martin's History of the Colonies and Mill's British India are not consulted. Miss Martineau's History of England since the Peace, in 4 volumes, is very full upon many points of very recent interest, and is a very useful compilation. The earlier history of England may attract the special attention of a limited class of readers. The works of J. M. Kemble are of the highest authority in Anglo-Saxon history, but Sharon Turner's History of the Anglo-Saxons will meet the wants of most readers and is easily accessible. Sir Francis Palgrave's England during the Anglo-Saxon period is also one of the few classical books in this department. John Thrupp's Anglo-Saxon Home is a monograph of no little interest. Our English Home, its early history and progress, is a work of similar character. Thierry's History of the Norman Conquest from the French is brilliantly written, though probably in many points more eloquent and highly colored than solidly true. Freeman's History of the Norman Conquest is likely to supersede all other books on this subject. T. Wright's History of Dress, Manners, and Sentiments in England during the Middle Ages is a work of some interest, though not superior to the chapters in the Pictorial History upon these topics. A few among many historical novels may be named which illustrate different periods of English history. E. L. Bulwer's Last of the Barons, Scott's Ivanhoe, Kenilworth, Woodstock, Fortunes of Nigel, Percival of the Peak, Old Mortality, etc., etc. Kingsley's Hereward and Westward Ho, Thackeray's Henry Esmond, The Youth of Shakespeare, W. Shakespeare, His Life and Times, Mrs. Charles's The Draytons and the Davenants, and On Both Sides of the Sea are a few of the many tales which are fitted to throw no little light and interest upon different periods and passages of English history. To the same class of works belong The Diary of Lady Willoughby, The Maiden and Married Life of Mary Powell, and others. We have already recognized the important truth that the literature of every country must be freely and familiarly consulted in order to master its history. This is true in a preeminent sense of English history. The freedom of thought and speech which the English people have asserted for themselves from very early times has expressed itself in an endless variety of productions, more or less worthy to be called its literature, the study of which enables us to understand the temper of the times. The more we read the great writers of each generation, the more completely we can understand the spirit of the age in which they lived. The more various our reading is, especially of all sorts of ephemeral and miscellaneous publications, the greater will be our satisfaction. Much of the most lively and most effective English writing has been composed upon political themes and occasions. Much of it has been inspired by the noblest patriotism, in the double form of chivalrous loyalty on the one side and of stern devotion to the Parliament and the people on the other. Not a little of the most spirited thought and the most effective writing have been incited by party violence. John Milton, Andrew Marvell, John Dryden, Daniel Defoe, Roger L'Estrange, Jonathan Swift, Samuel Johnson, Edmund Burke, Sir James Mackintosh, Richard Price, Lord Brougham, Samuel Romilly, Sidney Smith, Robert Southey, William Cobbett, S.T. Coleridge, John Wilson, T.B. Macaulay, Richard Cobden, and hosts of others have been distinguished as political writers, and every reader of their writings of necessity makes new additions to his knowledge of the events of English history. What we have said in general of the significance of pamphlets and newspapers as interpreters of history is in a special sense true of the history of England and America. For the American who, not having visited England, would understand the country in many of its most interesting features, both physical and social, the following may be named: H. Coleman's European Life and Manners, William Howitt's Rural Life in England, J. M. Hoppin's Old England. We hardly need add that much of the best and most permanent knowledge of the history of England is to be acquired by the study of the lives of its eminent men. Many of these lives have been written with special care by their personal and familiar friends, or those devoted to the cause or interest in which they were conspicuous. Individual men in England have always been prominent in the eye of the public and have impressed themselves strongly upon every great cause. The lives of John Knox, John Wesley, Johnson, Goldsmith, Burke, Garrick, Reynolds, Chatham, Pitt, Buxton, Walter Scott, Chalmers, Arnold Keble, of Romilly, Robert Hall, and Henry Crabb Robinson are not less valuable as contributions to the general history of the times in which these individuals lived, than as additions to our personal knowledge of individual character. The history of America is limited especially to that of the United States, for reasons which are so obvious as not to require enumeration. Bancroft is very full and generally very accurate on the colonial history of the States, and its history generally is indispensable as a work of reference. It is unfortunately written in an ambitious style which sometimes excessively crowds the information which it seeks to give, and not infrequently distracts the attention by affected turns of thought and exaggerated declamation. It is foolishly demagogical at times, and betrays also somewhat of the want of earnest faith in the very truths and principles which it ostentatiously parades before the reader. In one word, it is very deficient in the sterling qualities of simplicity of matter and of manner. Hildreth lacks neither earnestness nor directness. Unfortunately, this very able writer, though wholesome and whole-souled in his strong attachments to the Federal party, is so obviously bitter in his spirit, and intolerant in his judgments as to weaken the confidence of his readers in his candor and trustworthiness in respect to all subjects. His history terminates with the first term of Monroe's administration. He has no sympathy with religious faith or fervor in any form, least of all with the religious aims of the New England settlers, and no tolerance for their political systems. He does them scant justice in many other particulars. Palfrey's History of New England is eminently fair, truthful, and trustworthy in its representations of its themes, as well as a model for classical condensation and elegance. Burke's History of European Settlements in America is written with spirit and philosophic insight, and Parkman's well-known volumes need only to be referred to in passing. The history of almost every state in the Union has been written by some well-known writer. Many of these states have also an historical society which has published collections of old pamphlets and other important documents. The histories of many countries, towns, and churches have been written with more or less fidelity and success. These particular and local histories should receive especial attention from every person who reads history at all. These local fields are within the reader's own observation. The events and personages are those of which he can form in some sort a personal judgment. Human nature is very nearly the same on a large and on a limited scale. A town meeting is a congress or parliament in miniature. A village or church quarrel represents a national war or an ecclesiastical schism. A traditional jealousy between the north and south end or the east and west side of a township is the type of a great sectional controversy that has endured for generations. A dispute over a mill privilege or a town line represents many a border war. A sharp discussion between the supervisors of two towns is a school in which to study diplomacy and its skill to conceal intentions and to use ambiguous language. If we become familiar with the history of what is within our reach, if we learn to know what history means by reading it when written of the persons, events, and scenes which are, in a certain sense, personally known to ourselves, we shall be able to understand it when it treats of objects that are distant in place, remote in time, and grand in their proportions. We do not include in our list any titles of books or collections of this sort for the most obvious reasons. The study of the government and institutions of this country and of the origins and transformations of its great political parties cannot be too earnestly recommended. The best works on these subjects are The Federalist, which has been edited with great care and published in 2 rival editions, The Madison Papers and the Lives of Washington by John Marshall and Washington Irving, a very able work with Federalist sympathies entitled Sullivan's Letters on Public Characters is invaluable, as is also Theodore Dwight's History of the Hartford Convention. For the illustration and defense of the Jeffersonian principles, no better authority can be found than Jefferson's collected writings and the laudatory memoir of his life by Randall. G.T. Curtis's History of the Origin, etc., of the U.S. Constitution, with the commentaries on the Constitution by the eminent jurist Kent and Story, are classical works on this subject. Benton's 30 Years' View, or History of the Government from 1810 to 1850, with Martin Van Buren's History of Political Parties, and Buchanan's History of its Administration, coupled with the speeches of Clay, Calhoun, Webster, Seward, and Sumner, will enable the reader to understand our political history. Benton's Abridgment of Debates in Congress may be found and consulted in many public and some private libraries. Frank Moore's American Eloquence, a collection of speeches by the most eminent orators of America, will always be useful. For the American Revolution, Botta may be read in addition to what Bancroft and Hildreth furnish. B.J. Losing's Pictorial Filled Book of the Revolution, as also of the War of 1812, gives the picturesque and striking incidents of both, and G.W. Green's Lectures, etc., a generalized statement of the leading facts and lessons of the first Trumbull's Hudibrastic poem, McFinigal, should by no means be omitted. For the history of the Civil War, the Rebellion Record is a great storehouse of documents, and Greeley's American Conflict a condensed view of its memorable events. Losing's Pictorial History has the same charm which belong to the other works of the same author. The Lives of Lincoln by Raymond Holland and others are separate sketches of the campaigns of Sherman, Grant, etc., will occur to everyone. What has been said of the relation of the biography of Englishmen to the history of England applies to that of the biography of Americans to our history with equal pertinence. As the reader makes progress in the knowledge of history, he will naturally desire to read some works upon the study and philosophy of history itself, in order to learn something of the sources from which it is derived, of the evidence by which its assertions are supported, and the lessons which it inculcates. In some works of this kind, particular directions are given in respect to the authors and parts of the authors which should be read upon particular countries and periods. Bolingbroke on the use and study of history was formerly much read and referred to. Priestley's Lectures on the Study of History is a useful book. Dr. Thomas Arnold's Lectures on the Modern History and Goldwin Smith's Lecture on the Study of History are good books for the general reader. G.C. Lewis's Credibility of Early Roman History and W.C. Taylor on the Natural History of Society are standard works. Professor Henry Reed is the author of some very elevating and suggestive lectures on English history. Professor William Smythe's Lectures on Modern History, edited by Sparks, is at once an extended directory for study and a manual of the best books and parts of books which should be read. Friedrich Schlegel's Modern History and A.W. Schlegel's Philosophy of History are well worth attention as good specimens of German generalization and philosophizing. The philosophy of Buckle's History of Civilization in England we have already characterized. W. Draper's The Intellectual Development of Europe is written after the manner of Buckle. Some of the ablest contributions upon this subject are in the form of essays or reviews upon history in general or upon some historical writer. We name as examples Macaulay's well-known article on history in the Edinburgh Review, and an article on the Hume as a historian in number 73 of the London Quarterly. The indexes of modern periodical literature abound in the titles of such papers. It is safe to say that much which is written on the philosophy of history is the product of conjecture, pretension, or an atheistic theory of the universe, and much more is mere philosophical romancing. The list of books which we have furnished may seem to many very meagre, and to others much too extensive. The titles of many works have doubtless been omitted, which should have been included in a list constructed for the ends and according to the theory which we have proposed. We have endeavored to indicate the books which should be preferred by the place which they occupy in the several heads of the catalogue, or by the comments which we have made upon them, but in selections of this sort much liberty should be allowed to individual taste and judgment. Advice ought not to be urged beyond certain general suggestions and information. We can only say that the list has been prepared with some care and painstaking, and is doubtless capable of being enlarged and improved. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Janet Wedge. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. How to Read History. Chapter 14. Biography and Biographical Reading. Biography is closely allied to history. We have observed that it is only by reading the lives of distinguished personages that we can most satisfactorily acquaint ourselves with much that is valuable in history. It has been forcibly said that history is the essence of innumerable biographies. There is an important distinction, however, between biography as the interpreter and representative of other times and biography as the record of an individual life and the exponent of individual character. It is with biography in the last sense that we have now to do. The written lives of individual men are as various as the men who are described, and the writers who describe them. Their interest and worth depend upon two circumstances: the significance of the events and characters recorded, and the skill and fidelity of their narrators. It is also true and worthy of notice that the interest with which any biography is read, its value and usefulness, indeed, may depend nearly as much upon the tastes and culture of the reader as upon either the worth and interest of the character which is recorded or the genius of the biographer. This, in a sense, is true of all books, but it is especially true of books of lives. To many readers, biography is especially uninteresting and unattractive. Not a few persons have been heard to say, "I hate biography. To me, it is the stupidest of all reading." It would seem at first to be a general fact that the taste for biography must be acquired, like the taste for tomatoes or olives. On a second thought, however, the suggestion might occur that the fact is capable of some sort of explanation. The first solution would probably be that biography must always put the reader upon a course of analysis and reflection which is unnatural to most men. As the majority of readers do not care to examine their own motives and springs of action, much less do they concern themselves with those of other persons. Very many, again, do not like soberly to estimate themselves by any very high standard, whether it be of public opinion, of conscience, or of God, and for a similar reason prefer not to judge the being and doing of their fellows. To this should be added that the capacity for this sort of analysis is not developed, if ever, till late in life, and hence is especially unsuited to the tastes of youth. The first class of biographies which we name are those of incident and adventure. The subjects of such lives are always heroes, and the life, whether true or exaggerated, is more or less of a romance. In biographies of this kind, two things are conspicuous: the striking events and uncommon positions by which the life of the hero is distinguished, and the spirit, skill, and courage with which he meets and overcomes them. Books of this sort are favorites with the young, especially with boys. It cannot be said that such biographies are stupid or uninteresting to that usually very fastidious class of readers. Very few boys are indifferent to such lives as those of General Francis Marion, Commodore Paul Jones, Charles XII, Admiral Nelson, General Andrew Jackson, Napoleon Bonaparte, General Sherman or Stonewall Jackson, Baron Trenck, Frederick Douglass, Mungo Park, Captain Parry, or Dr. E. K. Kane. It matters little in what particular field of adventure the hero may be engaged. It is all the same to the boyish and often to the older reader, provided the adventures are sufficiently stirring and hazardous, and the spirit and resources of the hero are equal to the occasions. Whether it be on the battlefield or in a prison, in a storm or a shipwreck, whether the conflicts be with bad men or good, with villains or policemen, if the adventures and heroism move the sympathies and excite the admiration, the life is always interesting, even to boys. Upon this principle, we explain the strong hold which Plutarch's Lives have had upon the minds of so many boys and so many men for so many generations. The grandiose attitudes in which the great men of antiquity stand out to view, not so much men as moving and walking statues, and the grand lights in which their biographer displays them, both contribute to this impressiveness and have stamped their influence upon all the generations which have read them. The lives of great criminals, especially when narrated by themselves, the confessions of famous murderers, pirates, and forgers, derive much of their interest from the same sources. By these we explain the potent and often dangerous fascination which attracts so many to stories of lives which were stained by daring crime and dishonored by gross excesses of cruelty and violence. The excitement of the incidents and the pluck of the hero are more than a match for any horror of cruelty or aversion to crime in the youthful reader. It cannot, we think, be said that any of the biographies of the class to which we have referred are especially unattractive, or that the reading of such lives is especially stupid. To the same class we refer the lives of great generals and captains, which have fascinated so many young readers with the thought of a military or naval career, and have so long been the favorite reading of multitudes of older people. Who has not delighted to read the story of Alexander of Macedon and Julius Caesar, of Prince Eugene and Gustavus Adolphus, of the Duke of Marlborough and Frederick the Great, of Napoleon and Wellington, and of the Napiers and Lord Clive, of General Havelock and Captain Headley Vickers, of Generals Grant and Sherman, and last but not least, of the many youthful heroes who fell in our recent Civil War. No books are more popular than the lives of old or young soldiers, with both young and old. The Harvard Memorial Biographies has largely this element of interest, as well as many that are far higher. Akin to the interest with which military biographies are studied and read is that which is attached to distinguished historical personages. Such characters are indeed often military heroes, but whether they are or are not, their career is of that public and heroic sort which attracts the attention of those readers who require startling scenes and splendid actions. The lives of kings and queens, of courtiers and court favorites, have always been noticeably popular. The more minute and detailed are their descriptions of the scenes in which they figure, so much the better. Whether the scene be public or private, whether it be a pageant or a ball, whether a frivolous or a criminal intrigue, is altogether indifferent. The elevation of the station, the splendor of the surroundings, and the wide-reaching character of the results will always invest the life of the central personage with a real or a factitious importance. The biographies of Alexander and the Caesars, of Charlemagne and Alfred the Great, of Henry IV of France and Henry VIII of England, of Charles V and Francis I, of Philip II and William the Silent, of Frederick the Great and George III, of Charles I and Oliver Cromwell, of James II and William III, of Elizabeth and Mary Stuart, of all the queens of England down to Victoria, are read with breathless interest in many a log hut and thatched cottage, simply because the personages were kingly or great. The reading of kings and courts introduces to the imagination brilliant pageants, splendid dresses, imposing state, thrones, crowns, gorgeous robes, and the long processions of personages magnificently grand. Indeed, as we have already noticed, much of our pleasure in reading history arises from our sympathy with the fortunes and the story of the great historical personages who have figured prominently in its scenes of splendor or depression, of victory or defeat. Closely allied to these are great statesmen and political leaders, diplomatists and orators who have helped and hindered sovereigns and nations, whose intellect and skill have sustained or thwarted the plans of kings, have inspired the achievements or marred the fortunes of great nations. The interest in the events and the heroes is in these cases of a more elevated description. The arena is intellectual. The struggles are of sagacity, eloquence, or craft. The issues are the progress or regress, the triumph or downfall of a great party or a great empire. The reader who has intelligence enough to comprehend the nature of such struggles and the courage and skill which are required for success always follows with interest the personal career of this class of great men. The lives of Wolsey, Sir Thomas More, and Cranmer interest us as deeply as the life of Henry VIII. The personal character and history of Burleigh, Leicester, Essex, Raleigh, and Bacon we follow with as keen an interest as the career of the imperious but capricious Elizabeth and the pedantic and conceited James. The lives of Land and Strafford are, if possible, more exciting than those of the ill-fated sovereign whom their counsels so fatally misled. Sir John Eliot, John Hampden, Lord Falkland, William Pym, Sir Henry Vane, and Colonel Hutchinson have left lives as fraught with exciting interest as that of Cromwell himself. We follow the lives of Algernon Sidney and of Lord Russell with far more breathless attention than we do the stupid and senseless course of the bigoted monarch who sent them both to the scaffold. Richelieu, Mazarin, Sully, and de Retz each had a personal character and a personal career which has an interest separate from the character and career of the great monarchs whom they served. Lord Somers and the great Whig leaders of the Revolution of 1688 interest us by the adroitness and personal courage with which they planned and achieved a bloodless victory for the rights of the English people and the establishment of constitutional restraints upon the Crown. The lives of Chatham, Fox, and Burke are as exciting as a drama to one who knows what were the forces against which their lives were a perpetual struggle, and what were the weapons of argument and oratory, of sagacity and leadership with which they strove. Pitt presents in his life a history as interesting as that of the great soldier against whom he subsidized the armies of Europe with the wealth of England. We follow in the career of Brougham and Romilly, of Mackintosh and Horner, of Macaulay and Cobden, the great thoughts, the courageous daring, and the persevering tenacity which have overturned the traditional policy of England and rooted up the prejudices of centuries, though backed by the wealth and prestige of the crown and aristocracy. If we think of our own country, we find the interest of a drama in the more or less complete and satisfactory biographies which we have of the lives of James Otis and Samuel Adams, of Joseph Warren and Patrick Henry, of Benjamin Franklin and Alexander Hamilton, of Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr, of John Jay and Timothy Pickering, of John Randolph and DeWitt Clinton, of John C. Calhoun and Henry Clay, of Daniel Webster and Martin Van Buren, of Thomas H. Benton and William H. Seward. The life of each of these statesmen and orators must be intensely exciting to everyone who can comprehend the great objects for which each of them lived, and the energy and skill which each displayed in bringing over the nation to his own opinions and policy. It may be questioned whether the great men of history are not the objects of the most intense personal feelings of like and dislike, chiefly because we view them as struggling for or against some great cause or party which we ourselves accept or reject. It is certain that everyone follows the career of his favorite orators and statesmen with somewhat of the same excited suspense with which he watches the course of a living party leader in a present or impending conflict. In England and America, where so many intelligent persons take so warm and active an interest in political questions and the party leaders, it is not strange that the most positive and excited interest should be felt in the personal history and personal character of the great men who have organized or led those political parties in other generations whose traditions and passions are still active in the present. Those readers who rise above party sympathies and considerations and are interested in the conflicts and struggles which result in great reforms, whether they are distinctively religious or political, moral or social, find the most abundant excitement in the life of any great reformer. The incidents and the heroism kindle the imagination and stir the blood. In any soul in which the sense of public justice is wakeful, and the sympathy with human suffering is glowing, and the courage to contend against popular opposition is determined, there is the capacity to be stirred by the life history of any man who has dared to have power and faction and public opinion in favor of suppressed truth, an oppressed class, or a much-needed but long-delayed reform. The lives of Savonarola, of Luther, of Ignatius Loyola, of George Fox, of John Wesley, of William Wilberforce, of Thomas Fowell Buxton, of John Brown, and of multitudes more, never want for sympathizing readers, even among men who do not sympathize with the principles or the spirit of their heroes. In the interest which is aroused by such lives, fanaticism and imprudence are overlooked and forgiven, and bold words and bolder deeds are admired and applauded. The dramatic interest of the shifting positions of the contest and the imposing attitudes of the central figure, often fighting single-handed with myriads of foes, engross the attention and carry off the admiring sympathy. We admire and sometimes adore the heroes of a cause which we cannot but detest. The biographies of self-made men are almost universally attractive. No man of any generosity or spirit can avoid being excited by the determination and perseverance which these exemplify. Only a snob or a tuft hunter or a toady to the rich or great is ashamed of a strong interest in the men who have risen from humble beginnings. They are especially fascinating and instructive to those young men of limited means who aspire to make something of their own lives. Smiles's Self-Help abounds in brief sketches of and allusions to a great number of men of this class, and one is surprised in reading such a book to find how large a number of those who have been eminent in every condition in life have risen from lowly conditions at the start. The interest in such records is felt alike by those who have already risen in life and those who are just beginning to rise, preeminently by the latter. This leads us to observe that those who are earnestly devoted to any art or profession are equally attracted to the lives of those persons who have attained special eminence in a similar profession or employment. Especially is this the case if their own career is as yet incomplete, if their aspirations are high and their difficulties are manifold, if the goal is bright but distant, and the path to it seems long and steep. The ever-present consciousness of the difficulties under which we labor leads us to compare our own conditions with that of another like ourselves. The desire to overcome these difficulties and to attain eminence speedily leads us to consult the experience of those who have succeeded and to inquire minutely what was the secret of their success. We are never tired of studying their devices, of hearing of their discouragements, of fighting over their battles, and of triumphing in their victories. The young advocate who is looking impatiently for his first brief, or who is forced to wait for days for the welcome step of a new client, reads with intense excitement the story of Erskine's speedy and brilliant entrance into a crowded practice. The young lawyer who proposes for himself a successful professional career, which shall be adorned and elevated by noble aspirations and liberal culture, can find few books which are so inspiriting as the lives of Sir Samuel Romilly and Francis Horner, of Patrick Henry and William Wirt, of Daniel Webster and Rufus Choate. The physician who wonders whence his patients are to come and whether he can ever win his way into a lucrative practice, reads and rereads with fresh interest the life and experience of any city or country doctor which he may chance to encounter. The lives of John Hunter and Sir Charles Bell are fraught with inspiration to him. Many a journeyman printer has been inspired and, as it were, remade by the records which Franklin has left of his own experiences at the press. Many a young writer has read and reread the story of Franklin's patient attempts to attain a good English style. The popularity of Franklin's life in America and England is a complete refutation of the assertion that biography is to the mass of readers essentially stupid and uninviting. The life of the learned blacksmith has encouraged not a few laborers at the anvil. The lives of Watt and Arkwright, of Fulton and Whitney, of Stevenson and Goodyear have stimulated many an inventor to renewed patience and courage. No romance can excite a more kindled interest than Hugh Miller's My Schools and Schoolmasters, as no book can possibly be more instructive to the working man who will follow its guidance and yield to its inspiration. Horace Greeley is nowhere more interesting and wise as a guide to readers who have their own fortunes to make than in his recollections of a busy life. The young physicists and scientists who are so numerous at the present day can find no reading which will please and reward them so well as the lives of Franklin and Ferguson, of Davy and Faraday, of Newton and Dalton, of George Wilson and Edward Forbes. Artists never tire of reading the lives of the unhappy devotees of their craft, like Haydn, and the more fortunate like Reynolds and Turner, Gainsborough and Wilkie, West and Alston. Literary men of all classes gather fresh inspiration and instruction from the biographies of literary men, an ample and most valuable class of lives to which we shall again return. The partial review which we have taken of these few classes of biographies, and the grounds of their attractiveness for their several classes of readers, enable us to gain a more satisfactory view in regard to biography and biographical reading in general. We have seen that biography is attractive for the incidents which it records and the sympathy which it arouses with prominent actors. Biography is interesting to this or that reader just so far as he cares for and comprehends the incidents, the feelings, or the characters which biography describes. The lives of some men present pictures and emotions into which all, even the youngest and the most unreflecting, easily enter. In all cases, however, the interest must depend very largely upon the skill and success with which the scenes and characters are depicted. If the incidents are beyond the capacity of the reader to comprehend, through defect of age, culture, or reflection, if the feelings and character are such as he cannot or does not care to study or interpret, then the life cannot be interesting. It may be positively distasteful. We cannot expect the life of a metaphysician, a philologist, or scientist to be intelligible or interesting to a child or to a full-grown man whose knowledge and culture are limited. William Wordsworth was known to his neighbors only as a kind-hearted and frugal neighbor. Sir Walter Scott was esteemed by a large class of well-to-do acquaintances, not as the magician of the North, but simply as the sheriff who gave glorious suppers and was great in his talk of dogs and horses. Burns had a jolly set of associates who cared more for his good fellowship than for the poetry of his songs. What could any of these friends of Wordsworth, Scott, or Burns know, or what should they care for the events or the characters which make the record of their lives so intensely interesting to the student of literature and the student of man? That which made their lives so famous, and the story of them so exciting to a certain class of readers, lay entirely beyond the range of their comprehension and their sympathy. While then, as we have seen, there are not a few biographies which are within the range and comprehension of all classes of readers, there are many others which are reserved for men whose culture takes a special direction or is of a higher order than is accorded to the many. The first of these, which we name, are those which are eminently psychological, that is, those which involve an analysis and record of the inner processes or growth of the soul. There are not a few biographies of which the chief interest arises from and turns upon the changes in the inner life which they record. The external incidents of the life may be unexciting, the career of the man may have been very uneventful or very humble, but the record of the progress of the man, of his varied experiences of feeling, of the development of his intellect, and the changes in his opinions, of his new views of life, his strengthened faith, his refined culture, and his intellectual or moral achievements, lend an indescribable charm to the narrative and gather around it a circle of excited readers. It is obvious, however, that no man can be interested in such a biography who has never given attention to the progress of his own inner life, or watched the several steps by which such progress has been made. Those who recognize the improvement of one's position in life as the great end of living, and who measure progress by the vulgar tests of gain and wealth or power, cannot be expected to understand or care for the inner life of a man who esteems the culture of the intellect, the refinement of the tastes, the victory over the selfish and sensual passions, and the enlargement and confirmation of all right and noble principles as the most elevated ends to which any life can be devoted. Those who never look within, but always look without, must find the biography of that which is within to be necessarily stupid and uninteresting. But those who care for their own improvement in good habits and noble achievements, and who are accustomed closely to watch and carefully to judge of their progress or failure in these particulars, may naturally be expected to study with intense and wakeful interest the inner record of any noble life, provided the story be told with requisite skill. Those who include moral culture and religious growth in their conception of true progress will follow with a lively interest any such record which is sincere, provided the subject of it be otherwise so gifted as to attract the attention, or the story be told in such a way as to satisfy a pure and simple taste. Even the absence of any special gifts of nature or attainments of culture will often be abundantly compensated by pure aspirations and honest endeavors. The record of an honest and unlettered mind, if unskillfully made, like the life of John Woolman the Quaker, can be so elevated by simple purity of heart, or like the life of John Bunyan, can be so irradiated by flashes of seraphic fire as successfully to vindicate the essential superiority of moral and religious greatness over greatness of every other sort. But no gifts of genius in the subject or skill of portraiture in the writer can or ought to compensate for the absence of moral earnestness in a professedly ethical biography, or for the presence of the debasing alloy of Pharisaism and cant in a professedly religious life. Hypocrisy is always hollow. Pharisaism and affectation are invariably offensive in proportion to the elevation of the ideals to which they pretend to rise and the purity of the saintliness which they profess to imitate. Hence, while a good biography of a truly good man is the best and often the most inspiring of all biographies, if it be written with tolerable skill, and inflated, overstrained, and laudatory life of a man who was very imperfectly or defectively good is often one of the most offensive and depressing of books. The temptation to error in the form of overdoing in the quantity and quality of moral and religious biography is exceedingly strong. The religious public is frightfully inundated with the lives of persons whose lives had better not have been written, or if written, would better have been privately printed. It is the dictate of friendship to magnify the virtues of the departed and to fail to notice their defects when we look at either through the tears which we weep at their graves. But no man is, for such a reason, justified in setting forth the life of a person of merely commonplace goodness simply because he was good, while every good life is far more eloquent and winning in the circle which it illumines than any book can be. Those lives only deserve to be brought before the public in a book which had characteristics sufficiently uncommon to make the goodness specially attractive when it is portrayed. Second, the lives which we have called psychological are usually most successfully written in greater or less part by the persons themselves who were the subjects of them, in part by their recorded conversations, their diaries and letters, or wholly informal autobiographies. Hence, the most satisfactory sayings, their private journals, and extracts from their correspondence, set in a framework of explanatory history. Boswell's Life of Dr. Johnson is, for two reasons, the best example of a life made up of sayings and conversations. The sayings of Johnson were well worth reporting for their intrinsic interest and value, or for the manner in which they were expressed, and Johnson had an admiring Boswell always at hand to report them. It has of late become much the fashion to make up the lives of significant men very largely from their journals and their letters. Some of the most instructive and delightful biographies of modern times are of this class, such as those of Robert Burns, Charles Lamb, Robert Southey, John Sterling, Walter Scott, John Wilson, Thomas Chalmers, Samuel Romilly, John Foster, Dr. Thomas Arnold, of Charlotte Bronte, J. Blanco White, Thomas Fowell Buxton, Edward Irving, Richard Whatley, B.G. Niebuhr, Frederick Perthes, John Keble, Frederick W. Robertson, Henry Crabb Robinson, Baron Bunsen, Theodore Parker, Margaret Fuller, Horace Mann, and Lyman Beecher. In all these instances, the persons named were more or less distinguished for public and literary activity. This fact suggests the remark that the lives of this class of persons are generally more instructive and interesting than those of any other. The reason certainly cannot be that their intellects were superior, or their principles were more elevated, that their feelings and tastes were more refined, or their influence was more commanding than were those of others whose lives remain wholly unwritten. It is rather that such men more frequently leave behind them copious materials of this sort. But even this is not universally the case. It is only men who write easily, and of such men only here and there one who leaves behind him a journal or diary in which he notes events as they occur, or records his views in regard to them, or his own principles, feelings, and aims. Many journals which are extended and copious are chiefly objective and fail to express the individuality of the man and to manifest his inmost feelings and the springs of his character. Very many really able and communicative men fail to write letters with that fullness and freedom which should satisfy a biographer. But when all these conditions are present, when the character or career is worth describing, and the character and aims are copiously expressed by the individual himself, then we have the conditions of such a life as Lockhart's Life of Scott, or Stanley's Life of Arnold, or the lives of R.G. Niebuhr and Frederick Perthes, of Thomas Fowell Buxton, and the Reverend F.W. Robertson. The lives of men devoted to science or letters are specially interesting for another reason. Such men reflect the sentiments of their times more completely and vividly than men of any other class. In great part, they form these sentiments, or are the central points around which they gather. They give to these sentiments a concrete and personal interest, and cause the times to revive and live before the eyes of the reader. They are very often symbolic and representative men who either originate or impersonate some striking tendency of thought or feeling. At all events, they record in their own diaries and letters, more or less fully, by allusion or formal discussion, the phases of thought and feeling which prevail in the community, and so preserve fresh and living pictures of transient and momentary events. These pictures are usually colored with the hues of their own personal feelings. They are warm with love, clouded by displeasure, or disturbed by anxiety or terror. English literature has of late been greatly enriched with many biographies of this class, of the choicest description, biographies interesting from the excellence of the character which they record, from the variety of incidents which they narrate, from the exciting phases of prevailing thought and feeling which they reflect, and from the insight which they open into the inner springs and motives of the persons described. Autobiographies have for many, not to say for most persons, a peculiar charm. They do not always give so complete a picture of the inner life as we desire, nor do they reveal so fully what was characteristic of the man as we hope to discover when we begin to read. But they almost uniformly delight the student of human nature by their honest and naive detail of what we are more or less curious to know. They are usually brief, almost every writer of his own life being apparently overcome with irresistible modesty when he attempts to introduce to the great public his comparatively humble self. They are often unfinished, the writer getting on very comfortably with the recollections of his childhood and the experiences and feelings of his early days, but growing suddenly timid as he is obliged to look in the face the follies and perhaps the sins of his later life, and not liking always to speak so freely of others, whether dead or living, as would be necessary should he speak freely of himself. It is worthy of notice how many brief sketches of this sort are suddenly broken off, as if the writer had become disgusted with thinking and talking about himself, and had left for his children a mere fragment where they expected and longed for a full and detailed narrative of his entire life. We have, however, a few autobiographies that are tolerably complete, and they are all in their way fraught with interest. The life of Franklin is attractive for many reasons, but preeminently because it was written by himself, and because he tells a story which, of itself, is fitted to interest every poor boy who is beginning life with a simplicity and directness which enlists the sympathies and holds the attention of every reader. No book has been more popular in our country than this. none has exerted a more powerful influence, not always of unmixed good, tried by the more elevated standard of either pagan or Christian morality. It is often defective. The persistent self-seeking which crops out so offensively now and then, and the absence of faith in the more generous sentiments, as well as the sarcastic condescension with which Franklin treats revealed religion, are not always healthful. They have lowered the tone and weakened the faith and the principles of not a few. But with all these abatements, its attractions are at this moment as fresh as at the first. It has in these days the additional merit of giving a vivid picture of simple times forever gone by, as well as of unfolding the inner movements of a very unique personality. For the same reason that the apprentice and clerk read Franklin with special interest, the scholar never tires of reading Gibbon's Memoirs of My Own Life and Writings, or the brief autobiographies of Hume, Voltaire, and Lord Herbert of Cherbury. The lovers of excitement and adventure will return again and again to the autobiographies of Cellini, Vidocq, J. Wolfe Tone, and Madame de Bury. These autobiographies, with many others, are found in what professes to be a collection of the most interesting and amusing lives ever published, written by the parties themselves, London, 1826 to 1832. This collection certainly contains a very great variety of very amusing and instructive reading. The fragments of autobiography, which often precede the more elaborate lives of prominent men, are almost invariably read and reread with careful attention. We cannot think that biography is especially uninteresting and unattractive. On the other hand, we believe that the want of interest in any life or class of lives must arise from one or more of three prominent causes: a want of capacity to comprehend the character described, a want of sympathy with his aims and principles, or some defect of skill in the biographer. While, as we have seen, there are some biographies which interest both the young and the old, the uncultured and the refined, there is a very great number which, from the nature of the case, can only interest a few, according as they understand or care for the style of man which the life describes. It is therefore impossible to furnish any but the most general rules for the selection of this class of books, and it is, for this reason, less easy to select any list which may be called the best. What are the best for one age, or one degree and kind of culture, may be wholly unsuited for another. There is no class of reading which is ethically more profitable than this. When I am sick of the world in church and state, and in society, says a sharp and stern thinker, I turn for relief to the portraits of two saintly heroes which hang in my library, and say to myself, these two were honest and noble men, and they teach me never to despair of mankind or of myself. In like manner, there is nothing so quickening and elevating to the generous and high-minded as to read a few pages in the biography of one who has been a prince among men for greatness and goodness combined, especially if his life and character are largely interpreted by him. No young man can rise from the perusal of such lives as these of Buxton and Arnold without feeling his mind and heart made better and his best resolves invigorated. Horner says of the life of Sir Matthew Hale that it filled him with enthusiasm, and of Condorcet's Éloge of Haller I never rise from the account of such men without a thrilling palpitation about me, which I know not whether I should call admiration, ambition, or despair. A snatch of such reading is like the injection of fresh and generous blood into the veins, or the drinking a generous and refreshing draught to one who is thirsty and faint, or the breathing copiously of a highly oxygenated atmosphere. That young man or young lady is to be congratulated who has his or her favorite biographies to which he or she habitually turns and returns, if indeed they present noble ideals. The lives of Dr. Arnold and of F.W. Robertson have done more for the quickening and encouragement of Christian culture and of Christian nobleness in the present generation than the personal influence of the two men when living, inspiring as were the teaching and intercourse of the one, and the preaching and conversation of the other. In no sense is it so eminently true that the good which men do lives after them, as when the spirit and essence of their lives are embalmed in a worthy biography. More sweet than colors caught by him who sails near splay shores of Araby the blest, 1,000 times more exquisitely sweet the freights of holy feeling which we meet in thoughtful moments, wafted by the gales from fields where good men walk, or bowers wherein they rest. But how is it with the evil which bad men do? Is not this equally powerful to ensnare and corrupt? To this we reply, such evil is not often so frankly and fully exposed, and never by themselves. And herein is very strikingly illustrated the homage which vice pays to virtue. It is rare that a bad man confesses to the world in his letters how bad he is, unless he does it with repentance and shame. It is rarer even that a man writes down in his diary, as an eminent scholar was once in the habit of doing, "This day read the Antigone of Sophocles, after which I was desperately drunk." Or if a man occasionally forgets decency in his letters and self-respect in his diary, it is rare that his biographer will spread out such revolting details for the perusal of the public. If he is forced to allude to the sins or foibles of his hero, he usually endeavors to palliate and excuse them. No libertine or drunkard, no unbeliever in duty or denier of God, ever shines attractively in an honestly written life, or inspires his readers with a desire to be like him. But while the lives of bad or imperfect men do not attract, they very often warn. In the realm of biography, the saying is emphatically fulfilled: the name of the wicked shall rot. The memory of the wicked does rot, either in the withering neglect of succeeding generations, to which it is so often doomed, or in the putrescent phosphorescence at whose lurid light posterity starts and shudders. In view of these considerations, we advise for all those who have leisure and opportunity a large and liberal reading of biography. We advise that the taste for this description of reading should be fostered. If fostered, it certainly will grow more active and intense. The study of biography is the study of man. A generous familiarity with the lives of men of all sorts of opinions tends to liberalize the feelings and to enlarge the understanding. Its influence in this regard is like that of a very extended and varied acquaintanceship with living men. Nor need we fear to study the lives or to converse with the characters of men from whom we differ very widely in opinions or diverge very materially in our sympathies. If our own principles are fixed, we shall find sufficient strength and inspiration from the lives of the men with whom we agree in opinions and character to enable us to withstand, as far as we ought to desire, any counter-influence from the lives of those with whose opinions we do not entirely sympathize. No man of liberal culture can afford to be without. No such person ought to desire to be wholly without the liberalizing influence which comes from a study of the lives of men of the greatest variety of opinions and characters. On the other hand, no man whose opinions are fixed, or whose principles are earnest, can fail to have his favorite biographies, his lives of men most loved and honored, to which he continually resorts. It may be to enjoy with them a few moments' converse in their most elevated moods, or perhaps to rise by their aid to those noble positions which the soul is more competent to gain for an hour than to keep for a day. Of biographical reading, we may say that the man who has no heroes among the truly noble of the earth must have either a sordid or a conceited spirit. He must be too ignoble to admire that which is really above himself, or must be too satisfied with himself to care to concern himself with the characters or the claims of others. He who reverences and admires no one of the great and good of other times is likely to reverence and admire the man who is least worthy of honor and admiration, and that is himself, and to bring to his altar an unshared and solitary worship. Two rules may serve in the selection and judgment of biographies. The first is, see that the man whose life you would read had a marked and distinctive character. The second is, see that this character be set forth with truthfulness and skill. A man with small individuality, either of gifts or of goodness, is not entitled to have his life written, and certainly has no claim that his life should be read. The circumstance that he held a high position in life, or attracted honor or attention from his wealth or rank or office, is of the slightest possible significance to those who come after him, provided there was nothing in his genius, his industry, or his goodness which entitles him to the consideration of others. Mere goodness, which is commonplace, however useful and honorable in the living, cannot shine as an example through a written life unless there was something distinctive enough to attract the attention and to impress the feelings of lookers-on. The number of stupid biographies which encumber our libraries of lords and generals and bishops and of clergymen and physicians and lawyers who were simply significant from their position is something frightful to contemplate. Now and then they fill several bulky volumes. They are glanced at by a limited circle and stand upon the shelves of our libraries to be consulted by an antiquarian or a genealogist, and this is all the service which they render. The following protest, directed against the indiscriminate publication of an author's remains, is equally appropriate to these lumbering biographies in which little wise selection rules. The imperfect thing or thought, the fervid yeastiness of youth, the dubious doubt, the twilight truth, the work that for the passing day was wrought, the schemes that came to naught, the sketch halfway twixt verse and prose that mocks the finished picture true, the splinters whence the statue grew, the scaffolding 'neath which the palace rose, the vague abortive throes, and crudities of joy or gloom, in kind oblivion let them be, nor has the dead worse foe than he who rakes these sweepings of the artist's room and piles them on his tomb. Whether a particular biography will meet the conditions prescribed must be left in most cases to the judgment of the reader himself. To attempt to make a selection from the very rich and copious library of works of this class with which English literature abounds would be difficult, if not impracticable, within our limits. We must ask the reader to accept in its place the classification which we have made and the illustrative examples which we have cited under its several heads. We add that brief biological sketches of eminent personages may be found in any good encyclopedia. Some of these have been prepared with great care by very able writers. Biographical dictionaries also abound. Among these may be named the two most recently issued, as very convenient and carefully prepared. Lippincott's Universal Pronouncing Dictionary of Biography and Mythology by J. Thomas, 2 volumes, and a brief biological dictionary compiled and arranged by Reverend Charles Hole, American edition by William H. Wheeler. The last gives only the names, professions, and so forth, with dates of death and birth. End of chapter 14.